Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Deku Indirectly Bashed Bakugou? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1 Training gone wrong. If you had told Aizawa Shoyuda this morning that he would be dealing with Midoriya's depression in hero training, he would have scoffed at you, told you that he was a sunshine problem child and walked off, because honestly, no one could have guessed that this would happen during training. It all had started when Todoroki missed a generous amount when trying to control his new technique, Fireball. It shot in the completely wrong direction, heading towards Midoriya and Bakugou, who had been sparring together quirkless to improve their hand-to-hand combat skills. Before Aizawa could even as much as blink, Midoriya had activated his quirk and pushed himself and Bakugou out of the spot the two had been standing in, saving both of them. Aizawa wondered how the problem child had even seen the fireball because his back was towards it as he saved himself and Bakugou. He jogged up to them to check on them in case the fireball had still hit them in any area when he saw that Bakugou started yelling at Midoriya. Deku. Why the F did you save me, you shitty nerd? I was completely fine on my own, but you always have to play the FING hero standing uselessly in everyone's way. You always did and will, just like at the FING slime villain incident. You're always standing in my effing way to become the #1 hero, you effing useless Deku. It was quiet for a moment and Aizawa saw how the previous trembling Midoriya was standing so still he knew that something broke right then and there. You know Katsuki dash, and boy was Aizawa nervous even though he will never admit it because Midoriya never calls Bakugou anything different than Kachin. You should count yourself lucky that I saved you that day. Otherwise, I really would have taken your advice. The way Midoriya said it as he lifted his head and showed, by now already, everyone his dull, hunted eyes, that he hadn't seen on anyone else other than Eri, told him that this advice wasn't very nice. Aizawa dreaded for the storm that was about to come because Bakugou had finally done it, he had finally broken Midoriya. And oh how he hated to use that word, and it wasn't right how Bakugou's face changed from confusion to realization and finally mortified horror in bare seconds. It was wrong how Bakugou's face went as white as a sheet of paper and how his eyes largened oh so uncharacteristically that showed him that whatever that advice was, it still haunted both of them. Izuku. Bakugou barely stammered out, for the first time speechless. Aizawa was concerned now because it was Izuku, not Deku. Did you know that only because my feet instinctively lead me to the villain that attacked me minutes before you I wasn't able to follow your advice? Because after every little thing that you put me through for 11 years straight after I was declared quirkless. After all the bullying, the mental and physical abuse from you and everyone else, hell even the teachers. After the quirk abuse from even you that I have scars from, Katsuki scars. After all that I was just so willing to follow your advice. The only reason why I didn't because I knew you were going to die and sprinted in to save you after you just told me to take a swan dive off the roof of a building in school that day so that I could get a quirk. Aizawa Isiki in a sharp breath at that speech, because it was wrong just how much Midoriya's behavior was explained by this reveal and his relationship with Bakugou. Did you know, Bakugou, that the villain was just one street away from the building high enough for me to jump from and die? Aizawa could see the sorrow on Bakugou's face after Midoriya called him Bakugou instead of Katsuki or Kachin. Nobody was stopping him from putting his problem child in strong therapy with those silent tears streaming down Midoriya's face and his piercing look on Bakugou who couldn't even move a muscle. Hell, not even he could after that reveal. Some of the class were crying because Midoriya's life was so horrible and he hid it behind that smile, that very convincing mask that he probably built up over the FING 11 years of bullying he had to live through without even the teachers batting an eye on it. Did you know that after all of that I kept coming back to you, helping you deal with the fall of All Might and all that other bullshit, because I knew you wouldn't open up to anyone else except me despite everything that you put me through. I hope you FING do now because I am finally done with your ungrateful but bullshit. I bet you wonder now how the teachers didn't notice or stop you. Well, it was because you have the perfect quirk for heroics. Because of your FING perfect quirk everyone, even the teachers here, think that you just have a temper and would never go as far as bullying. Midoriya turned on his heel and stared into Aizawa's eyes. Ever FNG thought of asking me why I had no control of my quirk when I came to UA? Well, maybe if you FNG asked, then you would have known that my quirk manifested the day of the stupid biased entrance exam. And oh, how Aizawa hated himself for not prying more into Midoriya's weird behaviors and quirk as he noticed them, because everything came now together and he felt so stupid and ignorant of his student. He felt so helpless staring in Midoriya's eyes full of darkness. Midoriya turned away. You asked me how I could go about breaking my bones every time I used my quirk before I shred it. Well, if I'm honest, it was a part of me wanted to die from the injuries. I have trust issues, Aizawa-sensei, especially with adults because of their ignorant nature, and none of the UA staff helped that matter. Hell, I don't even trust my class because so many other classes turned their back on me once they knew they had my trust. So yes, sorry if I hadn't trusted anyone with my FING depression, anxiety, PTSD, insomnia, and many more problems. With that, Midoriya finally walked away towards the locker rooms, where he quickly changed into uniform and made his way towards his dorm to finally cry himself to sleep. The moment Midoriya was gone, nearly everyone broke down sobbing, some too shocked to do something instead of falling to their knees. Only Bakugou and Aizawa himself stood still, processing everything that they were told. Later that day, Aizawa reported what he had found out about Midoriya to Nizu and the rest of the teachers. Yagi looked down in shame. All Might? Aizawa asked quietly. Oh Lord, now I feel even worse than before. Young Midoriya asked me once I saved him from the sludge villain the first time if he could be a hero without a quirk. I told him that he couldn't, and to be a police officer instead. Yagi trailed off and the rest of the staff looked at him in shock. He quickly continued. Of course, after I saw how he sprinted to save young Bakugou, I found him, apologized, and told him that he could be a hero and offered to train him. So he saw me in this form and still kept everything a secret. Yagi finally finished, and there were different reactions to the statement. Some were angry with the former #1 hero, others understood, and some didn't know what to think after another shocking reveal. In the end, they didn't decide on anything and just agreed to talk to Midoriya about what he wants them to do with Bakugou and if he wants to have his mother informed about this, because even though they should have already told her, they just couldn't afford to lose any more of Midoriya's trust, because it was already very, very thin ice. Midoriya's classmates didn't bother him for the rest of the day, and Mina suggested very kindly the next day to Midoriya to have a sleepover with the whole class, minus Bakugou, and in the common room, since it was Friday. Midoriya agreed and just told everyone to call him Izuku or any sort of nickname to do with his first name, since he didn't want anyone calling him Deku anymore, and the class was more than happy to follow his request through. Chapter 2: Panic Attack. Today is going to be a bad day, Izuku thought as he stumbled out of bed, because everything in him screamed at him to go back to bed, to call in sick, or to just not go to school today. He wasn't tired because he didn't sleep enough. Oh no, he never slept enough due to his insomnia. It was one of those days where he could be easily triggered and just any little thing would send him spiraling down his anxiety and panic lane. He just hoped no one would notice it too much. Class 1A instantly noticed that something was wrong with their resident cinnamon roll. Of course, they would notice. Too many villain attacks happened for them not to notice. So, after a silent conversation, Uraraka and Ida went up to Izuku to ask him what was wrong. Deku, Uraraka asked gently, and Izuku just couldn't help but flinch at the name. On bad days he just couldn't help but think of the evil in the name and someone calling him that just made his mood worse. Ida noticed the flinch, how the whole class noticed. It was a big flinch, and the class was actively watching him like a hawk for any indications of what was wrong. Not many people knew of the origin of the name, so only Uraraka and Ida made a small connection. Izuku, Uraraka tried again and watched with relief as the tension from Izuku's shoulders lessened. Okay, so only Izuku or Midoriya today then. Ah, yes, Achiko. Izuku lifted his head slightly and gave a small tired smile. You look so down today, and Tenya and I were wondering what was wrong, Uraraka explained calmly, and Izuku sighed. Of course, they would notice, and he was kinda grateful for it. Izuku gave them both another tired smile. Ah, don't worry about me. I just didn't get enough sleep, so I'm just very tired, nothing to worry about. Izuku exclaimed and gave one of his sunshine smiles as if his energy was slowly returning. Very well then, Izuku. Just remember to get extra rest this night. A good sleeping schedule and sleep are important for a hero in training. Ida slightly scolded with his normal arm-chopping motions. The class was relieved to hear that it was nothing too bad and that their cinnamon roll of a classmate would be fine, even if some wondered why he didn't sleep very well. After that, the rest of the classes resumed normal and even Bakugou left Izuku alone, much to everyone's surprise. That is, of course, before their hero training. It was nothing unusual that they had to work on, just some more quirk development and application since it was Friday and anything new they would likely have to go over on Monday again. Except that nothing was as normal. Aizawa instantly noticed in homeroom that something was up with Midoriya, and listening in on his conversation with Ida and Uraraka eased his worries a bit, even though it was still not enough. So he always made sure to keep an eye on Midoriya while they were training, and what he noticed only added to his worries. Every time specifically Bakugou let out an explosion, no matter how big, Midoriya would flinch. Izuku wasn't doing so good. They were working on quirks today, and while he was grateful for one of the simpler lessons, he also hated how he had to keep himself from panicking every time he heard Kachan's explosions. The flinch was inevitable, so the only thing he could do is to not panic and fall into an attack. It helped that the explosions were far away from him so that he could remind himself that it wasn't directed at him. Izuku's mouth was really dry, so he did something stupid to get his water bottle. He got closer to Kachan, who still didn't notice him, but that was okay. Just as he was about to reach for his water bottle, a large explosion echoed through the area and he just couldn't stop himself this time. The explosion was so close and he was going to be beaten up again. Izuku's breathing sped up and his easy tightened as he was suddenly on a familiar playground, and Bakugo's explosions were so close and he felt the heat against his skin. Midoriya? Oh God, why didn't the teachers ever do anything? Midoriya, can you hear me? And he was suddenly in middle school on the floor with everyone laughing and calling him names. Midoriya, answer me. His scars burned and the pain was just too much. Izuku. He blinked slowly and noticed that someone was beside him. He was on his knees and the tears just couldn't stop falling like in. Izuku, look at me. He blinked again and looked up, this time to see that the person next to him was Aizawa-sensei, and his classmates were looking at him with concern and shock. Oh God, he was probably hindering the lesson and he was going to get expelled now. Izuku, it's all right. No one is mad and you are not going to get expelled for something as serious as a panic attack. Aizawa-sensei's words were calm and he remembered the breathing tactics that he always did. 1, 2, 3, 4 in and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out. Aizawa watched in horror and amazement as his student calmed himself down again, as he probably did so many times. He had already sent the class out to change and wait for him and Midoriya in the dorm common room. Are you better now, problem child? A flinch. He'd have to remember that. The same with Deku. Are you better, Izuku? He repeated more softly. No flinch this time. Well, yes. So sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Don't apologize. Are you good with changing and heading to the dorms where everyone else is? WWLB Bakugou BB there. No. Then when they entered the common room of the dorm, everyone was by the couches and have left 2 seats on the couch free for Izuku and Aizawa. The 2 silently sat down and Aizawa made sure to keep them quiet and to refrain them from asking any questions. Izuku. Wais. Are you willing to share the story or at least the triggers of panic attacks with the class and me? WWLYUY wait you on until IIH have finished BB before TTT taking any action TT towards BBB Bakugou and everyone IIWI will me mention? The class SED in a breath. Izuku had called Bakugou. Not Kachan, not even Katsuki, just Bakugou. If that's all it takes, then yes. We will try not to interrupt you or take any action before we know that you finished. And so Izuku began telling his tale of how he was quirkless and got his quirk on the day of the exam. How Bakugou had bullied and even suicide baited him. How he had scars form all the quirks that were used in him from other bullies. His anxiety and panic attacks, PTSD, thanks to the villains too, his insomnia, trust issues and everything else that happened. He even told them how All Might told him he couldn't be a hero before he still saved Bakugou, and how All Might then found him and apologies as well as offered to train him so he knew about his small form. How his teachers never did anything to help him and sometimes even aided the bullying. By the end, Aizawa was fuming and was ready to go back in time to smack himself for not noticing the signs and not asking about the quirk. By the end, Kirishima doubts if he still wants to be friends with Bakugou and if everything he said wasn't just a joke, but meaning it. Quietly, Bakugou had listened to Midoriya around the corner. He didn't even mean to hear it all, he just wanted some food so he came downstairs. But now he just felt sick. Midoriya even called him Bakugou, and none of that Kachin bullshit. How could he have done something so cruel to his once best childhood friend? Why did he do it? He didn't know himself. Chapter 3 Class 1B to the rescue. Midoriya's class was sometimes too much for him. Don't misunderstand, he loves his friends and all of his other classmates, but sometimes they were just too much of worrywarts, especially with his tendency to break bones. They didn't even let him explain and just instantly thought that it was something villain-related. Seriously, he couldn't even explain that he got his quirk very late, PFFF, as if even Aizawa-sensei instantly assumed that it was because he never practiced. He is thankful for the worrying since nobody before them cared, but still, sometimes it was just too much. That's how he found himself wandering around campus and all the other dorms alone. He was having a bad day, and since he was always the cinnamon roll of the class, no one even thought to ask him if it was a bad day because cinnamon rolls people don't have bad days. He wasn't glass for FS sake. They were just like his mother, thinking he was too precious. So he was angry. Sue him. For once, he just wanted some peace, and not even that can be granted. Sometimes he wondered if it were better for his class to ignore him than to actively seek him out. Just like in elementary school. No. Don't you dare think about it now. He cut his thoughts off. If he kept thinking about it, he will spiral down a memory lane. Loser. Can't even keep yourself together like the useless Deku you are. I'm not useless. Are you sure? What about that time in first year middle school? Shut up. Well, maybe if you had taken a swan dive off the school roof. Kachin didn't mean it. He sure looked like it. Remember those many times on the playground where, I don't want to hear it. Midoriya scrambled to move towards the trees and slumped down against one. His breathing hitched as his mind supplied him with the many times his peers bullied him how they used their quirk against him, just because he didn't have one. His hands started to shake and he fought to keep his breath even. Tears started to form at the edges of his eyes as he started to lose himself in the memories and he couldn't breathe. Locked in lockers, punches in the face, kicks, chalked, knocked out cuts. He tried to shake his head to clear the memories, but they just kept coming back and wouldn't leave him alone. Sheet. Kendo, do you know what his name was? A voice spoke that he barely acknowledged. Izuku Mido or something like that, I believe, a more feminine voice answered. Bruises, burns, shocks. I need you to try and synchronize your breathing with mine. The first voice spoke again as he became a little bit more aware of his surroundings. Someone was putting his hand to their SIST and he followed the instructions given. Useless. Okay, breath with me. 1, 2, 3, 4 in and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out. The voice spoke calmly and Midoriya followed the instructions. After a while, his breath was more or less even and he could finally see more clearly. In front of him were Kendo and Minoma from Class 1B and he instantly felt bad for wasting their time and helping him calm down. Seems like you're better now. Are we allowed to know what happened? Kendo asked kindly as she let herself down on the other side of Midoriya. I am so sorry, FF4W is wasting your TTT time dash. Midoriya weakly stammered out. After a panic attack, he was usually reduced to a stuttering mess for a few more minutes. Minoma shook his head. We chose to help you so it doesn't matter. Do you want to come back to our dorm and explain? The walk there will give you some time to gather your bearings again. Minoma suggested and Midoriya smiled brightly and nodded slowly. So both of them stood up before helping Midoriya out and all three of them made their way towards the 1B dorms. Once they entered the dorm, some people looked their way, but when they saw Midoriya, looked away again since they knew it was probably none of their business. For Midoriya, it felt nice not having to explain himself once since he felt always pressured by his classmates to do that once they crowd him. The three of them decided that Monoma's dorm would suffice, and so once Midoriya was sandwiched between Monoma and Kendo on Monoma's bed, he started to explain to them how he was bullied because he was quirkless, but then gained a quirk a couple of days before the entrance exam surprisingly. How he destroyed his body at first because of his quirk, how he always had flashbacks of the bullying, his panic and anxiety attacks, trust issues in adults, how no wonder Aizawa-sensei never asked, and how that was just one more reason not to trust adults, and all the other stuff like his hero notebooks that he perfected because of his insomnia and more. Once he finished, it felt like a weight was lifted off his head. It was nice to finally talk to someone about without the worry of them suddenly looking at you differently or like glass, what most of his classmates do very often. Unintentionally, of course, but still very often. He told Kendo and Monoma such and was rewarded with a small smile from both of them. "Thank you so much for helping me. I don't want to burden you anymore." Midoriya started before Kendo rudely cut him off. "Nonsense. We begged you to tell what was so wrong. Though, I'm happy that you are away from Bakugou." "He isn't away from him, Kendo. He is talking about Bakugou Katsuki, the first place in the entrance exams." Monoma stated with a growl. "How did he even get in? At least the suicide baiting should have been on his record." He continued fuming. "As I said, the teachers ignored it for the most time or blamed me for it. It was always my fault in their eyes. But it's okay. Kachin is better now and I forgive him." Midoriya stated happily. "What do you mean? He shouldn't be here. You shouldn't forgive him that easily, Midoriya. He wasn't your friend the moment he left you for being quirkless." Kendo argued with Midoriya. The smile on his face fell as he realized the extent of what his friend had done to him. Saying everything out loud kinda made him realize it too. "I guess you're right. Maybe I should also stop calling him Kachin then. He doesn't deserve that title, right?" Midoriya hesitantly asked. "Hell yeah, we are. The moment he started bullying you, he downgraded to Bakugou again." Monoma replied as Midoriya slowly gained his confidence back. "I thank you so much. You finally made me realize it and you helped me with so much. What could I ever do to repay you? By the way, call me Izuku." Midoriya was incredibly grateful for the two of them. As he hugged them, he finally felt like he could trust these two only. He even felt confident enough to let him on his secret with all might. It was his power now, so he gets to decide who he tells the secret to. If you wouldn't mind listening for a few more minutes. There is something else too. I feel like you two are the only ones I could trust, so I feel like you deserve to know if we're going to be closer friends." He trailed off, hoping that they wouldn't judge him for telling a couple of lies earlier on. "Sure, Izuku. If you feel like we're trustworthy enough, then tell us. You can also call us by our first names if you wish." Kendo no Itsuka exclaimed as Mano Nito nodded along. "Queso." And with that, Izuku trailed off again and told them the truth about his quirk and everything to do with it and why he got it so late. They forgave him pretty quickly for lying as they understood the need for it once Izuku explained it. The three bonded and spent the rest of the time until curfew together, telling each other their backstories and being there for one another. As Izuku made his way back to his dorm, he felt closer to Nito and Itsuka than with his whole class. No more lying to them. They even made a group chat where they could vent about everything or request help in case of panic attacks or other things. His smile dropped when he saw the entire class with Aizawa in the living room, discussing something. As he entered, he felt all the eyes snap to him. He groaned internally. Sometimes he hated his class and how they always wanted answers for every little thing he does. "Where were you, Death?" Uraraka exclaimed worriedly as she went over to hug him, only for him to move out of the way. She looked at him in confusion before trying again, only for him to evade again. "Death?" she asked, frowning. "It's Midoriya, actually, and I would like everyone to call me that from now on. No Deku or Izuku, okay? Oh, and is everything okay, Aizawa-sensei? Is there a reason you are here?" Midoriya kept his voice loud and steady enough so that everyone would hear him as he asked Aizawa. "They called me because you went missing, though I highly doubted it from the beginning." Aizawa answered, bored. "Of course they did." Midoriya rolled his eyes with newfound confidence. "What the hell does that mean, Deku?" Bakugou shouted as he sprung from the couch and ran towards him with the explosions already popping. Once he was close enough, Midoriya grabbed him and pushed him to the floor and kept him in a locked position so that he couldn't move. He saw this move be done by many pro heroes to apprehend a villain quickly. You don't get special treatment, Bakugou, just because we know each other longer. I should have stopped with the stupid caution the moment you decided to bully me for my quirklessness. Midoriya stated coldly, and everyone was shocked. They didn't know the backstory of the two and didn't expect Midoriya to expertly handle Bakugou, who was currently exploding from anger. Deku, what happened? You're not usually like this. Are you even the right Deku? Uraraka asked, now more worried because her Deku just wasn't like that. Did I stutter? I said it's Midoriya to everyone. I don't want to hear the name that Bakugou always called me when he used his quirk on me. It's funny that when I suddenly become confident and stand up to my bully, that mind you bullied me already for 11 years, I am a copycat or a villain. What is wrong with you guys? I told you all that I was an extremely late bloomer, that's why I didn't have good control of my quirk and you suddenly treat me like glass. I can protect myself better than all of you because I have experience in the world quirkless and you all know that. Midoriya snapped. It's funny how a full-blown panic attack for the umpteenth time and now my new two best friends, who by the way are the only ones I completely trust currently, made me finally get enough confidence to stand up for myself. Did you know that I always felt pressured to give you some sort of excuse to why I am like this and my behavior, because if I didn't, you all would bug me and call Aizawa-sensei until I did. I'm not forced to tell you anything, and honestly, I'm starting to understand why Minoma thinks that Class 1B is better, because honestly it is. Midoriya ranted again and got off of Bakugou, who was stunned into silence. I'm done with you all using my insecurities and anxieties against me to always get an answer from me. Hell, the teachers aren't better. Why didn't you ask me, Aizawa-sensei, why I didn't have control over my quirk? Why didn't you ask me why Bakugou and I never got along? Why didn't you look into why I'm always so jittery or why I sometimes just disappear? Why didn't you look into the reason Kaminari and Mina have bad grades? We can all confirm that they study enough. Why didn't you look into the reason Todoroki never used his fire and seems to hate his father? Why didn't you give us treatment or offered us therapy from all the villain attacks we had to go through, because I can tell that all of us have at least slight PTSD from those? Why did you still keep Mineta even though he is homophobic and sexually harasses all the girls in the entirety of UA? Isn't it clear that he can't become a hero with that attitude and that he is a total coward? Why haven't you moved him or expelled him? Why didn't you do any of this? That will give you something to think about. All of you, don't bother me anymore. Midoriya finally finished his rant and resigned to his room. There he put all of the All Might posters down and just left a few, while he added more merch from other heroes he has, but not as much as before, and displayed some of his other hobbies, such as music, his notebooks, and a laptop for coding and hacking. Finally, his room looked more or less normal. He quickly texted the group chat. Chat, it's a breakdown that brought us together, Depressed Tree. Hey, I just got to my dorm after completely ranting to my class and teacher about everything that was wrong with the school and their attitude specifically. Mr. Steal Your Quirk? Finally. Someone. Please. Thank you. Slap slap bitch. It's about time they got off their high horses. Were they shocked about your true personality? Depressed Tree. Yup, Mr. Steal Your Quirk. I mean, I would be too. The cinnamon roll has a more or less dark side. Depressed Tree, you're not wrong, slap slappage. Thank God you finally stood up for yourself. Depressed Tree, I mean, I always had it in me, I just needed the confidence. Mr. Steal Your Quirk, true dat, true dat. The next day some significant changes were made thanks to Midoriya. It was discovered that some students had dyslexia, most of the students suffered from light PTSD, Todoroki was abused by Endeavor, Mineta was expelled, and that Bakugou used to abuse Midoriya mentally and physically as well as suicide bait him with the rest of his peers for now 11 years. The entrance exam was changed as well a little bit, without Midoriya saying anything, I'm impressed, to suit more for people who had the right attitude and not quirk like before. You can guess that thanks to this little outburst Midoriya made so many changes to society as the public got to see Endeavor's arrest and what he was charged with. Rei Todoroki also got finally released out of the hospital she was in. Midoriya was now on neutral terms with his class after they collectively apologized to him in class for being too pushy, and he was still best friends with Kendo and Monoma. Chapter 4 Shinso's quirk. Sometimes Midoriya had bad days. He called them relapses. Relapses into his depression from his middle school years, and honestly, he's sure he still has depression, but not suicidal depression. That stopped when he met All Might, thankfully. Well, not fully, as he experiences one of his more bad relapses currently in the bathroom he had excused himself to. He's crying and gripping the sink like his life depended on it. His he tightening more and more, and his breath being cut off as more thoughts kept pouring in. He had to get himself together. If he stayed any longer, people will get suspicious. So why couldn't he calm down? Shinso just wanted to go to the bathroom. Why couldn't the gods just let him go to the bathroom in peace? Now he was witnessing as his former opponent from the sports festival was having a panic attack. What was his name again? Midoriya. Midoriya. That's what it was. Midoriya, Shinso said, activating his quirk. Is all that came out, and that was enough for him to be under his control. Calm down and breathe slowly, Shinso ordered. Midoriya didn't see who entered the bathroom, but he was grateful that it was Shinso because the hazy fog that his quirk put on his mind was calming and perfect for panic attacks like these. Once he was back in control of his own body, he sighed in euphoria because the attack didn't come back. I'm sorry, thank you so much, Shinso. Your quirk works wonders for panic attacks. You're not mad that I used my quirk on you without your consent? Shinso asked, taken aback by the gratitude. I'm grateful that you put a stop to the panic attack, Midoriya thanked him. So, why did you have a panic attack? Shinso asked cautiously. He knew it shouldn't be any of his business, but he always saw Midoriya when he was all confident and smiling, not a wreck like now. It's kinda a long story and we have class, so if you would like to meet me after lessons in my classroom I could explain it. Midoriya trailed off. He hadn't planned anything for today, and if anyone asks he could lie and say that he had planned it. Sometimes he hated how nosy his class was. Don't get him wrong, they're nice and all, but just so nosy. Sure, Shinso didn't know what to say to that, so he just agreed. He was curious, sue him. Great. I will have to dash now, so see you later. And he's gone. Great. Once Midoriya came back, he gave an apologetic smile to present Mike and sat back down on his seat. Uraraka didn't give him a worried look, so he was sure that the time he was gone was accepted as normal. She and Ida were like helicopter parents, and he didn't like it one bit. After school had finished, Midoriya slowly packed everything up to give Shinso more time to get here. He noticed that Uraraka and Ida stayed behind, as well as Todoroki and Tsu, so he sighed internally. Guess he had to make up an excuse since it seemed like they had planned something and were going to ask him now. He liked his friends, but sometimes, especially on bad days where he wanted to be left alone, they were too clingy and nosy. Hey Deku. Flinch. Whyus, and he stuttered. Great. We were wondering if you wanted to come with us to that one cafe close to UA, Uraraka asked hopefully. Sorry. I met Shinso the other week and we made plans for today since I really like his quirk. Why, Midoriya slowly declined. Well, okay. See you later then. Uraraka frowned at first but quickly got herself back together. Midoriya, came a new voice from the door. Shinso. You're here, let's go. Midoriya scrambled towards him and led him away from the classroom and down the hall, away from his helicopter friends. Do you have a place you prefer to be? Midoriya asked after a few seconds. Nah, not really. Okay then, let's go to the roof. They settled near the entrance to the roof and sat in awkward silence until Midoriya decided to speak up. Are you sure you want to hear the story? I'm putting everything I see can into your trust. You see can still say no, I don't want to burden you with my problems. I'm sure since I'm kinda curious. I normally would never do this, but I feel like UW would understand because of what you said at the sports festival. Okay. So, and with that Midoriya trailed off and told him about his very late bloomer quirk, the bullying of Kachin and his other peers and teachers. His mother's, I'm sorry. And All Might's, you can't be a hero, and after the slime villain incident the apology and the training offer. The swan dive of the roof was strong to say, but he managed. Shinso only listened in horror and only interrupted when he didn't understand something. After Midoriya finished, it was silent for a moment before Shinso let out a long, "I'm so done with this BS" sigh. Dude, why the hell do you still call Bakugou, Kachin? He should have lost that right the moment he started bullying you. Shinso asked. Midoriya stopped to think for a second. Telling everything to Shinso made him realize the major trauma he'd been through. I have no idea, but I'll stop now, I guess, he ended up saying. Shinso sighed and took out his phone. I'll give you my number because God knows you need someone to vent to and your friends obviously don't qualify. Plus you said it yourself, my quirk is helpful for attacks. Thank you, Shinso, Midoriya said, which led to Shinso sighing again. That broke the ice between the two future best friends and even made Shinso spill some of his experience with bullying. The two teenagers quickly bonded over their trauma and insomnia as well as their trust issues. Now only Monoma was left, they just don't know it yet. You just wait. Midoriya returned to the dorms happier than normal. He felt like he finally got a weight of his tea and a new best friend, who didn't monitor him like he will injure himself every second. Monoma joined the duo a week later after they found him in tears under a tree. Chapter 5 Midoriya finally snaps. It was a normal day for Class 1A. Well, as normal as it can be for Class 1A of UA Academy. Students were chatting amongst each other, sharing the most recent news they learnt before a familiar aggressive voice is heard through the classroom. "Dekudai!" screamed Bakugou while his hands were popping small explosions. He pushed his classmate Midoriya to the floor, with Ida and Uraraka rushing to his side to help him up and berate Bakugou. But something different happens. Midoriya doesn't take the help from Uraraka like normal and slowly gets up on his own, not saying a word. "I'm so effing done with you, Bakugou Katsuki," Midoriya Kami states, shocking everyone in the room and freezing Aizawa outside the door. Midoriya never curses and he definitely never called Bakugou anything other than Kachin. "I'm finally done with everyone's sheet, including your own." To be honest, Izuku doesn't know what possessed him to finally stand up to Bakugou. Maybe it's today's date, but he isn't sure. "Are you aware what day today is, Bakugou?" he asks sweetly and completely fake. Bakugou doesn't say anything. His mother warned him about the worth of the Midoriyas as she once experienced the worth of Auntie Inko and has been terrified since. "Oh, today is the first anniversary of you telling me to take a swan dive off the roof. Don't you remember? Today, 1 year ago, you broke a certain barrier for the other classmates, because the next day I walk into school, I found a red spider lily on my desk." Midoriya explained and everyone is stunned in silence. Midoriya was bullied. By none other than Bakugou. I mean, they just assumed that it was because of his quirk that Bakugou had a temper, but that he did something as bad as suicide bait someone never crossed their minds. "Went through 11 FING years of your bullshit, Bakugou, and I think I finally reached my limit. I have hidden all the scars from your quirk as well as the other peers and teachers from my school long enough, and I am done." Midoriya continued. "You all never even tried to stop Bakugou. Never even asked. Not about my lack of control on my quirk, my relationship with Bakugou, or why he seemingly was never put into anger management classes. I know you are behind the door, Eraserhead." Aizawa entered from behind the door, seemingly shocked from the revelation of his student being bullied. "I was so close to taking your goddamn advice, Bakugou, so goddamn close, only for All Might to find me and shatter my dream by saying that quirkless people can't be a hero." Midoriya continued. But you have a quirk, Deku," Uraraka exclaimed. "Don't effing call me that. I have tolerated it enough because my anxieties and the class's FNG noisiness made it impossible for me to convince you to stop calling me that. All of you are supposed to be heroes. How the F did even the teacher not notice that at least 2 students are being abused?" The class hanged their head down in shame as well as Aizawa. How didn't they notice? And who is the second person? Are there more in the class? I was quirkless until the day of the entrance exam proved me wrong. Do you know what kind of shock that is? It seemed that only thanks to me finally bringing my body up to date my quirk was allowed to be used, otherwise, I probably would have blown my arm off. Midoriya answered Uraraka's question. "I'm done with this biased school system and the ignorance of everyone for my talents. I have a FING higher IQ than Nizu, but no one ever noticed that. He shouted. Honestly, my mom was right by suggesting pulling me out of a school that lets its student get attacked over and over again and doesn't even pay attention to their students' well-being. Why the F aren't we in therapy for all the villain attacks that we 100% have at least slight PTSD from? Why did no one check our mental health after the numerous villain attacks and Bakugou specifically after being FING kidnapped? Also, why the hell is Mineta still here? His attitude is completely unheroic and he shouldn't have passed that exam. To be honest, I went through so much trauma in my childhood I kinda expected it from the teachers in school to just ignore the situation of Bakugou, Todoroki, Ishido, Kaminari and I. It's really sad I had to step in for Todoroki and help Ishido and Kaminari with their problems. I'm transferring schools and will only come back once you FING fix these problems. Sorry doesn't make it this time. Midoriya finished his rant and started to walk towards the door. He stopped, one hand on the door handle. This is exactly why I don't trust adults anymore. Was his last statement before he left to get his stuff packed up and talk to Nizu about transferring schools. Maybe Shiketsu will be willing to take him in. The moment Midoriya left was like the dam broke for some students, falling on their knees, if standing, or simply crying because of everything. Todoroki was happy that he didn't have to make the first step, as well as Ishido and Kaminari. Kirishima was in shock because his best friend, he isn't even sure if he was that from the beginning, bullied someone for being quirkless and even suicide baited them. He wasn't sure if he can ever forgive himself for not noticing or speaking up for Midoriya. He felt horrible, like he didn't deserve to be a hero, not even noticing his classmates' silent suffering. What was he talking about? Ishido, Kaminari and Todoroki? Aizawa asked quietly. Midoriya identified dyslexia for Mina and I. Kaminari said quietly, sniffing. Endeavor abuses my family and me specifically. Todoroki answered, full of hate and sorrow. Aizawa wanted to smack himself on the head. How didn't he notice this was the reason he never used his fire? Midoriya was right, he was a horrible teacher and the school is horrible too. Why did they never do anything? Why did they never ask? After the students arrived at the dorms, they quickly went over to Midoriya's dorm, only to find it empty with a note. I told you a sorry won't fix this. Hopefully, you learn from this major mistake, and hopefully, Bakugou gets finally expelled and realizes that everything he did to me was wrong. Be ready for a lawsuit coming your way, as well as everyone else who neglected me and put me down. The students cried again as Ida read the note out loud. Principal Nizu was surprised to hear from Midoriya, but once he told him everything, Nizu was regretful and angry. Angry at himself and everything everyone has done wrong to Midoriya, and regretful because he didn't help Midoriya or recognize the signs. Midoriya left him with a long list of things to prove on, how to improve them, and a promise of a small lawsuit coming his way. He couldn't even be angry with him, because he was smarter and completely right. He called a staff meeting to discuss the changes and potentially get more information from Aizawa on the matter. Chapter 4. 5 Shinso's Quirk Part 2. Previous part. Monoma joined the duo a week later after they found him in tears under a tree. It's a sad story of how they found Monoma. Shinso and Midoriya had talked more, and it's been roughly a week since the bathroom incident, so Midoriya and Shindo both started to be very confident around each other and a little bit more around their classmates. Let me tell you one thing. Midoriya Izuku is a sassy, snarky, little sheet. Of course, internalized depression due to the bullying made it so that this will never resurface, but Shinso has seen a glimpse of it more and more, and since he doesn't react negatively, but encourages it, Midoriya brings it out more and more. So, just after 1 week, he had completely dropped his stutter. It only showed up after attacks and when Bakugou is around, which doesn't escape his classmates and teacher. Back to the point, Shinso has been hanging around Midoriya when they stumbled upon Monoma by the entrance to the forest of Yue. I swear to God, Midoriya has like a sixth sense for someone who is in trouble. Monoma was sitting under a tree, eyes closed with silent tears streaming down and heavy breath. It didn't seem like Monoma noticed them, too caught up in his panic attack, so Midoriya didn't hesitate to drag Shinso to him, because if he learned one thing from the years of bullying, it was how to recognize panic attacks on himself or others. Only one look from Midoriya and a glance to Monoma made Shinso stop struggling and convinced him to use his quirk. What's his name? Monoma Nito. Also, how does Midoriya always know so much about any person in the hero course? Heroes and sometimes villains. I mean, just look at his notebooks. He's able to tell you your weakness just from a glance, correctly guess your quirk because of your appearance and body language and even more. Nito. Can you hear me? Shinso asked carefully. The first name always gets a better reaction since not many people use it. He received some kind of noise answer. It was something like a grunt and a yes, which was enough for him to activate his quirk. Monoma's eyes were glossed over as he opened them, the tears eased, and once Shinso instructed him to do so, his breathing became normal. Shinso released his control and he and Midoriya backed away from Monoma to give him more space. Monoma instantly went defensive. What did you do? I mean, it helped? But what did you do? Are you gonna tell everyone about it? Laugh about me. Sate, that's why you're in class 1B. You won a brat will. I bet you also have a stick up your butt and are on a pedestal just because you're in 1A. Please. We didn't mean any harm and I know a panic attack when I see 1 dash. Midoriya tried but his anxieties got the best of him. Wait. I don't believe you. You just want a favor in return now that you helped me. Monoma exclaimed as Midoriya skidded to a stop. He finally understands. Shinso left the talking to Midoriya since he still can be a little insensitive, but he's learning. Midoriya has experience due to Eri and Koda and more. Monoma stopped. What? Why okay? I understand. Shinso has a quirk that lets him brainwash people who answer to him and it creates a kind of fog on the mind which is so calming for panic attacks. We used it on you because we knew it would since it helped me multiple times and I know that you had an attack since that's probably the only useful thing that 11 years of bullying taught me. We did it to help you, not because we wanted a favor in return and we would never tell anyone or laugh about it because we both know that feels horrible. If you want to I can leave since I'm in class 1A, but let at least Shinso stay to ensure you're better. Then, both Monoma and Shinso weren't expecting a whole speech. Note the little sarcasm and awe. It was even done without one stutter. Shinso would lie if he said he wasn't a little proud of his friend. Now, Monoma felt a little guilty because they had experience and he attacked them right after he was helped. The person from class 1A was possibly the only kind-hearted one from the whole class, so Monoma did what everyone in his situation would do, apologize. I'm sorry for being a J. You went defensive because you were vulnerable and you weren't sure if we had any ill intent. Shinso cut Monoma off because he was familiar with those feelings. Midoriya smiled a little. Do you want us to stay with you or leave you alone? We will never speak a word about it, promise? Midoriya left Monoma a choice and he was grateful for it. Could you stay? I feel like I need to vent everything out. Monoma spoke, unsure. Shinso just nodded and sat down on one side of him while Midoriya smiled brightly and sat down on the other side so that Monoma felt secure between those two. I'm just so done with everything. I feel like I don't have anyone here or anywhere for that matter, to just hear me out and not judge me, not see me as weak or brittle just because I was bullied in middle school for my weak quirk and everyone telling me that I could never be a hero alone since I need to copy quirks and Vlad King-sensei also only focuses on quirks and I know that it's not enough and this stupid rivalry that sensei makes everyone believe that we are less than 1A because B are B and Monoma started. Sobbing as he spilt everything out, cause once you start going you can never truly stop. Midoriya and Shinso listened quietly and provided support as Midoriya's mind raced with the possibilities. He was bullied and told his quirk would never be enough and when he made it into 1B they also only focused on quirks and not physical strength. I don't want to criticize a teacher but that is terrible. When are they supposed to train physical strength? Alone. Plus they only saw everything as a competition with class 1A and being a hero isn't about competition. First of all, I will start training with him as I do with Shinso in hand-to-hand combat. I also need to improve there, and strength training so that he will get agility and speed, just like Shinso, for his quirk. Midoriya decided on a plan as he further listened to Monoma's past and fears as he spilt everything out. Once Monoma was finished and calmed down, it felt like a weight was lifted off his iti, and he told his two saviors so. Midoriya smiled like the sun again, and Shinso gave a small smirk and the words, "We know." Midoriya introduced Shinso and Monoma to his ideas, and they both agreed instantly. They all left and made their way over to their respective dorms after they exchanged numbers and with the promise to be always there for each other. Monoma was 1 week into the friendship when he heard Midoriya's story and had to be held down in order not to murder Bakugou. He also learned Shinso's full story a few days later and had to be held down again to stop from suing or murdering all of his previous classmates. Both Midoriya and Shinso appreciated the reaction even though they didn't say it. They started to train together after school in hand-to-hand combat and build more muscle as well as speed, agility, reflexes, and flexibility, which didn't go unnoticed by the teachers. The trio also hung out more and more together, which didn't go unnoticed by their classmates. Some started calling them the trio, which they didn't mind, because they all heard more insults than some of the classes together. They all grew a strong bond and realized how protective Nido is, how snarky and sassy Izuku, and how kind Shinso is. Chapter 6 Hawks. This is before the Endeavor vs. Nomu, Episode 25. When after the raid and festival, Midoriya patrols, this time with Sir Night Eye himself, still in turn at the Night Eye Agency. Midoriya was happy to patrol again after everything that happened so far with his internship. At least Eri smiles and is happy. He and Nitai were currently just walking, patrolling, in the streets while Mirio was stuck doing some paperwork. A shiver went down his spine when he remembered the pile he saw at his desk. As they were patrolling, Midoriya tried to keep an eye and ear open from anything. Suddenly there was a slight change in the air current that he picked up, and he barely had time to get himself, Night Eye, and any other civilians out of danger. Sometimes he was happy that he was bullied, since picking up those things comes with many years of experience of dodging quirks and the bullies named. He saw that whoever that was had wings, they were tense, panicked, and in a rush. There was also a hint of bloodlust he could pick up on. It was someone with ill intent. "Sir, we need Hawks on this one. The guy is out for someone or something, judging by his stance, and he can fly. Possibly shoot the feathers but not control them." He gave a brief analysis to Night Eye, who relayed the message over his comms. Midoriya was working on bringing the civilians out of near danger and make them step away. Once he brought his notebook with him to the agency, and Night Eye had one glance at his page after convincing Midoriya's self-esteem that it was okay, he instantly focused on finding out his capabilities of analysis and was shocked to find out that the kid could tell the whole situation just from one glance. "Sir, are you okay?" He stayed polite and calm with the possible villain. "Where the F is she?" the villain screamed. "Sir, please calm down and explain the situation to me. Who are you searching for?" Midoriya tried again. "The beach. I know that you are here. Come out and give me back what's mine," the villain screamed, and Midoriya sighed, internally annoyed. Domestic abuse. He powered up, full cowling, for a small intimidation factor as lightning cracked around him. The villain slowly ascended into the air for intimidation and to see the audience more clearly. "Sir, please calm down and come down to the ground. Breathe with me and tell me the situation so that I can act accordingly. I need names." Midoriya tried to shift the focus of the villain on him and tell him the situation, as it will calm him down. The villain snarled and stayed in the air. "Why the F should I listen to some pathetic kid? Where are you, beach?" The villain screamed again, and Midoriya sighed internally again. The villain suddenly focused on a woman in the crowd, holding a small child, and Midoriya instantly poured one for all into his legs and jumped, intersecting the villain as Night Eye moved the crowd even more away. He knew that he currently couldn't do much with his abilities, so he made sure nobody could get injured. He also relayed the actions to Hawks, who can be already seen in the distance. Midoriya brought the villain back to the ground, only to bite his lip when he felt something sharp going from his lower ribcage to his torso on his left side. He knew and suspected that it would happen when he charged for the villain in the sky, but to stop him from taking a hostage, it was okay. It's not like he didn't have other hundreds of scars or an insanely high pain tolerance, if the sports festival was an indication, thanks to the bullies. He got over it pretty quickly but was met with a fist that he skillfully dodged last second. He turned the villain around into a locked position to put the cuffs on, but one of the feathers impeded itself into his hand, and he was forced to let go. The villain took off into the air again and Hawks flew right after him to take him down. Midoriya carefully checked the feather in his hand and was relieved that it just barely got into his skin, thanks to the new gloves. Come to think of it, he could shoot his air ball, but there was a chance he would hit Hawks, so he left that thought as he pulled the feather out. He completely forgot about his side oozing a little bit of BLD, much to the silent horror of Sir Night-Eye. Finally, Hawks caught the villain and brought him down to the crowd. He had a lazy smirk on his lips and Midoriya was ecstatic to meet him, but he pushed his fanboy down for later to freak out. "Thank you, Hawks-san." Midoriya addressed the hero before turning to the villain. "I will do the talking for you. 5 years of domestic abuse, spouse abuse and child abuse from what I can see. You are an alcoholic and drug addict, so you don't have much money. Wife finally left you after realizing you were using her to get a child. The court allowed her the divorce and take the child, so you searched for her the past 3 days, and when you found her from the tip of a friend, you flew here. Illegal quirk usage, by the way, to get her back, and now we're here. Anything else?" Hawks stared at the intern, probably in disbelief. How the hell did he all know this? He knew Midoriya Izuku's quirk from the sports festival, so a quirk was impossible. So what the hell? The villain looked down ashamed as the crowd in hearing range gasped at an accurate and believable analysis. "Thoughts of, can you bring them to the police station, Hawks-san, or should we do it? I'm still kinda new to this stuff, sir." Midoriya turned around as his anxiety came back and his mind went to calm down so he doesn't start mumbling. The crowd slowly dispatched and Hawks gasped in horror as the wound on the child's side. "How the hell is the kid not in pain?" "Hawks can carry him back to the station, but we also need to turn in our report, so we will meet him there. Also, please use the emergency kit in your costume." Sir Night-Eye explained and Midoriya nodded, though confusion was clear in his eyes as he slightly turned his head to the side. "What do you mean?" he asked innocently. "Your side wound." Midoriya looked at his side. "I'll do that at the police station." Hawks just shook his head as he flew off towards the nearest station with Midoriya and Night-Eye following him. When Midoriya entered the very familiar police station, he was met with the sight of Tsukauchi ordering the villain away and Hawks filling in some little bits of paperwork. The detective perked up. "Midoriya. Greetings, and I have the paperwork ready for you." "Hi, Tsukauchi-san." Midoriya replied enthusiastically. Tsukauchi looked at the wound and sighed. "You and your freakish pain tolerance, Midoriya. I told you to get some protection on the sides." He replied exhausted. "I will add then now, plus my pain tolerance isn't that high." Midoriya pouted and Tsukauchi just shook his head. Hawks piped out at the chance to ask the green bean a question. Yeah, I was wondering about that. How do you have such a high pain tolerance?" Hawks asked, intrigued. He saw the boy break his bones over and over again at the sports festival without even wincing. "Bullies do that to Yo Dash," he heard Midoriya mutter under his breath before he panicked and moved his hands in front of his face. "You might mean that I was clumsy in my childhood." Tsukauchi sighed and looked at Midoriya, who winced when he suddenly remembered the detective's quirk. "We'll get to that after the report," he told Midoriya, who winced again. Hawks decided to stay around and find out more about the resident sunshine of Class 1A of UA. Once everything was finished, Night-Eye, Hawks and Tsukauchi crowded around Midoriya as he winced again. He can't lie himself out of that one. "Midoriya, you Izuku, you can tell you what's wrong." Tsukauchi started softly and moved his hands to give Night-Eye and Hawks the signal to stay back. They did, thankfully. I don't want his chances to get ruined because I can't even shut my mouth," Midoriya stammered out, and Night-Eye could have slapped himself for not noticing what his low self-esteem was connected to. "I won't even put a mark on the person's record if you promise to tell me everything. If you want, we can go to a separate room," Tsukauchi said, convincing Midoriya as he nodded and asked to get a separate room. Tsukauchi leads him to an interrogation room and Night-Eye and Hawks quietly went to the other side of the glass. "I got my quirk late and was considered quirkless for 11 years of my life. It was just that my body would have been shredded to pieces if I had used it before. 'Cause I broke my arms the first time." Tsukauchi knew the actual reason due to his friendship to All Might Yagi, but he was impressed that he bypassed his quirk. So, the quirkless are seen as not even human, and my father left the moment he heard that to work overseas. My mother kinda didn't believe I could be a hero anymore since that was my dream the moment I learned what heroes were. My best friend turned on me and started to bully me. Midoriya got more confident and Tsukauchi wished for his quirk to pick out a lie, but everything was true. At first it was just verbal abuse. Then small shoves and kicks. By the time I got to my first year of middle school, I was Deku, the school punching bag in quirk training use. Midoriya said as he took off his top part of the costume to 1, fix the wound and 2, show all the scars. Tsukauchi was horrified and he felt so guilty. It was the police's job to find and ensure that the people would get what they deserved, and he felt like he let Midoriya down. Some of the scars looked like electricity was used, others were starburst-shaped, and some were knife wounds, others were burn scars, and many more littered his upper body. Hawks came in and hugged him from the side, giving him comfort as well as helped him patch himself up. Then he put the costume on again so that he didn't get cold for Midoriya. Midoriya didn't protest and just embraced it. When my main tormentor, abuser, bully, whatever wasn't there, there were death threats. Spider lilies to be exact on my desk. All because I was quirkless. One day my main bully told me to take a swan dive off the roof to get a quirk in your next life, and at that point of 11 years, the day I was pronounced quirkless, that day I nearly did it. Midoriya snorted and laughed welty and humorless. It even helped that All Might said that I can't be a hero without a quirk. Midoriya laughed again and Tsukauchi counted himself so lucky that this kid didn't go villain. He'd seen the analysis, he'd known they are terrifying, but he finds it lucky that Midoriya didn't go villain or he'd probably win. Why didn't you go to the police? Tsukauchi always wondered about that with bullying victims. Why didn't they get help? He had a feeling he wasn't gonna like the answer. Honestly. I tried. I did. The moment quirkless left my mouth, they scolded me for being attention-seeking and that I shouldn't lie to authorities. Tell me, would you have played it off as, it's probably not that bad, if I would have told you that I'm quirkless and my entire school, even the principal, abuse me for it? Even if your quirk said that I'm correct, would you have behaved differently? And don't try to imagine that now. Now I have a quirk. Now I've got the right for basic human decency and mental health necessities like friendship and love. I was finally deemed worthy of it now that I got a quirk. Tsukauchi was left speechless because he was right. Midoriya was right and he hates it. What do you mean by the entire school, even the principal, abused you? Tsukauchi asks in horror. Teachers looked away or joined in with the bullying. Called me out, specifically targeted me, etc. The principal gave me unfair punishments. Didn't even let me talk or hear my side of the argument, and everyone called me Deku, not Midoriya or Izuku. Midoriya explained, silent tears streaming down his face now, leaning into Hawks as much as possible. What about the heroes? Hawks asked gently. The what about me? Was left unsaid. Remember the slime incident? A boy jumps in to save another while the heroes just stand around dumb. Yeah, I jumped in to save my main bully right after he told me to die. The heroes were praising him because he had such a powerful quirk, and I was scolded for being attention-seeking, reckless, and stupid, and that they had it under control. The moment quirkless left my mouth, they scolded me and praised Bakugou for being so effing amazing. Midoriya knew he slipped up from the gasp coming from Tsukauchi and Hawks, who hugged his side to comfort Midoriya more and draped one wing over Midoriya. Izuku couldn't stop and didn't care if he spilt everything. He was on a rant and couldn't stop. I met that villain moments ago before All Might captured him, told me I couldn't be a hero, and I still ran in to save the person that suicide baited me. And the heroes scolded me. When you are in that slime you feel like drowning, and the USJ didn't help with the fact that I am now afraid of going into the water and drown. I nearly drowned there too. I will tell you everything that those 11 years got me. Not a single wrong thing, and Tsukauchi was afraid of the next part. Trust issues. Insomnia. Severe anxiety. Panic and anxiety attacks. Depression. Suicidal thoughts. PTSD from villains, Bakugou's explosions and water. Very low self-esteem. I'm touch-starved. I've nightmares and anything else you can think of in that direction, I probably have it. Midoriya finished his rant and finally broke completely down, spiraling into a panic attack. Hawks, of course, helped him right out of that one, and once Midoriya calmed down, Night Eye walked in. "Midoriya, you are taking the rest of the day off, please. Go with Hawks and we will continue this another time. Your choice will be prioritized with what to do with the abusers." Night Eye stated calmly, and Midoriya couldn't do anything but nod. After spilling everything and breaking down, he was just so tired. "He can rest in my apartment. I'll fly him there," Hawks suggested. "Thank you, Hawks." The detective thanked the hero as he picked the boy up in bridal style and flew out of the station. In the end, with some convincing of Hawks, Midoriya pressed charges against Bakugou and his elementary as well as middle school. Bakugou was moved to Gen Ed of UA and is taking anger management as well as therapy classes. Until he can provide evidence that he's changed, or win the sports festival in the second year, Bakugou won't be able to enter the hero course again, at any school and not just UA. Bakugou lost the whole friends of the Baku squad. They refused to call him that now, as Ishido, Kaminari, Siro and Kirishima had experience with bullying and reacted pretty harsh to finding out the truth about Bakugou. They all apologized to Midoriya for writing it off as nothing and promised that they will get better. The middle school was closed and the entire faculty, including the principal, were fired and got a mark on their record/profile. The elementary school faculty got just a mark on their record/profile as well as extra classes to learn how to sense discrimination in young children. Hawks received Midoriya's number and is now the unofficial protective brother of our resident Green Bean. He also got some tips on how to improve his quirk and get a little bit more away from the Hero Commission. Hawks still to this day doesn't know how Midoriya found out. His cryptic level is equal to Nizu's. A shudder and a sense of dread washed over everyone in the world the moment Nizu took Midoriya in as a personal student. Surely the precious cinnamon roll wouldn't hurt anyone. More like cinnamon roll. Chapter 7. De-aged Midoriya had all of the teachers' phone numbers. That was not a secret to his classmates, and they were even relieved that he had the means of communicating with them in an emergency. Yes, Ida had Mr. Aizawa's number, but that was only his. Midoriya had them all, including Nizu. Thank God Nizu hadn't found out about his analysis and the IQ. He kept that unknown for a reason. This is because, after the raid, Eri got very attached to Midoriya in particular, and when Aizawa-sensei took her in for quirk training and so that she wouldn't end up in the system. Meaning Midoriya would often visit her in the teachers' dorms. So they had made a group chat when Midoriya needed to come over. UA staff plus Midoriya Eraserhead. "Midoriya, we need you to come over ASAP. Deku, sure, on my way. Is everything alright? Present Mike, the listener is fine. But you are our best bet with kids, so. Deku, someone got hit by a de-aging quirk. How long does it last? Who was hit? Midnight? Holy cow, how do you always figure something out so quickly? Snipe, kid, that's Nizu's level of cryptic. Have you two been in contact lately? Deku, no, of course not. He only gave me his number for emergencies only, and I will not abuse that. Deku, also, let me in, I'm outside. The moment Midoriya entered the common room of the teachers' dorms, he was ambushed by a small figure jumping on him. He quickly caught Eri, even at the cost of a small flashback back to middle school. Deku, here, let me show you my new friend. Eri squealed excitedly and led Midoriya to the couch where a roughly 9 or 10-year-old Hawk sat. But he was different. No laid-back or relaxed stance or any of that. He was trying to make himself smaller and less noticeable, as if he's trying not to attract attention because attention means punishment if something was done wrong. Midoriya pushed the memories away. Best Jeanist brought him here after his and Hawk's mission had gone south and Hawk's was hit with the quirk. Roughly 3 days to a week. Depends on the person. Aizawa explained while Eri started drawing again and Hawks just sat there not willing to touch anything, likely expecting a punishment if he did. Okay, Midoriya said before he quickly put his hands up and signed, I'm sure you noticed that some kind of trauma is present. Aizawa and Yamada looked at him in shock before he rolled his eyes and explained further. Doesn't touch anything. Makes himself smaller. The Hero Commission f'd this up. The two teachers looked livid, but didn't voice anything and just nodded before leaving the room for a while. Midoriya knew the backstory of Hawks. He'd done his research, that may or may not have included hacking the HC, so from the younger Hawk's state, he could only guess what happened. Now, how did he get him to trust him? Would you like to draw? The brunette asked the blonde, who only slowly and uncertainly nodded. Midoriya took a piece of paper and some crayons as he sat in between Eri and Hawks. Who or what do you want to draw? He softly asked. Hawks waited for a moment before he slowly and quietly said, Endeavor. Midoriya bit back a growl and tried to school his face. Hawks didn't know, just like the rest of the population, what Endeavor did, so he had to play along. Okay, in which costume would you like to draw him? Costumes? Yes, see here, Midoriya answered as he pulled out his phone and started showing the younger Hawks the costumes in the right order. After a while, Eri spoke up, Deku, can we have something to eat? Of course. What would you like, Eri and Hawks? Midoriya asked. Can you make fired chicken? Hawks asked unsurely. He was slowly gaining more confidence the more Midoriya talked to him. Thank God. Apple salad. Please. Eri all but screamed. Midoriya nodded and fished out his phone to text the teacher GC. UA staff plus Midoriya Deku. Can I use the teacher's kitchen to make some food for Eri and Hawks? Also, does anyone else want to eat something? Eraserhead, go ahead, kid. Also, I'm good. Present Mike, is fried chicken an option? Deku, yep. Midnight, salad for me, Snipe. I'm currently out, so nothing for me. All Might, I'm meeting Tsukauchi right now, so nothing for me as well, young Midoriya. 13, I already ate, but thank you for the offer. Ectoplasm, no, thank you. Vlad King, I have to deal with Monoma right now, so nothing for me. Recovery Girl, a salad please, dearie. Cementos, I'm currently busy, so I'm good. Power Loader, have to deal with Hatsum again, so I'll pass. Deku, okay then. Thank you for allowing me to use the kitchen. After Midoriya finally got the go, he picked up all the crayons as well as the papers and put them on the counter by the kitchen. Then he picked up Eri and led Hawks to the two chairs by the counter and sat them there to resume drawing so that he could keep an eye on the two while cooking. Do you need help? Hawks carefully asked with a slightly desperate tone in his voice. He just wanted to do something, and God if that wasn't familiar to Midoriya since he also didn't want to feel useless. If you want to, then sure, Midoriya replied with a light smile and Hawks immediately went to go and help him. So while Midoriya cut the salad and the chicken fried, Hawks got the plates and cutlery needed for the food. Once everything was set and done, Midoriya put the two desired plates in front of Hawks and Eri, who would eat by the counter, left a plate for himself also there and put the rest on the table. He opened the GC again. UA staff plus Midoriya Deku. The food is done, so if someone wanted something it's on the table. Present Mike. Thank you listener, I'll be on my way now. Midnight, on my way Recovery Girl. Thank you dearie, for that the teachers at least have one proper meal once in a while. Deku, oh it's no problem. I like cooking so I don't mind making something for you all as well. Midnight, too. Sure. Deku. Recovery Girl, don't worry about it, dearie. Once everyone ate and Midoriya did the dishes, he finally decided that it was time to address the elephant in the room with Hawks. Eri went for a quick nap since she's still a small child, so Midoriya thought that now was a perfect time to address this. Hawks, I noticed something about your behavior. Midoriya started and saw how Hawks stiffened, so he backtracked a little bit. It's nothing bad, don't worry. It's just that it is very familiar and I wanted to know what exactly the Hero Commission did to you so that I can save you from them. Hawks started at Midoriya warily. Familiar, the young hero asked and Midoriya sighed. I notice things of A abuse because I have them A as well. Of course, currently, I have more E experience and can cover them up better, but I know some when I see some due to my P past. Midoriya stammered out and Hawk's eyes widened a significant amount. Can you tell me? He blurted out before cowering away, as if expecting to be hit. Midoriya smiled lightly as he prepared himself for the memory lane. Of course I can. I don't want to, though, so, I was declared quirkless at the age of 4, meaning I should have never gotten a quirk. My best friend, Bakugou, not your friend since that day, started to bully me and abuse me verbally at first because of that. He told the whole school and turned everyone against me, even the teachers. My father left because of that, and my mom stopped believing that I will never make it a hero and started treating me like glass, which wasn't nice. Other kids also started to bully me, and soon the verbal abuse turned physical, and then even quirks were used. I still have scars. I became Deku, and that continued for 10 years before the suicide baiting started when Bakugou told me to take a swan dive off the roof to hope for a quirk in my next life. The teachers never did anything, participated, or blamed everything on me. Even All Might told me at first that I couldn't be a hero that year, before seeing how I rescued Bakugou from the sludge villain that attacked me minutes before him. After I proved myself, which I never should have, All Might offered to train me, and so I got into UA with Bakugou. No one ever suspected anything because they knew Bakugou had anger issues but didn't act on it and never questioned my relationship with him. I got my quirk on the day of the entrance exam for God's sake, and Aizawa never checked. Midoriya ranted with his thoughts, interrupting now and then. All I needed was a quirk to get human decency. How silly is that? I was seen as lesser than everyone else because I was quirkless. He exclaimed angrily. Hawks was quiet for a moment before he hugged Midoriya to give him some comfort. Thank you, he whispered before picking up his volume. My family sold me to the HC because of my perfect quirk for heroics. They trained me and guilt-baited me every time I wouldn't do something or used other horrible methods to get me to train more, if you can even call it training. Hawks explained, and Midoriya guessed that there will be more in his later life, but he will figure that one out later. Thank you for trusting me, Hawks, with this information. Aizawa could only hold back his anger and tears after finding out what his problem child had been through. He would wait till Hawks was back to his normal self, and then they could act together against all of those teachers and Bakugou. Thank God he had his phone and started recording the sound the moment Midoriya said the words abuse and "ite" in the same sentence. After 3 other days of mainly Midoriya taking care of Hawks, the quirk's effect was finally reversed, and at first, he forgot what happened before he went livid and vowed to destroy those who hurt Midoriya. Hawks also got Midoriya's number and became protective when it came to Midoriya. Midoriya taking care of Hawks included not only preparing meals for Eri and Hawks, but also prepping meals for the teachers, which they very much enjoyed and hoped would happen more often because of Midoriya's cooking skills. The teachers could finally have a couple of proper meals per day in their stressful lives. Midoriya's past, take action. Hawks created a chat. Hawks added Eraserhead and Nizu Hawks. Okay. This needs to be addressed. Izuku shared this with me, and I can't let those BSTRDS get away with it. Eraserhead, Midoriya spast. MP3 Nizu, I see. I agree that action needs to be taken, for you as well, Hawks. Hawks, Wadash. Oh, the HC, yeah, but include Izuku in that one. I bet he already has some ideas. Nizu, will do. Nizu, now, here's what we will do. Midoriya was shocked to find out that his schools got a lawsuit sent their way, the teachers mostly fired, and Bakugou put into anger management as well as Class 1B and got a big mark on his record. One more thing and he's out, everywhere. Aizawa and the other teachers apologized for not noticing the signs earlier or acting upon them, and so grew Midoriya's trust a bit more. The class started asking questions, so it was revealed that Aizawa found out how Bakugou severely bullied, abused, and even suicide-baited a student in his previous school, and the teachers didn't write that down, so they only discovered it now. This cost Bakugou the friendship of Ishido, Shiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima, because they had experience with bullying and couldn't deal with Bakugou anymore. It was never revealed who that student was. Mina always pushed bullies away from others and saw the damage they can do. Other two were first-hand experienced. Aizawa and Hawks had made sure that Midoriya's mom had a stable income, and they both chewed out Inko for slight abuse of her son, even when he already got a quirk. I think that it counts as small abuse when everything was controlled by Inko. Midoriya was happy now that most of his problems were solved, at least a small bit. He also found it awesome to have Hawks as a kind of overprotective brother to him. He loved to feel finally protected. Now it was just a matter of letting Hawks free from the HC. And DMN if Midoriya didn't have a perfectly good plan together. Chapter, jump, I'm sorry Izuku, he still can't face reality. You always will be a useless Deku. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life. I'm sorry, young man, But I don't believe that you could be a hero without a quirk. These thoughts and memories swirl in Midoriya's head as he is slowly inching his way towards the end of the roof that All Might has left him on. His longing to jump, to end it all, to stop the suffering is incredibly overwhelming and he can't help but give in. Maybe it will be peaceful wherever he would go when dead. Once he is over the railing, he closes his eyes and finally relaxes his posture, letting gravity drag him forward, because who would stop him now? He only noticed in the last second that he jinxed it. Hawks was on his way back through Mustafa from a mission for the Hero Commission when he notices two figures far, far away on a rooftop. Of course, he does to investigate, but when he finally reaches it, he notices that the first person was gone and the second person, a kid oh no, is slowly climbing over the railing. The hero doesn't even hesitate before he darts forward to catch the kid and stop his suicide attempt. Whoa kid, why would you do that? The hero asks the child as he sets him down. Midoriya stared at him in disbelief. The number 3 hero. His luck couldn't get worse. But he is emotional, so his mouth filter is currently not functioning, so he stammers his response out. Can you become a hero without a quirk? And no stutter this time. Maybe he shouldn't ask because the hero will try to comfort him to stop his suicide. Unknown to the child, Hawks heard the last part of his mumbling, so he decided to reassure the kid that it was his honest opinion. I probably shouldn't be honest since you just tried to kill yourself - ouch, there comes the insensitivity, but you probably want me to be honest. So, yeah, if you have trained strong enough you could probably be a hero without a quirk, even if you would have to go underground. And again because Midoriya certainly didn't expect an honest answer, but he trusted the hero since he hasn't changed his opinion towards him even though he doesn't have a quirk. Something even All Might is incapable of doing. Hawk's jaw nearly dropped. The symbol of peace himself is guilty of quirk discrimination. He was glad the kid decided to trust him, but by the looks of the bruises and small scars that he saw when he caught the kid and the fact that he is light gives him a sorta understanding of the situation. The bruises were from bullies or home or both. Hawks had to find out. Hey kid, are you safe at home? The hero asked and the kid flinched a little bit. Too safe. So the sort of abuse that is done to protect the child since he isn't strong enough to protect himself because he is quirkless. The hero decides to take it one step further, hoping that the emotional high the kid was experiencing would loosen his tongue a bit. What about school? Teachers overlook everything and bring my grades down on purpose. The principal always says it's my fault. Students beat me up nearly every day, more often than not with quirks, specifically Bakugou. Suicide baited me for the first time today. He has an explosion quirk. The kid told him briefly and shoved his uniform top to the side where Hawks could see the star-shaped handprint scar on the shoulder. He sighed as he already decided to help this kid. God, he was barely 20, the kid was probably only 5 or 6 years younger than him. Let me guess that the authorities also had a similar reaction to your claims. The kid nodded. What's your name, kid? The hero asked, and he knew that once the kid started to shake that he slowly came out of his trance. The tears silently rolling down his cheeks for a long time already. Midoriya and the stutter is finally back. Izuku wasn't sure if he welcomed it or not. A/N. When Izuku thinks, Izuku, and for Hawks, Midoriya. Hawks smiled gently at Midoriya and Izuku felt instantly more at ease. The hero didn't hate him, thankfully, by some kind of miracle. He must seem pathetic, trying to become a hero, but his mother didn't let him go to dojos, even if they would accept him, due to his being too dangerous or because they didn't have enough money. Now they will at least after Izuku sells all his rare merch. Hawks listened quietly to Midoriya's rambling before an idea came to him. Straightening up, he moved to comfort Midoriya only to see him flinch away as if he expected to be hit. What did they do to him? He waited a moment till he moved again and slowly side-hugged the kid. He instantly noticed how touch-starved the kid was. Lord knows when the last time he was hugged by someone other than his mother. Hawks instantly decided that he was gonna help him. Hey Midoriya, how about you let me train you? You won't have to tell your mom and no money wasted. Plus if anything comes up you have the money from the merch, just like you said, right? Izuku carefully looked up, afraid of rejection. Why were you sure? I am QQ quirkless. He felt like he needed to clarify the statement just in case Hawks didn't understand. He closed his eyes prepared for the harsh words. But nothing came. Once Izuku opened them again, he saw Hawks smiling at him. "I know. My offer still stands." Hawks exclaimed. No negative comments, no laughs, no malice. Izuku felt accepted, for once in his life after his doctor told him harshly that he was quirkless. Then I will take it," Midoriya said with great, newfound determination, leaving Hawks thinking that he made the right choice. Over the next 10 months, Midoriya trained with Hawks in at first strength and speed, then agility and flexibility. Midoriya did some extra training in cleaning the trash-filled beach, which paid out in the end, judging by the muscles on his body. He told his mom that he had made a friend and they had some sort of bond which made him meet up more often. Izuku wasn't wrong, he and Hawks bonded definitely over memes and sassy remarks. Hold up, sassy remarks. Yep, under all that shyness was Izuku's true self. A sassy, mad genius with a lot of self-degrading jokes. God help the world if he and Nizu ever met. As Hawks helped Izuku come out of his shell, train him in hand-to-hand combat and the other stuff previously mentioned, Izuku helped Hawks to finally have a friend who won't judge him or use his status as a pro-hero. Because Hawks was still the youngest in the top 10 by far, he felt a little bit isolated, and thanks to Midoriya he finally had a friend, even with the 5-year age difference. Hawks learned that Midoriya was extremely good at analyzing pro-heroes and villains, so he let Midoriya analyze some people if he was stuck. Another good thing is that neither Midoriya's mom or the Hero Commission found out about their relationship. The Hero Commission only knew that Hawks was always visiting an informant, which, considering the analysis, true. Izuku had gotten more confident due to having finally a brother figure, real friend, so when he stopped his stutter and just ignored Bakugou whenever he could. He would wait until UA to finally spill the truth about Bakugou since his record was spotless. Aldra even had cameras that showed the bullying and he had scars to prove it. Since Aldra would never do anything, he hoped that UA would be less neglective. They have Eraserhead teaching there so. Izuku was thankful that his mother let him apply to the hero course, but he knew she did it because then he would finally see how dangerous being a hero was. Midoriya had passed the UA written exam with only 2 mistakes. In the physical exam he had gained thanks to Hawk's 27 villain points, but also because he is heroic, 55 rescue points, and passed the exam. Once the school day ended after the quirk assessment test from Aizawa/Eraserhead, he had gotten 11th place. Izuku made his way towards the principal's office. He knocked a couple of times. "Come in," came the happy voice of Nizu. "Midoriya? What brings you here? I hope there weren't any discrimination problems." "Oh well, not really. You see, I had hoped that I wouldn't be put in the same class as Bakugou." Izuku carefully started as he sat down in front of the principal, who perked up in interest. "And why is that?" "We have a long history. Mainly of him bullying me, which continued the moment I stepped into the classroom. I was hoping Eraserhead would notice it, but I digress. Due to my status, Bakugou took it way too far already. I guess UA was just the final straw." "Do you have any evidence?" "Plenty. I was actually on planning to go to court if this won't work out. Most of it is from our previous school and kindergarten." Izuku explained as he pulled out a black USB stick and gave it over to Nizu. The animal hummed in though. "I see. I will have Aizawa tell me what happened today and watch the footage. Necessary changes will be made, that I promise you." Nizu bowed as he took the USB. Izuku let out a sigh of relief that he didn't know he was holding. The principal was going to do something. "I hope that Bakugou won't get off with only a slap on the wrist, if I may be honest, Principal Nizu. Due to his quirk and the traumatic past, I have developed anxiety and PTSD at a very young age. I was suicidal and depressed as well, but that is finally cured after an attempt at the jumping off a roof. I have a file with more information on the stick. Thank you for nor jumping to conclusions just because I am quirkless. I will take my leave now." With that, Midoriya exited the office and Nizu waited a couple of moments before he called Aizawa. Aizawa and Natsu were horrified at the discovery of what Bakugou had been doing to Midoriya and what the boy suffered from it. Nizu confirmed that all the footage was true and not tampered with. Both heroes decided to send it to Tsukauchi for investigation before setting up a meeting with the Bakugists the next day. Aldra was getting closed down. The stunt that Bakugou pulled during battle training should have been stopped instantly and was undeniably attempted murder. Midoriya survived only because of the reflexes that the bullying gave him and his fast reaction time because of Hawks. Izuku was never more thankful. Hawks was never so close to killing someone. Bakugou was never this close to villainy. Bakugou was expelled, under constant watch so that he didn't turn to villainy, and everything will be marked in his file. With that, he would barely get into another hero school. His parents put him into therapy multiple times a week and were also now keeping a close eye on him. Izuku felt finally at ease, even if it would take years to lessen the PTSD. With Hawks, his big brother, he could do it. Class 1A Thursday 8:23 p.m. Pikachu. Midori, how do you have that much pain tolerance? The Rock. What happened? Pikachu? Oh, just that I shocked him and he carried on like nothing happened. Cinnamon Roll. Oh, so that was that weird feeling. I was wondering about that. Floating. Izuku, what the F dash? Class Prez, Achiko, language. Class Prez, we all should also be in bed right now, trying to sleep. Cinnamon Roll. Cinnamon Roll. That's what 11 years of bullying/abuse does to you. High pain tolerance and mad reflexes. The Rock, Midobro. Pikachu, Midori. Floating, Izuku. Why didn't you tell us? Cinnamon Roll. I told you now, didn't I? Plus Bakugou is still here, so I don't really trust any of the teachers. Look, why didn't they look into our rivalry? The Rock, you don't mean. Cinnamon Roll. Yeah, it was Bakugou who always beat me up and used his quirk on me. He was the reason the teachers helped or turned a blind eye, the reason the other kids used their quirk on me or insulted me. Bakugou was the one who told me to take a swan dive off a roof. Alien Queen, Bakugou, did all of this. Cinnamon Roll. Why do you think I'm always so skittish around him and cower or flinch every time he uses an explosion in my direction? 11 years of abuse do that to you. Pikachu. Class Prez, Izuku. The Rock. I never thought that Bakubro would do something like this. Cinnamon Roll. He was always like this, and the teachers never bothered to correct him since he had a perfect quirk for heroics. I have PTSD because of him as well as anxiety and depression. That smile that I always give. A fake mask. I'm sick of pretending, so I'm spilling everything. Pikachu, PTSD. Cinnamon Roll, post-traumatic stress disorder. Something anyone can get after one or many traumatic events. Pikachu, I was often bullied because of my quirk backlash. Can I hang out with the Deku squad? I honestly don't want to face Bakugou anymore after that. I'm sorry that I never stopped Bakugou because I had my suspicions. The Rock. I was also bullied for having a weak quirk. If it's okay, I would like to hang out with the Deku squad as well. Alien Queen. I was actually bullied because of my appearance. Alien Queen. I don't want to be part of the Baku squad anymore. How come that the people that were bullied hung out with the possible worst bully? Spider-Man. I don't know, but I'm sorry that I never stopped him. Midoriya. Floating. I never knew that you suffered so much. Why didn't the teachers ever do anything? Shouldn't there have been at least a mark on his record? Cinnamon Roll. Do you think that the teachers would let their star student have a mark of illegal quirk use, bullying, abuse, and suicide baiting on his record? No, of FNG course not. PAD. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I just let his behavior go on and didn't interfere. Cinnamon Roll. Honestly, I knew that you all at least wouldn't interfere since we have way too much on our plate because of school, but the teachers not interfering is the reason that I don't trust them at all. Maybe Aizawa gained a little bit of my trust, but even All Might is too naive to see the true personality of a person because of their quirk. Cinnamon Roll. I have suffered way too many panic attacks because of them pairing me and Bakugou together. Class Prez. I was concerned where you always disappear to after you and Bakugou had to work together every time. The Rock. But you went with us to save him. Cinnamon Roll. No, I went with you so that the group wouldn't get killed by the attempt to save that bully. My plan worked and nobody got hurt, right? Goddess, that is true. Pikachu, you went to meet him after curfew and got into a fight. Why didn't you just not go? Cinnamon Roll. I was afraid of what he'd do to me if I said no. I did that once before and I still have a scar from his explosion on my body. Spider-Man, I never saw any scars on you except the once of your quirk every time we changed cinnamon roll. Makeup exist. I have it on those scars 24/7 and reapply after each shower. PETD, can we see you without the makeup? Cinnamon roll, sure, I already spilled everything so no point wasting money now. Ida Tenya Aizawa Shoyuda 9:04 p.m. Ida Tenya, Screenshot 1. PNG Ida Tenya, Screenshot 2. PNG Ida Tenya, Screenshot 3. PNG Ida Tenya, Screenshot 4. PNG Ida Tenya, we as a class are starting to distrust the teachers. Midoriya knows that you will only do something now because I brought it to your attention. No wonder he doesn't trust the school. Aizawa Shoyuda. Aizawa Shoyuda, thank you Ida. Teachers of UA 9:12 p.m. let me sleep, Screenshot 1. PNG let me sleep, Screenshot 2. PNG let me sleep, Screenshot 3. PNG let me sleep, Screenshot 4. PNG let me sleep, Screenshot 5. PN let me sleep, how could have we been so blind? Bone Man. 12 a.m. This is horrible. SM, why didn't we notice this? Cryptic God. This is certainly concerning, but Ida is correct. We will act now only because it was brought to our attention. I will personally investigate Aldra School. Bone Man. I guess we were all a bit naive when it came to young Bakugou. I really thought he was just this harsh because of his quirk, but considering that young Midoriya was quirkless before I helped him train, I should have seen it. Let me sleep. Midoriya was quirkless. Why the hell was I not informed about this? No wonder he had no control of his quirk. Bone Man, I was supposed to inform you. Let me sleep. I thought that he was just lazy and never trained his quirk, but oh god Yagi, this is why you should have never become a teacher without a license. In training, they teach you these things. Bone Man, I messed up pretty badly. 12 a.m. Yeah, now I see why Shoyuda was against you in the first place. I agree with him honestly. Not cool Yagi. We could have helped Midoriya to control his quirk, but no, you are a bad teacher and he learned to control it only because he went to your old teacher's internship. Bone Man, he never complained. I think it might be obvious why. Cryptic God. This is more concerning. I thought that you would at least have common sense, All Might. But I see my mistake nonetheless. Nizu Midoriya Izuku 9:36 p.m. Nizu, Screenshot 1. PNG Nizu, Screenshot 2. PNG Nizu, are you willing to tell me everything that occurred before you entered my school? Midoriya Izuku, do I actually have a choice? Nizu, of course. I know that sometimes to talk about the past is strong, so I won't push you. Nizu, you also don't have to alter anything, since I am aware of All Might's quirk. Midoriya Izuku, do I have to keep it calm and proper? Nizu, no, you can do anything from writing it down to screaming it as long as I can understand it. Midoriya Izuku, will I be recorded? Nizu, only if you want, in case you have to retell it and don't want to a recording would be beneficial. Midoriya Izuku, then only voice recording. I might also spiral into a panic attack or my PTSD. Nizu, and I will wait patiently and help you. Midoriya Izuku, did you have your suspicions? Nizu, yes. Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, why didn't you act on it? Nizu, no evidence to give to Aldra to get the recordings a legal way. Other ways don't count in court. Midoriya Izuku, that makes. Midoriya Izuku, why letting us be paired together? Nizu, I have tried my best to keep you apart after the exams. That's where my suspicions were proved a bit. Midoriya Izuku, you are aware that I still have basically zero trusts in most of the teachers, right? Nizu, I am aware. Midoriya Izuku, fine, I'll come to your office tomorrow after school. Nizu, I will prepare everything. Nizu, Midoriya Izuku Friday 5:42 p.m. Nizu, Bakugou will be expelled and there is a big permanent mark on his record. Someone will watch over him so that he doesn't commit to villainy. Midoriya Izuku good. Nizu, are you sure you want to leave? Midoriya Izuku, yes, I'm sure that another school will gladly take me in. Nizu, I apologize for our lack of interference before. Class 1A Ha Friday 5:53 p.m. Cinnamon Roll has left the chat. The Rock. King Explosion Murder was kicked and banned from the chat monkey. What is happening? Class Prez. I need to inform you that Bakugou was expelled for his actions towards Midoriya, while Midoriya left the school for its neglecting. PED, really? And not even a goodbye. Floating, I will say that we also saw the behavior and never brought it to Aizawa-sensei's attention. Pikachu, I mean Uraraka is right. Alien Queen, do we know which school he went to for his second-year class prez? I'm afraid not even the teachers itself know that. The only person/animal who will know is Principal Nizu. The Rock. Midobro probably asked to keep it secret so that we don't go after him. Pikachu, wasn't UA his dream school or something humst? That can always change. Sparkle, it is a tragedy that two very powerful students left the school floating. Bakubich didn't leave, he was expelled. Sparkle, apologies. Chapter 10 Heroes. Midoriya loved heroes. He was always at the front of their fights, as many as he could, at least before and after school. Also one of the reasons he is the fastest in class, if not school, writing in that notebook of his and quietly muttering to himself, even though he was trying to get out of that habit. His love for heroes was mostly because of their quirks, he didn't have one, which is why his notebooks were encrypted and in German. Not many people know this language in Japan, since they contained a very detailed analysis of the hero's quirks, strength, weakness, you name it. That could be their downfall. His mother had made him aware of that fact when she saw notebook number 8. Midoriya never thought that anybody would notice him. He was a useless, worthless, quirkless Deku after all. He kind of jinxed it, didn't he? The heroes did notice him. His green hair kinda made sure of it. They called him Miru, which translates to watch or see because he was always looking at the fights. He had gained quite a reputation among the heroes, and if he shows up to your fights that means that you are usually a good hero. Surprisingly, Endeavor encountered him only once while in a fight, which made the other heroes a bit suspicious. Underground heroes encounter him sometimes at night, with the start of their patrol, and some rarely saw him at midnight wandering around the streets, when Izuku needs to get out of his borderline abusive protective mother. At first, none of the heroes knew much about him, but he became quickly popular once Hawks had to save him once and had a peek at the notebook, later stating that it was encrypted and in another language, making them a lot more interesting. Once Power Loader was able to get a semi-blurry picture of one of the pages, it took Nizu a day to decipher the code and ended with a very impressive analysis of Eraserhead's quirk. Nonetheless, the heroes went wild and tried to get a photo of their section so that they could improve their quirks, costume design, or support gear. Izuku noticed, of course, that the heroes improved and were paying more attention to him, but he paid it no mind because what could heroes possibly want from a useless, quirkless Deku? Hawks was the first one to have a full conversation with Miru, and he was very proud of it. It was right after one of those bigger villain attacks with collateral damage, and Izuku was on his way out when he heard a small whisper and cry for help. Knowing that the heroes probably wouldn't hear it or listen to him, he made his way over. There he saw a small child, maybe 5 or 6 years old, lying under some rubble from the building. Izuku first checked that it was safe to move the rubble and then made his way over to the child. "Hey there, do you need some help?" he asked, kindly and quiet enough to not start the boy. The boy looked up to him with hopeful eyes and nodded. "Okay, I will help you then. Does it hurt somewhere?" The greenette asked, and the boy pointed with his free hand towards his left leg. Izuku smiled again to reassure the child and made his way over towards that rubble. "I will lift this and then you need to be brave and crawl out. I will then put the stone back down and help you up and inspect you for more injuries." Izuku didn't know where that confidence came from. Saving people was all he ever wanted to do, and especially with kids his nervousness seemed to be gone. He never truly understood. Once Izuku lifted the rubble and made a note to do maybe some strength training, the boy crawled out. Izuku let down the rubble instantly and rushed to the boy. Due to Kachin and other bullies, one had a knife quirk which is so cool but hurts. He had to learn everything about medical care and how to treat wounds. He started with 9, so he looked at the injuries and didn't find anything life-threatening. Suddenly one of the higher-up rubble loosened and was about to fall onto Izuku and the boy, so Izuku quickly grabbed him and tried to get away, like all the other people in the area. Izuku, however, was the closest, having helped the child, and he knew he wouldn't get away in time. It seems like Hawks knew that too since he swooped in and took them as the rubble fell. Hawks deposited the two of them by the ambulances stationed near the fight. The paramedics were surprised that he knew what kind of injuries the boy had but thanked Hawks. Hawks then pulled the identified mirror over. Izuku was nervous and kinda sad since he knew that he was about to get scolded. He cowered and looked at the ground, ready for a hit or anything of that nature. Hawks took notice of that. "Hey, that was pretty heroic what you did for the child. I watched as you help him out of the rubble. Good job. What do you want to be when you grow up?" Hawks praised Miru, and Izuku couldn't believe his ears. He was being praised and looked up to see Hawks smiling at him slightly. Izuku allowed himself to relax a little. "Oh, I want to be a hero," and the stutter came crashing back. "Well, kid, I think that you can make it," Hawks reassured him, and with that they parted ways. Izuku very happy since someone believed in him for the first time. He probably thinks that I have a quirk. And Izuku's mood was ruined again. After that, Izuku met more and more heroes and had little talks with them during his second middle school year. He never told them he was quirkless because it was always a different hero and the talks were short. Plus he never received any praise, not even his mother, so he basked in the small praises and reassurances the heroes gave him. Even if they thought that he had a quirk. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life. A hero without a quirk. "I'm sorry, but I don't think so, young man." The words still echoed in his mind as he headed towards the explosions. Hopefully, taking more notes will cheer him on. "Look, kid, this was extremely dangerous and reckless, but at least you had a plan and got us precious seconds, so thank you for that. Maybe get a license first." Kamui Woods tried to contain his excitement that he finally got to meet the famous Miru nonetheless with such a heroic stunt he pulled. He was kinda ashamed that he didn't think of targeting the eyes and mouth of the sludge, but then again he didn't have overpowered and incredibly awesome analysis skills. Izuku couldn't believe his ears. Yes, he was scolded a little bit, but he was also praised, and Kamui Woods even said that he should get a license first. "Okay, DMN, you stutter. By the way, could I have some tips on how to utilize my quirk better? You are kind of famous in the hero community, Mir." Kamui spits out quickly before he could stop himself. He wanted to know if the kid had good ideas. Sue him. Izuku's thoughts skidded to a stop. "I'm sorry. You said I'm famous." Izuku was panicking. How is he famous? Is that why heroes talk to him? What is going on? Kamui noticed his mistake and asked Eraserhead to quickly help him out via text. While Izuku was panicking, he didn't notice being led away by Eraserhead and towards UA. He nearly panicked again once he realized that. "So are we going to Eraserhead, sir?" Izuku stammered out. "Nizu wants to meet you ever since he read one of your notebook's pages." Izuku stopped the moment Eraserhead spoke that sentence. "It's in code," he spoke confidently, giving Aizawa nearly a whiplash. He decoded it. Power Loader managed to get a semi-blurry picture of it. "You are known as Miru because you always watch our fights," Eraserhead explained calmly, and Izuku nodded in understanding while resuming their way towards Yua. Izuku finally processed everything that happened in the last hour once he entered Nizu's office. There he discovered Detective Tsukauchi sitting with the principal. It seems like they were in a meeting before they were informed that Izuku was coming. "It's nice to finally meet you," the principal exclaimed excitedly. He's been wanting to meet the mysterious green-haired boy since he read his notes. It's nice to meet you too, Principal Enizu and Detective Tsukauchi," the boy greeted the two. Tsukauchi was baffled that Miru knew who he was, but guessed that he probably saw him somewhere with heroes and researched him. "Do you mind telling us your real name?" Tsukauchi asked as the boy slowly sat down onto a chair next to the detective. "Oh, it's Izuku Midoriya." True, Midoriya looked skittish and stressed. "I have seen your incredible analysis, Midoriya. Do you have an analysis quirk or something similar?" Nizu remarked, and Izuku stiffened. Of course, they would think that it's the work of a quirk. Anger rose in him, but he pushed it down again. "Oh, I'm quirkless." "True," Izuku explained, and Tsukauchi looked at him in shock. "That level of analysis is better than most professionals. How long is he working on that skill?" "Well, that is an incredible feat then, since this is better than most professionals can do." How did you get on that level? Nizu asked the question that was occupying everyone's minds. I started when I was 4 and my quirk didn't come. From there I had a lot of free time that I spent analyzing. True, Izuku played anxiously with his hands, hoping that they wouldn't ask further. Looks like he's out of luck. A lot of free time, Tsukauchi was curious. Why yeah, my mum didn't let me out alone until I was 10 since it was too dangerous for me and, I didn't have friends. Quirkless and all. True false true. Izuku explained and Tsukauchi was now interested. His mother may have said that it was too dangerous for him but he knows that she is lying. But you don't think that she made you stay in the house because it was dangerous, isn't it? Nizu asked further and Izuku nodded. She is so protective of me it can be seen as abusive. Quirkless and all. True, admitted Izuku. He tried his best to not start crying since it was a very strong topic for him with the bullying. Thank you for telling us. Do you want us to do something? Nizu asked. No. If I caught the hero's eyes then I just have to make sure she doesn't find out. True, and if that wasn't concerning, then Tsukauchi didn't know what was. Very well then, do you mind if you tell us more about the school situation? Nizu pushed further. Izuku tried to get something out without giving too much away but quickly gave up. He sighed. It's long overdue that he gets it off his shoulder. The whole school is against me thanks to a childhood friend turned bully or abuser. Beating every day and I have many scars from them, the only reason that I know so much about medicine and treating wounds. Mum doesn't know or she knows and ignores it. Sometimes I get death threats or suicide baits because I am quirkless and wanted to be a hero. Teachers turn a blind eye or push the fault on me, same with the principal. If someone hit me then it's my fault and I get sent to the principal and the other student to the nurse, even though I have obvious wounds. True, Midoriya ranted. Tsukauchi nodded that everything was true and the 3 adults were horrified. Just because he's quirkless. That's horrible and the school should be shut down. Hopefully, there is evidence for everything. You said that you wanted to be a hero. Not anymore. Eraserhead asked the shaking teen. Yeah, you kinda lose motivation when All Might himself tells you that you can't be a hero because of a gene factor, even though I'm sure he was quirkless before One for All was given to him. True, Izuku noticed that he said too much, but he didn't care. I mean Tsukauchi is All Might's friend and he will be teaching here next year, so they will probably find out either way. How do you know that? Tsukauchi was on edge. Only really 4 people, now 6, know about his secret, so how did a teenager find out? Saw him deflate and he told me it was from a fight 5 years ago, did some research and boom, All Might versus All for One. It's easy hacking into security cameras once you know they are there. True, Izuku explained and Tsukauchi was very close to punching Yagi. How is that idiot so careless? Nobody else knows, Eraserhead asks and Midoriya nodded. We will at least take the school under investigation. For now, I wanted to know the extent of your abilities and if you want to study under me. Nizu dropped the offer and Izuku's head snapped to him that gave everyone in the room whiplash. Are you sure? Midoriya asked and Nizu simply nodded with a sly smile. So Midoriya took a deep breath and ranted everything possible for Eraserhead, from statistics to his quirk specifically and even coming up with new ways for him to use it. A whole 2 minutes later, everyone in the room was baffled and shocked by the sheer amount of knowledge that Midoriya has. Plus, that is truly incredible, Midoriya. Do you maybe want to complete this test that I made? Don't worry if you can't answer some questions, they are meant to be like that so there will be some level which you haven't reached. Nizu continued testing Izuku further for the next 2 hours. In the end, Nizu was ecstatic because this child is a genius. Aldra was investigated and shut down as a result of the conversation. In the end, Izuku was taken from his mother, thank God, and became a ward of UA where he studies under Nizu and will attend the hero course lessons once he has reached the legal age. Bakugou was blacklisted from UA the morning of the exam since he attacked Izuku who spiraled into a panic attack and they found out he was the main tormentor. Of course, Bakugou went to a different school's hero course but is still watched because of his file. Instead of Bakugou, Monoma entered Class 1A along with Shinso, because Midoriya filmed the perverted behavior of Mineta and he was expelled. After the sports festival Monoma, Shinso, Midoriya and Todoroki bonded over the trauma and became very close best friends. The heroes all got to meet Miru, who gave them packets of analysis that helped them improve. Midoriya has now many heroes to fall back to when he's in trouble or needs a favor. Only the number 1 and 2 heroes never got one, plus some corrupt as well. It was how Stain at first identified them. They suddenly didn't improve drastically. A few other heroes than the staff of UA knows Miru's real name, which was Hawks, Night Eye and Miruko. Chapter 11 Villain Izu. Hey Izuku, why'd you become a villain? Toga suddenly shouted across the room as everyone fell silent. They all knew that their past is negative and drove them to villainy, but everyone shared their story except Dabi and Izuku. The curious heads turned towards Izuku, who sighed. I guess it is finally time to tell you, huh? He paused for a moment. You know that I'm quirkless, right? A couple of people nodded. Well, we are not treated greatly. Nobody believed in my dream of a hero, my mom apologizing after I was diagnosed, like some kind of disease. My best friend turned on me and bullied me, as well as turned all the schools against me just because he had the perfect quirk for heroics. I became to despise him and everyone else. Daily death threats, beatings, and all the insults. My name wasn't Izuku Midoriya, it was Deku. He took a breath to remain his calm posture. One day at the start of my 3rd year in middle school, my childhood friend turned bully told me to take a swan dive off the roof to hope for a quirk in my next life. First time Mr. Hero to be said that to me, and it hurt more than anyone's else because I knew that he was once kind to me. It was the same day All Might heard the word quirkless and instantly told me that I could never become a hero. So, I became a villain instead. Izuku finished and looked around to see furious faces. For the League of Villains, they all behaved very much like family since most of them don't have anyone else to turn to. The villains were the outcasts of society, the scapegoat for everything bad the oh-so-good heroes did. Izuku knew who Dabi was and it angered him to no point, but he couldn't convince him to take action without revealing his knowledge. He'd have to wait for Dabi to make his first move. Why don't you pay them back? The question from Shigaraki caught Izuku off guard. What do you mean? The shorter boy asked, confused. Hack the schools, get the videos and display each name except your own. Let that childhood friend verify everything that happened and proving that the videos aren't fake by telling everyone your name. A perfect way to reveal your identity and take revenge. Contrary to popular belief, the video games and the leadership lessons he got made Shigaraki very smart. The same with Izuku, even though he was more focused on the heroes' quirks and how to take them down, which is why they were able to form an alliance with Stain in the first place. Maybe I will. It will be a large scandal, and I believe I even have a recording of what All Might said. Oh, this is perfect. Beware, Bakugou. I'm coming for you. Ha. Izuku fell into a laughing fit while everyone else sneered lightly. Bakugou. Izuku had managed to get all of the recordings from his schools and everything that was done wrong to him. He blurred his face out and added the names over each other person. It was tedious, especially the older videos, but he had quite the clip. With cutting to the actual crimes and some other stuff, it was precisely 6 years duration of footage and everything went for a total of 11 years. He voiced over some bits and saying why exactly he became a villain and what his villain name was. Then he posted it and watched the chaos ensure. The video instantly went viral under the name Villain Miru, Origin, and it took only a couple of hours before the police heard of it. The moment they finished watching the video, Tsukauchi made his way towards UA and ordered the tech specialist to take that video down. It was fake, right? Too late that the damage was already done. Tsukauchi stormed into the Class 1A lesson and told Bakugou to follow him outside. The teacher followed and Jairu used her quirk to listen to the conversation and broadcast it to everyone in the class. Bakugou, a video is going viral of you bullying the villain Miru into villainy. The video is being taken down, but many people have already seen it. The detective spoke quickly and showed Bakugou the video while Jairu took out her phone and showed it to everyone. Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life? The video showed Bakugou, labeled as Bakugou Katsuki, hero in training at UA, above his head, talking to another boy who stilled at those words. Once Bakugou left, the boy mumbled a "maybe I will," before also disappearing. The class was horrified. Bakugou was harsh and aggressive, yes, but suicide baiting. He was a hero in training, would never do such a thing, right? Jairu stopped the video and listened again to what Bakugou and the detective were saying. Bakugou, do you know who that person is? The detective asked. Of course not. Bakugou instantly replied and the detective gasped. My quirk is, lie detector, Bakugou. Tell us the truth. Is everything he is accusing you of the truth? The class waited anxiously for his answer. Fine. Yes, it's true if heirs. That quirkless loser Deku had it coming. Bakugou finally admitted and stood by his actions. The class was shocked and started to hate the resident Pomeranian. He wanted to be a hero, why would he do that? What's his name? The detective asked that maybe Bakugou just believed he did that and not knowing his name would prove that. Midoriya Izuku. Stupid, quirkless, useless, worthless Deku is now a villain. I nearly saved everyone and showed my heroic sense by keeping everyone away from that villain. Bakugou exclaimed and cut off the detective's last hope and thought. You are the one who pushed him to villainy, Bakugou. It's your fault he is like this. All Might's as well, but we still haven't talked. Everyone will believe the video because it's true, so follow me to the principal's office. With that, the detective, Bakugou and Aizawa-sensei made their way to Nizu, not before the students heard a mutter of, how could I have been so wrong, from Aizawa. A tense silence followed the conversation that was overheard, the classmates unsure of what to say. Some of the girls started sobbing and quietly crying over the villain. It really should have been the other way round. The bully should have become the villain and the victim the hero. But life was never fair. Kirishima broke the silence. I had experiences with bullies. To think that Bakugou did something like that? I don't think I want to remain friends with him. He trailed off. Mina perked up. Everyone in the formerly known Baku squad, Kirishima, Siro, Kaminari and myself have dealt with bullies. To think that we wanted to be around the possibly worst bully in the world. Mina trailed off again and Jairu nodded along. Why would he do such a thing? ITH thought he wanted T to be a hero. And All Might too. What did they do? Uraraka asked sobbing. Jairu pulled out her phone again and played another clip. Do you think someone quirkless can be a hero? A voice cried. There was no video, and they all knew that it was a call for help. They recognized the signs. A hero without a quirk. I don't think so. It is nice to dream, but you have to be realistic, young man. What? Why would he do that? That was a cry for help. Uraraka broke down sobbing with more people now joining in. How could the symbol of peace say that? Nizu watched the students' reactions carefully and was himself horrified. To think that he let such student learn here and that he let All Might be around kids so much when he clearly couldn't handle them was a large mistake on the principal's part. Now that the information was leaked, he'd have to publicly announce that Bakugou was expelled and All Might was not allowed to teach anymore. What a mess, the rodent thought as he dialed the number of Bakugou's parents. To say that Mr. and Mrs. Bakugou were furious was the understatement of the century. How could their son do that to sweet little Izuku? He drove him to villainy, for God's sakes. And he didn't even regret it, all because of a stupid gene. Inko was openly sobbing. She knew that it was her son in the video, she knew that he was a villain now. And yet, she didn't blame him but herself because she had been overprotective bordering on abusive because of his quirklessness and never truly supported him. All Might's popularity sank quite a bit after that and Bakugou was pretty much hated by the public as well as the school and everyone else participating or mentioned in the video. The hero system was falling and the commission couldn't uphold it because it was public and fewer people started to trust heroes. After all, if UA accepted a bully, who else? Turns out a domestic house and child abuser, as the truth of Endeavor came out after Dabi revealed who he was the same way that Izuku did. Hero society fell. The villains won. Chapter 12 Wait. What? Midoriya and Bakugou hate each other. The whole class knows that all the teachers know that. They don't know their past together, except that they grew up and fell apart at some point which in the end formed a weird rivalry between them. The class was never sure about what those two would do if they are left alone, so they try not to. Izuku and Katsuki do truly hate each other, for the most part at least. They both still sometimes think back to the promises or secret codes they made. One was a communication code that Katsuki sometimes uses to get the nerd's opinions silently on something. What sometimes seemed like pointless angry and anxious tapping from the two, what sometimes also looked like a competition on who taps the pencil on the desk the faster, was something similar to Morse code Katsuki made up with Izuku's big brain to help, not the other way round, no, definitely not. Izuku and Katsuki had also code words or phrase that, if spoken, sometimes means that the other must leave the room immediately to avoid suspicion or act a certain way. Do you think that worthless and useless were random words in random order spoken? Of course not, they were both smarter than that. It was a save tactic, also back in middle school since Katsuki didn't want to be seen with Izuku. He realized halfway through second middle school that bullying was wrong but kept going so that Izuku wouldn't be targeted more because Katsuki laid off. Because even the best heroes still didn't figure out that there was any code between those two. Sometimes the code was used to reassure each other. Izuku often had harsh relapses into depression or panic attacks and Katsuki helped him, or to make a silent plan about something. Or simply said cheating. Not in important tests, but impromptu tests, because Izuku Midoriya was not as sweet and kind as he seemed. Katsuki knew that they grew up together for FS sake. They also had a secret language that they developed in case someone was kidnapped without the other's knowledge. They developed it before Katsuki left Izuku and reviewed it over one holiday after Katsuki realized his wrongdoings. The don't come. Deku after Katsuki was kidnapped was secret code for find another way, it was the tone. There was however one line of code that they never used, never had to. The line meant that you had to drop the act right now because something was very wrong and the whole world is on the line kinda stuff. So in other words, the worst possible emergency that could ever happen. They both agreed that it should, preferably, never be spoken, but both still remembered it and reviewed it. It could sometimes mean that the person who said it was dying or in grave danger or that someone else was in grave danger and they needed backup or help. They both hoped that it never came to that. Unfortunately, with Izuku's luck, they both knew it would happen at one point in time. So when Izuku called in the middle of class, Katsuki never muted his phone when it came to Izuku and the other way round, on Izuku's sick day nonetheless, right before he texted the words, "Buy me some soy sauce, too." Of course, he instantly answered it. That was the emergency phrase after all. "Bakugou, turn your phone off immediately," Aizawa bellowed, annoyed already. Katsuki ignored him completely, seeing that it was Izuku and it meant big trouble. He hoped that it was just a coincidence, but still initiated the code. "Hey, Izuku," answered. This means that he requested the code and if Izuku answered differently than Kachin, it meant trouble. The whole class stared at him, not knowing who Izuku is. Hey Kachin," Izuku stammered enthusiastically but Katsuki paled. This was not good. He instantly turned to a new page in his notebook and a pencil, ready to translate the code. I was dash," Izuku stammered and Katsuki jumped in. Katsuki knew that he was looking for confirmation. When talking over the phone, Izuku was calm and there was no stutter unless you surprised him. With Katsuki he could be himself, that's snarky, sassy but, unless Katsuki answered the phone with, "What the hell nerd?" "Get it nerd," he grits out in fake annoyance. It meant, "I understand." "Okay. So today I got a call from a friend, someone was listening / it was on speaker, and they told me, multiple people male and female, that the support company of our costumes, hero-related and they both know them, was considering new costume designs. He discovered something and was recognized, possibly being chased / watched after, for the both of us. Involve everyone you can." Katsuki grit his teeth as he scribbled the translation down and waved Aizawa over who was staring at him confused. Then he read what Katsuki wrote and blanched. "Great. I got your message. Do they want to meet up? Location? / where are you? Or do you have it handled, you genius? What's the time frame? Can you talk yourself out of it?" Katsuki wrote the translation down so that Aizawa understood. The class was unusually silent and Ito wasn't even trying to scold Katsuki cause Aizawa wasn't. "No, he can't talk it out. I think I need some of your advice here. He could die. They told me to meet up at the end of the week. He will probably be pounced / jumped on after the end of the call. They said that they are free for a quick session. He will be tortured before death if caught, to discuss the changes. Something changed again, between 4:30 p.m. and 4:45 p.m., although they assured me the change was for the worse, that it would probably take only 5 minutes or something. Less than 5 minutes time frame, since I am currently on street. He got a location and Aizawa tried to storm off, but Katsuki held him for a quick moment. And I won't make it to your house on time. He will try to make it to Katsuki's house, but for dinner, if he doesn't turn up before nightfall, I thought that I'd let you know beforehand. Tell my mom that I love her and will miss everyone. Aizawa instantly stormed off, having texted Nizu immediately when he read the translations. Okay, understand, Deku. Aizawa/someone from the class is on the way. Be careful, and don't be so clumsy. Don't die, please. See ya tomorrow, Izuku. I love you, brother. With that, he hung up and hoped that he was able to get Izuku enough time to at least formulate a plan or get away from the people a little more before Aizawa shows up. The class still looked at Bakugou like he grew a second head. At first, he answered the phone in class, then called Midoriya Tsuku, Deku, and Izuku, and those two spoke in some sort of code, and Midoriya was in grave danger if the two pale faces of Aizawa and Bakugou was anything to go by. So Kirishima, bless his soul, slowly got up and went over to Bakugou, who the class has never seen so concerned, tired, anxious, scared and sad. Bakubro. What happened? The redhead asked slowly. Bakugou slowly turned his head towards him and sighed. I guess it had to come out at one point in time. Aizu and I have a secret code that we made up when we were kids, and he used the most desperate phrase that we had before he called me. Here, read the translations to everyone. Bakugou pointed at his notebook and everyone looked at him like he went insane. He called Midoriya Aizu, the first name nonetheless, it was friendly. Kirishima picked up the notebook and blanched too. The class was worried now as Kirishima cleared his throat before speaking shakily. Start code. Yes, I understand someone was listening. Multiple people, male and female, hero-related, and we both know them. He discovered something and was recognized, possibly being chased/watched after. Involve everyone you can. I get your message. Location. Where are you? What's the time frame? Can you talk yourself out of it? I can't talk it out. I could die. I will probably be pounced/jumped on after the end of the call. I will be tortured before death if caught. Something changed again. The change was for the worse. Less than 5 minutes time frame. Location currently. I will try to make it to Katsuki's house. Location. But if I don't turn up before nightfall, tell my mom that I love her and will miss everyone. Understand, Aizawa/someone from the class is on the way. Be careful. Don't die, please. I love you, brother. As he was reading the torture and death part, a lot of people cried out, and the Deku squad specifically started crying in the second message that Izuku relayed. Thankfully, Izuku was found by Aizawa and a couple of other pro-heroes, who instantly scouted the area and saw several League of Villain members who fled the scene quickly, after only 4 minutes, even if it was a close call as they were close. It turned out that Izuku had high fever in the morning and wanted to get medicine. He was allergic to the one in school, from a store nearby when he stumbled across the League of Villains' new hideout as he was taking shortcuts through alleys. The moment he was back in the classroom after being questioned and searched, Katsuki jumped at him and hugged him. Oh God, you scared me so much, Aizu, he exclaimed as he was still hugging the boy. Izuku hugged back instantly. I know, Kat. I couldn't fight and let my quirk go haywire because of the fever, so I saw this as the only option. I'm sorry I worried you. Izuku apologized and the class was stunned again. Was the whole rivalry an act? They behaved in the last hour more like brothers than anything else. They probably view each other as such. The duo stuck to each other for the rest of the day and behaved like brothers would, which freaked the class and teachers out. Nizu was silently watching through cameras and laughing. He had discovered the code after he reviewed the cameras from the apparent fight after Bakugo's kidnapping. They didn't fight, just sparred, but talked it out and upgraded some of their code. He awarded them both a lot of GPAs for fooling him and the rest of the school for such a long time. The rest of the staff didn't even know about the other codes they used. The next day the whole class got whiplash at how normal the two behaved. As if nothing ever happened yesterday and they didn't behave like brothers. Some people in the class tried to ask them about it, but it was like they silently agreed, no, it was another code, to not talk about it or pretend as if nothing happened. It still freaked them out for a week but eventually settled down. Izuku and Katsuki weren't surprised when Nizu tapped in their code that he would know if they cheated on the big exams, but that they still got GPA points for tricking everyone. Nobody ever found out the code. They had to use it again in the second year with Katsuki and 2 times with both of them in the third year. Each time the class seemed to have forgotten about the code and needed a week to calm down again. It was hilarious and Izuku and Katsuki were having a blast. Chapter 13 Vigilante Izuku. There is a reason Bakugou called Izuku nerd. It was not just to mock his analysis but in general, Izuku was smart. He just hid it to not make himself a bigger target at school. Izuku knew that without training he wouldn't go anywhere in life, especially quirkless, so he started with 7 going to gymnastics and by the time he was 12, he could move like he had no spine, very helpful with evading some punches and counter them. Unfortunately, Inko Midoriya tried to discourage Herge Baby from doing hero work. He was quirkless, so he made up the excuse that he liked gymnastics not because it helped him become a hero. Izuku wasn't able to convince her to get him even self-defense classes. Izuku found a way around it, of course, by watching YouTube videos of all types of martial arts and trying to recreate them in his room. Izuku was smart. He knew that his analysis was dangerous. He didn't have to believe it, just knowing was enough, so he encrypted them. He didn't just analyze heroes. No, that was just a facade. He could analyze anyone, which was pretty scary in a quirk-dependent society. Izuku still wanted to be a hero and he knew that he was prepared enough. That's why it hurt so much when All Might told him he couldn't the moment quirkless left his mouth. Less than the suicide-baiting Bakugou put him under, but it still hurt. So he decided to take matters into his own hands. Izuku studied support weapons and engineering as an alternate route besides Gen Ed for UA. He knew that thanks to Eraserhead it was possible to be transferred. With his new plan, however, it was not needed anymore for that purpose. So, for a week Izuku collected parts from Dagobah Beach and cleaned it as a side project, and built his support gear for his new plan. It was a wonder that Inko didn't discover anything. If Inko noticed some of the All Might poster missing in his room that he sold for some money, she didn't mention it. It's good that he finally gave up. Hero work is so dangerous, she probably thought. He also bought and modified a dark green hoodie and black breathes to fit his gear and hide his backup weapons. Considering he was 12, it was very impressive, and so the Vigilante Green Shadow was born. Tsukauchi had a massive headache. For 6 months now was he going after the Vigilante Green Shadow. He started slow, possible to get a feel for vigilantism and how it works, and slowly increased the number of small-time criminals he captured, now being solid 5 to 30 per night. Believe it or not, there are slow nights now and then. His patrol routes are as random as a random number generator. He has 14 different routes and puts it a number generator before he goes out. And the only thing they note is that on school nights he's out for 2 hours, usually 1 a.m. till 3 a.m., and on weekend and holidays, he's out for 4 hours, usually 12 a.m. till 4 a.m., leading the police to believe that he's still in school. What could possibly lead to a child becoming a vigilante? It has been 8 months since Izuku started and the first close call with the police happened. It was a very busy night, meaning he had to avoid the police multiple times already when he was shot, which itself was nothing new. He has been shot already multiple times on the job and Bakugo helped with the pain tolerance. The concerning thing was that the police arrived after he knocked the criminal out and before he could make an escape. His smoke bombs were easy to reach, usually, but he had been shot in his upper left arm. Thankfully the bullet went through and didn't get stuck. Those were always a pain to remove, so he could reach them with great pain. "Put your arms up, Green Shadow, we have you cornered," shouted Tsukauchi. Izuku only put his right hand up while his left slowly moved to the smoke bomb compartment in his breathes. "Your left arm to... You are under arrest for illegal quirk usage and vigilantism." Tsukauchi repeated, exhausted. It was 2:47 on a Sunday. Give him a break. "Sorry, but I got shot in that one, and if you ever got shot you know that it effing hurts," the vigilante answered, and it registered as true for Tsukauchi, which only horrified him more. The possible child just got shot and it doesn't seem to even faze him. What the F dash? Was an accurate thought for the situation. As Tsukauchi and 2 other officers slowly moved in, Izuku reached his smoke bomb and activated it, making a successful escape. When he was finally back in his room with his wound patched up, he couldn't get the words of the detective out of his head. Illegal quirk usage. What about if I don't have one? Does that still make a vigilante? The thought bugged him the whole school day, and once he got home he immediately researched it and started to study the laws of quirk usage. Izuku discovered something very interesting that made his life so much easier. Vigilantism, the illegal usage of a quirk to help another person or himself to. So technically in the eyes of the law what I'm doing isn't illegal. I could just mention that and the police will stop my pursuit. This is perfect. At that thought, Izuku grinned, an Eraserhead rivaling Gurn. Tsukauchi wanted to hit his head in. 10 months after Green Shadow appeared they found his identity, only to discover that everything he was doing was perfectly legal. It was always self-defense or another victim, and he didn't have a quirk. They couldn't even get him to stop by taking him in, or invite him to the station in the first place. They wanted to tell his mother, but something about the way he talked about her didn't make it seem like a good idea, because they had no reason to, now that they knew who he was. Tsukauchi did the only thing he could otherwise think of. He sent Eraserhead to look after Green Shadow and to try and get his backstory or reason for vigilantism. Hey kid, why don't you try to stop vigilantism and go the hero route? We know your identity, so we could easily help you out. 11 months after Green Shadow appeared, the hero Eraserhead asks the young child. They are both currently running across rooftops, patrolling. Nah, why would I? This is also perfectly fine. The vigilante replied before he jumped down, and they both split up into their patrol routes. If you tried to stop being a vigilante, I could put you into the recommendation exam for UA and get you into the hero course dash. The Erasure hero suggested a year after Green Shadow appeared. They were both currently sitting on a rooftop taking a small break together, just like last week. Nah, I want to get in on my own. But the exam is so biased even with the rescue points, so I will go through Gen Ed. The kid explained his plan and Aizawa was impressed. How did he find out? Come on kid, let us help you, Aizawa exclaimed, frustrated. 1 year and 3 months after Green Shadow's first appearance. He was patching the kid up after someone sliced his back and he couldn't get to the wound. He also saw the other scars, not to mention the big burn scars that are oddly hand and star-shaped. Abuse was his first thought, but he didn't want to press. I'm fine, you would be wasting resources and time to help me. The kid replied, which was concerning, to say the least. Well, if you let me properly train you, this wouldn't have happened. The hero bickered with the vigilante as they both fought off back to back roughly 12 thugs. You could hear the vigilante sigh as he knocked 2 of them unconscious. It was now 1 year and 6 months after the first appearance of Green Shadow, and Aizawa was getting desperate. I'm doing fine on my own, thanks, was the snarky reply as another 3 went down on both sides. We could just let you take the license exam now, you know, Eraserhead commented as he and Izuku were waiting for the police to show up and take the tied up and unconscious thugs that they took down. It was now 1 year and 8 months after Green Shadow's first appearance. No, it would seem weird, plus I wanted to do that once I get into UA, Izuku replied, lazy and relaxed, just like the many other times he declined. He giggled lightly when Eraserhead groaned in annoyance. Why don't you let us help you? The hero thought. It has been now 1 year and 10 months and the UA entrance exams were in a week when Izuku finally trusted Eraserhead enough to tell him his backstory. Eraserhead would catch some bits of it now and then, but he finally got the full story. It was a slow night and Green Shadow and Eraserhead met up at their usual spot for a small break. They were chatting idly, but Eraserhead noticed that something was off today. Izuku was on edge and zoned out ever so often. It wasn't normal, so he decided to ask about it. Hey kid, you okay? You seem really on edge. The Erasure hero asked and Izuku stiffened a tense laugh. Oh, I guess I'm not. I couldn't sleep and had a large PTSD attack today, so it will be like that for a while. Izuku answered truthfully, too exhausted and drained to come up with a lie. Do you want to talk about it? I'm no therapist and I'm not asking you to see one, but that's what usually helps most people. Eraser tried to help the problem child. He was definitely one. Don't argue with him. I trust you, so I will tell you. You've proven it enough. And it was true. Eraserhead had saved his identity and secrets a couple of times before, so he had no reason to distrust the hero. Hopefully, this will be a wise decision. I'm quirkless, as you know, which allows me to stay inside the law when being a vigilante. That's the only thing it is really useful for. I'm bullied in school physically and verbally and neglected by the teachers ever since the doctor diagnosed me, like some kind of disease. I never met my father and my mother is overprotective abusive. I wanted to be a hero, but my mother never let me into any self-defense classes or martial arts classes since it was too dangerous for me because I didn't have a quirk. I had to learn everything from YouTube. Izuku took a breath to not start crying then and there. Sheet God, she was neglecting and didn't act on the obvious signs of bullying that I showed. If she knew about this, I would be locked in my room forever, the window probably welded shut. The vigilante let out a dry, not humorous laugh. My childhood friend, Bakugou, turned on me the moment I told him I was quirkless and started using his quirk to put me in my place since I still dreamed of being a hero. My nickname in school was Deku, meaning useless. Some of the teachers even used it. All of them encouraged the bullying at least, and when I tried to tell someone, they just called me attention-seeking. I started receiving suicide baits 2 years ago when that childhood friend broke some kind of barrier and told me to take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku let out a sigh. The final push towards vigilantism was when I met All Might and asked if someone quirkless could be a hero. He shot me down with a cold no the moment quirkless left my mouth and even had the nerve to suggest that I should become a doctor or police officer. Doesn't he know anything? We quirkless could barely get a job as a trash collector. No wonder the suicide rates are so high for us. All Might left me alone on a roof the day I got told the first time to kill myself on a roof. Izuku finished. Aizawa was horrified. Such a pure child had to go through so much, it was a wonder that he didn't choose villainy. All the possible adults in his life failed him, and every ounce of respect Aizawa ever had for All Might, which wasn't much to begin with, was completely lost. Thank God there is a meeting tomorrow about if All Might should teach at UA or not. This will be a solid argument. Come here, kid. Aizawa opened his arms and his kid practically jumped towards him, completely touch-starved and full-on crying now. I'll tell you this, when you get accepted into UA, I will help you to perfect your fighting skills, get you transferred to the hero course if you aren't in it from the beginning, and then you will show everyone the middle finger who told you you couldn't be a hero. Eraser suggested, and Izuku cried out in happiness as he nodded. Eraser had said, when, not, if you get into you. Finally, after nearly 10 years of torture, he got support. Why are you so desperate to not have me teach at you, Aizawa-san? Toshinori asked the Erasure hero the next day during the conference. Eraserhead turned livid. Oh, I don't know, maybe because you left a suicidal quirkless teen on a roof after telling him that they could never be a hero. What if he had committed suicide right then and there? All Might. You don't even have a teaching license, much less the correct attitude to handling children. The Erasure hero exclaimed, and the large table fell into a tense silence. Yagi-san, please tell me that it isn't true. Considering your true form is quirkless, you should know about suicide rates of the quirkless. Nizu calmly asked All Might, breaking the silence. It is true, unfortunately. But I believe it is better that way. He will only get in the way and get killed on his first job. Toshinori tried to reason, but Nizu wasn't having it. Have you asked him if he was smart or if he had special abilities like elasticity or combat training? The mammal interrupted. No, but it wouldn't help against a powerful villain. The number 1 hero exclaimed again. But it would help to form a strategy to bring him down, and that boy would be smart enough to know when he needs help and when he doesn't. With this new reveal, I cannot let you teach my students in good consciousness. So, I will allow you to stay, but only as an assistance teacher. You will help other staff members with paperwork, which will let you stay inside the staff room for longer times, and will be sometimes watching the students train and be extra supervision if needed and another staff isn't available. You will not conduct a lesson on your own and will be observing and following the rules that the teachers leading the lesson to give you. If you fail to do that, you will stay forever on paperwork. And if I hear you trying to discourage a student from doing hero work again, you will be sued for quirk discrimination. Am I clear? Nizu told the deflated hero, who nodded stiffly. He knew that he was on very thin ice. Now, I hope that you will not let yourself be influenced by whatever Yagi-san says, number one hero or not. Also, I will be keeping an eye out for discrimination. You are instantly fired if I ever see or hear one small comment that discriminates another student for their quirk or lack thereof. We have a zero tolerance on discrimination and bullying, and I intend to keep it that way. Am I clear? Nizu turned to the rest of the staff, who also nodded. Once everything else was discussed, Nizu dismissed the teachers, reminding them to be there on time in a week for the hero course exam and all the others that will take place that day. Aizawa stayed behind. Is there something you need, Aizawa-san? The principal asks. The hero nods in reply. I was wondering if we could blacklist Bakugou Katsuki from the hero course or the entire school. The erasure hero answered. Nizu turned to him, slightly confused. And why is that, I may ask? The rat-mouse-bear creature asked, curiosity spiked. The hero threw a USB stick at him, which he caught, before continuing. The boy I mentioned to All Might is a vigilante who spilt his backstory to me recently. He is well within law due to his quirklessness. I was able to get these videos from the school he goes to. There is evidence on there that Bakugou uses his quirk on him to harm him and bully him, as well as the teachers not reporting it or putting a mark on his record. I saw him in the application list for the hero course. Aizawa explained, and Nizu nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I will do that. However, I will let him take the entrance exam to observe his attitude towards hero work. If he manages to get at least 10 rescue point, I will let him enter. If not, then he won't be let into UA. The mammal explained, and the hero thanked him before making his way home. He had something to discuss with Hisashi and Shinso. Izuku accepted the help to get away from his mother, after a week of telling him the benefits and reassuring him, and he finally settled in with present Mike Eraserhead's husband, and Shinso Hitoshi, or Aizawa Yamada Hitoshi, but for safety they let both him and Izuku keep their last name. Izuku's adoptive brother, who will also enter UA, he got into the hero course and got accepted, while Izuku only applied for Gen Ed. He would hopefully soon join him. Shinso was surprised that Izuku didn't judge him because of his quirk, but then again, given that he's quirkless, he fully understood the struggle. Izuku was surprised that both Yamada and Shinso didn't treat him any different or like glass once they found out he was quirkless. It was a nice change. Bakugou was furious. He had scored first in the exam, but wasn't accepted because of stupid Deku. That quirkless loser deserved it. So why is there a court date that he needed to be at? He will face his crimes in court and will get away with a mark on his record and some community service, 'cause the teachers encouraged it and he never had known better. Izuku ran as quickly as he could towards the hospital. Mike had just told him what happened at the USJ and he felt like it was his fault. Maybe if he had picked some info up while out, or questioned the more and more quiet nights last week, this wouldn't have happened. Class 1A was confused when they saw a fellow green-haired student scolding Aizawa for coming to school with the bandages and still healing injuries. Who was that kid? You're one to talk, Izuku. You went to school with multiple gunshot wounds. Their teacher returned a previous argument and the class grew concerned. Where did he get those wounds from? At least they were more or less in the same area and easy to hide. Just look at you. If you rested, you could have more sessions with Recovery Girl so that you are out of them before the sports festival. The younger one made a solid argument, which Aizawa couldn't deny. With a minute under his breath, Aizawa moved to Recovery Girl for a long nap to regain more energy. Good job, Aizu. Shinso called out while walking up to him. The green-haired student turned around and smiled. The class was even more confused. Shinso knew him. Yeah, if that hadn't worked I would have seriously sedated him. Izuku comments and Hitoshi lets out a quiet laugh. The class was shocked. Shinso never laughed. You are pretty much the same. Oh come on, you went to school with multiple gunshot wounds, some knife wounds and a massive burn on your side. Shinso explained to the boy, who just rolled his eyes as to say, was I ever really that bad? The class was very concerned about the green-haired student. Where did he get those wounds from? Did he need help? Ida decided to step in. Shinso, it is very irresponsible of you to know someone's horrible situation and not do anything about it. Ida started on a tangent but was cut off by a glare from the other student. The hell you attacking Shinso for? Get that stick out of your butt if you want to have friends. Being uptight will only kill you while being a hero. Also, if you are so set on rules, why are you listening to our conversation? Stop with those hand motions, you look like a robot and could injure someone. Plus, jumping to conclusions is never good and will only get you killed. Izuku defended his brother. Just who does that boy think he is? Ida was looking down in shame as the brother walked off. The boy was completely right and perhaps he has experience in the field. After the sports festival, where he'd gotten second, Todorikoi first, Shinso third, Izuku was transferred to the hero course's empty 1A seat. Aizawa had expelled one student after the quirk assessment test. My name is Midoriya Izuku and I will come in now and then with injuries because I'm quirkless, which makes it legal for me to be a vigilante. My vigilante name is Green Shadow and I've been doing it for 2 years now. Izuku dropped the bomb on the class as Aizawa sighed. Couldn't you have let them down a bit easier, problem child? The erasure hero muttered to the boy who just shrugged. When the class finally processed what he said, minus Shinso, was already aware of that fact. They promptly exploded with a big what? Chapter 14 Entrance Exam Results. Izuku is nervous. Let me rephrase, Izuku is beyond nervous and bordering on passing out. After 1 week of pure hell waiting for the letter from UA to come, Izuku is now sitting in the living room couch with his mother and the letter in front of him, too nervous to open it. I can't open it, Mom. What if I failed? I failed, didn't I? Izuku's nerves were getting the best of him and he just couldn't bring himself to open the letter, so his mother took the initiative and ripped it open. Izuku couldn't believe it. He got accepted. Accepted. His mother is fussing about how great that is and how proud she is. He doesn't think about the fact that she never said the word, I'm proud of you before. Izuku. Do you see that? Katsuki got first place on only villain points. Mitsuki must be so proud. I'll call her and see if we can invite them over to celebrate together. He got first place and you got into the top 10. Inko exclaimed and makes her way over to the phone. Izuku's heart drops. Just like that? He thinks, just like that you move on, 'cause you are prouder of Katsuki than I am. Izuku is usually a selfless person, so normally he wouldn't care that it is about Katsuki again. Keyword, usually and normally. He thought that maybe when he got accepted into UA, his mother would focus on him once. He just wanted to be selfish one time. How is it that Kachin gets all the attention again? Izuku doesn't notice that something changed within him until later that night when he lies in bed. He can't fall asleep because 1. Insomnia, 2. Nightmares, and 3. Revenge. Izuku never had the longing to get revenge on Kat's Baku. Truly never. His mind already had many ideas on how to get revenge on Bakugou, but he doesn't want to do it, because Bakugou would be an amazing hero and Izuku wouldn't be able to live with the guilt of being in the way of his awesome career. He sounded like Bakugou right now. Or what Bakugou always said to him. I guess hearing the same thing for 10 years changed his opinion a bit, did it? Izuku wasn't sure, and what does Izuku do when he isn't sure? He researches. So Izuku gets up quietly and moves to his desk where his computer is and turns it on. He goes to Google and types in, why do I want revenge? The first thing that pops up is this. People are motivated to seek revenge, to harm someone who has harmed them, when they feel attacked, mistreated, or socially rejected. Izuku researches further and further until it is already 2:47 a.m., where he made a choice. Now, usually, when you choose 3 a.m., you will regret it when you wake up, or you can still reverse it before a catastrophe happens. Not this choice that Izuku made. Izuku decided to hack into his school and get all the evidence of Bakugo bullying him from the school cameras. Like seriously, the school has that filmed. How stupid are they? If it gonna discriminate someone, make sure all the evidence is gone at least. What did he do with the evidence? He sent it to Nizu. Yes, you heard right. Izuku decided that the best way to deal with Bakugou was to let the teachers of his new school decide what to do with him. Izuku had no idea how he got Nizu's email, but he had it, and so he formulated an email with the evidence of the cameras attached stating the following. I saw that Bakugou was first in the entrance exam, and after many hours of staying up late and thinking about it, I decided to finally do something against his 10 years of bullying me. It's your choice what to do with him, but I just wanted to let you know that that's all he did to me, and if I hadn't stepped in, all the other kids that I have protected from him. The evidence was gathered by hacking into my school cameras, and I'm aware that this won't work in court, so I decided to just make sure you know of his doings. If you want to expel me for just telling you or showing you something you didn't want to see, I'm fine with that as well. Before he could even think more about it, Izuku already had sent out the email and now was just waiting for the first day of school or the email telling him that he was expelled. He wasn't sure which one would be worse, either the principal ignoring his email, doing something about it that will ruin Bakugou's dream, or ruin his hero dream. It was the next morning when Nizu opened his emails and found an interesting one sent from one of his soon-to-be students, Izuku Midoriya. He noticed instantly that the boy thought that telling a teacher, or in his case, principal, would result in his punishment, even though he did nothing wrong. This already was a sign of years of bullying, and as the letter said, 10 years of it. When Nizu saw the videos, he was sure there were more, and those were just some key moments that Midoriya had gathered. He was enraged and looked into all the schools Midoriya went to and saw that Bakugou always had a clean record and Midoriya was constantly blamed. He also checked the cameras to be sure that nothing was fake and saw that not only Bakugou but also everyone in the school abused him. The further Nizu searched, the more concerning things he discovered. He knew about Toshinori's quirk, so he was also aware that Midoriya was indeed quirkless. Midoriya had a brilliant mind, one that he could potentially expand. He needed to have a look at those notebooks, but was never acknowledged and accused of cheating every time he did something outstanding because of something he couldn't control. To think that he would let Bakugou in after such a reveal, not to mention him being the first and longest aggressor as well as pulling everyone along with his schemes. He was lucky that the teachers would still hold one last conference today before going to their own devices to prepare for the new students. Aizawa, I will have to remove one of your students from the new year, Nizu noted, and everyone turned to the principal. May I ask who principal? The teacher asked. Bakugou Katsuki, the principal replied, drawing shocked gasps from the other staff. Why? The hero asked. Aizawa was curious as to why the principal would remove the first place of the entrance exams. He had clean record after all. One of his victims, Midoriya Izuku, emailed me about his past doings towards him and other students with valid evidence. I was just as shocked as you were, the principal explained. What did Bakugou do? Inquired present Mike. Abused, discriminated, as well as turned whole schools against students with weaker or no quirks. The teachers never did a thing because he apparently had a perfect quirk for heroics and always put the blame on Midoriya, who was a rare old late bloomer. The principal explained while pulling up one of the most recent videos he had, the worst one in his opinion. Can you show us one? All Might asked, shocked to find out that his student was bullied. It, however, explained some traits of his, and Yagi cursed himself for not noticing them. This is the worst it has ever gotten between those two, Nizu stated before playing the video. The teachers watched as Bakugou exploded one of Midoriya's notebooks, threw it out of the window, and attacked Midoriya using his quirk as well as verbally assaulting him, just for wanting to get into UA. The teachers only hoped that nothing too bad happened when the blonde found out that he did get into UA. They released a breath when Bakugou turned to walk away, thinking it was over. Aizawa stayed tense, knowing it was probably about to get worse. You know, if you want to be a hero, I've some advice for you. The teachers relaxed even more, happy that it wasn't as bad as they imagined. Oh, how wrong they were. Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof of a building and hope for a quirk in your next life? The blonde on the screen exclaimed as the teachers all went pale. How could he say something so horrible? Midnight exclaimed. The teachers encouraged it and never stopped Bakugou, making sure he kept a clean record. Nizu explained, and the rest of the staff grew angry. Those teachers should be fired from their job. I would like to see Midoriya in my office at least once so that I could maybe offer to counsel him. His self-worth is equal to 0 at this point. How long has this been going on? Hound Dog turned to the principal. I agree with Hound Dog. Midoriya mentioned that he thought that he was going to get expelled for telling on Bakugou. He also said that this has been going on for 10, now 11 years, since it all began when Midoriya didn't show a sign of a quirk when he was 4. It escalated when the doctor thought that he was quirkless before Midoriya did get a quirk at the entrance exam due to his body finally being in a good enough shape to use it without a massive consequence, such as completely popping his arm off, as an example. Nizu answered. The teachers were baffled. His quirk was very self-destructive, and with Midoriya's mindset due to the bullying, he would think that he deserved it. They had to find a way quickly to help him control it. But that came later. Now they had to decide what to do with Bakugou. Katsuki was surprised when he got a second UA letter 3 days after the first. It said to open the message with his parents, so the small family of 3 sat down and watched as a hologram message popped up, this time showing the principal, Nizu. Hello there, Bakugou. We recently decided to make more background checks on students attending the hero class at UA and discovered something shocking and, dare I say, disgusting in your past. The principal started, and Mitsuki looked at her son in shock. What did he do? I'm sure you are familiar with this scene. It happened only a couple of months ago, didn't it? The principal asked as he pressed a button, and the scene that was shown to the teachers was played to the family. We found out that you not only suicide-baited someone but also attacked him thousands of times, used your quirk illegally thousands of times, verbally and physically assaulted and abused that student, but also discriminated that student because of his lack of quirk. We know that the teachers aren't innocent as well and should have told your unsuspecting parents or stepped in, so we won't press charges and just put this on your record, as well as expel you from UA. At least you set a new record for being expelled before the school year even began. A different student will take your place. I highly suggest that your parents put you in anger therapy and quickly apply to a different school. With that, the message ended. The parents looked at each other in shock. How did they let this happen? A shout snapped them out of it. Deku! That stupid effer ruined everything. I'll kill him. That quirkless loser has finally done it. Their son screamed enraged, and just now they noticed that Izuku had turned to Deku, meaning useless. Where did they go wrong? You will do nothing like that, Katsuki. You will sit your butt back down, and we are going to talk this out, because what if Izuku had jumped? Mitsuki was enraged, but there was clear disappointment in her voice as well as some sort of guilt. Katsuki, completely surprised by the silent rage and the thought of Midoriya jumping. Hadn't thought about that. Katsuki, why would you do this? Just because Izuku was quirkless. Was that it? Because of his dream to be a hero? Mitsuki's husband asked silently but disappointed. Katsuki winced. This was going to be a long talk. Chapter 15 Girl Problems. Uraraka was in a dilemma. It was her time of the month and she just ran out of pads, but can't go out to get some more. The other girls are all busy and she doesn't have anyone else to ask. Scratch that actually. She does have the Deku squad, but she is too afraid to. Plus, she's sure that Todoroki wouldn't understand. Ito would 100% get it wrong, and Deku-kun. He would probably get it right now that she thinks about it. There isn't evidence that points towards him doing anything else except maybe flustered. Screw it, she's gonna text Deku cause she's desperate at this point. Deku-kun Greenheart. Hey, Deku. Could you quickly grab some stuff from the store from me? It's my time of the month. Sure, Uraraka. Do you have a specific preference for foods and pads? Well, for pads it and just get me some paprika chips, gummy bears and chocolate if it's not too much trouble. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much, You're welcome. Well, whatever Uraraka was expecting, it wasn't that. Deku was so calm about this thing, where most boys would either be confused or disgusted. How and why? She could ask him when he gives her the things. Deku knocked on her door 9 minutes after she texted him, with a bag full of things and no blush. What? Thank you so much, Deku-kun, Uraraka exclaimed. Midoriya only smiled and answered with a small "you're welcome" and walking away afterwards, knowing that Uraraka needed to be alone. Group chat, girls. Alien Queen. Hey Ochiko, did you get your stuff last week? He'll flow too. Deku bought them for me and did so actually really mature, no comment, no blush, and asked the right things. Female Kermit, really Caro. I never expected that from Midoriya. PD, really? I'm actually in the same dilemma right now. Do you think I could ask him? He'll float too. I'm sure Deku wouldn't mind. PTD, great. Goddess, I'm surprised that Midoriya was so mature. Wonder what his story is. Invisibitch, let's get closer to him and then when the time is right, let's ask him. Alien Queen, and whatever he tells us, we'll support him and don't leave him. Invisibitch, yeah. Jiro headphone musical score. Hey Midoriya. I was wondering if you could quickly run to the store for me to buy some pads. Of course, Jiro. Any preference? This brand called Thanks. Okay, got it and I'm happy to help. This was not what Jiro was expecting. She was completely taken aback by the sudden matureness of Midoriya and while the eagerness to help is nothing new, but for this topic at least, Jiro thought that it would dull a little bit. Imagine her surprise when Midoriya handed everything to her plus some chips and playlist recommendation without a blush. I repeat without even getting flustered. Group chat, girls PED, screenshot, 1. PNGBG, girls, we have a real-life gentleman here PED. Holy shit, he even gave me chips and a playlist recommendation. Alien Queen. No way. Forget about asking the Baku squad, Midoriya is my go-to now. Invisibitch, same here. Like, DMN's so respectful and cute. Alien Queen, don't forget hot you'll float too. What do you mean Mina? Alien Queen, credits to the original artist at 737373773 on Twitter and thank you to Goflux for finding them. You'll float to oh / / / / / / oh Invisibitch, where did you get that? Goddess, Mina, how did you acquire such a photo? Alien Queen, that's for me to know and for you to never find out. 3p, f dash, Midoriya is the ideal boyfriend. You'll float. Back off, he's mine. I had a crush before all of you. Invisibitch, don't worry Achiko, we were only joking. You'll float too, good. Izuku isn't sure what was going on. Since he got Uraraka her stuff, he started to get closer to the girls. When he asked, they said that he is always so sweet, Izuku. Dexy has stopped working, and respectful, especially when it came to their time of the month. He was shocked to find out that most boys find it disgusting. Which leads him to now, the girls had invited him to a girls' night. Let's be honest with Izuku, it isn't girls' night anymore. Izuku is now sitting in Uraraka's room with the rest of the girls and for some reason Aoyama. He was helping Momo with a new hairstyle when the kinda dreaded question came. Hey, Izuku, how can you do so much girl stuff? Like our time of the month, hairstyles and also in general cooking and cleaning. Mina asked him from the right. Izuku stilled for a moment before relaxing again and letting out a long sigh. He knew this question was gonna come up, but he felt like he could trust the girls. I never met my father, or well I did but he left me and my mom when I was 4 and was falsely diagnosed quirkless. My mom had to start working and so I often had to do the cooking and cleaning in the house when she was at work, which was very often. She taught me all of those things of course and it included the girls' stuff since she often didn't have time to do it herself or she had to do something else while I did her hair for example. Izuku explained and all the girls were shocked. Mina looked a little guilty for asking the question since it was very private and brought up bad memories. Momo, Toru, Kyoka and Achiko were all shocked and disgusted by the father's actions, while Tsu just looked surprised. Mon Amy, that's horrific, exclaimed Aoyama and Izuku just shrugged in response. I got used to it and now that I go to UA mom doesn't have to worry too much about me and has more time for herself, Izuku explained and something about the tone of it made the girls, and Aoyama, move on to the next topic. And if Midoriya ever seemed comfort in the girls when he feels his father's absence, then no one has to know. Father? What's that? Izuku joked when Todoroki came with his secret love child theory. Their conversation was loud and the whole class was listening, so when Midoriya the cinnamon roll Midoriya joked about his non-existent father, the class was shocked and horrified, evident by Ida's loud gasp. Imagine the class surprise when not only the girls but Aoyama and Bakugou started laughing. The class was not only confused for the rest of the day but also noted to never bring Midoriya's father up again, judging by the slightly gloomy look that Midoriya had for the rest of the day. The class also noticed that Aoyama and the girls took kind of turns to comfort him. Hey, Baku bro. What's up with Midoriya's father? Kirishima asked in the common room once, very conveniently, all the girls and Midoriya were gone. Bakugou made a tch sound before explaining. That FNGBSD left Auntie and the DMN nerd when the nerd was 4. Auntie Inko had to fend for herself and the nerd. Why did you think he can fang cook or clean? The Pomeranian answered before turning around and walking away, leaving behind a stunned group. Todoroki felt guilty because he was pestering Midoriya for months about his theory. He can't blame him that they started to somehow drift apart slowly. Chapter 16 Pro Hero Deku in outskirt of a city is shown before the screen pans out to show two chairs in front of each other with a small table with two glasses of water to the side. One of the chairs is already occupied by a woman with black hair that fades into red and black eyes as well as light skin. She wears a white blouse with a black jacket on top of it and some khaki briefs. The look is topped off with some black military boots. Music is heard throughout the whole studio. The woman sitting there is a very famous host. Her quirk is unknown, but that doesn't bother anyone because she has a great nose for stories. Welcome my viewers and listeners to Shinko's late night show. The woman Shinko exclaimed while throwing her hands up and making the crowd go wild. Meet me / my OC in the BNHA universe. Today, as always, we have a special guest for you. This once is a pro hero and climbing the rest drastically. Some even say that he is the next #1 hero. Welcome to the stage, Pro Hero Deku. Shinko announced as she pointed to the end of the stage where Izuku is coming through, resulting in the crowd going wild again. This is our number 12 in the Hell Class special, she added while Izuku made himself comfortable on the chair opposite of Shinko's. He smiled his typical smile, which lit the room up a little bit. What a wonderful welcome. Thank you for having me, Miss Shinko. Izuku greeted her. It was always nice to have a positive welcome because for 10 years of his life it was anything but positive. As polite as ever, Deku. Please, just Shinko or Shin or Koko you choose. The host laughed, a little bit embarrassed by his politeness. She was glad, however, that at least one hero is always polite. On the topic for politeness, you seem always to be polite, Deku. How come? She inquired. Izuku giggled a little bit. It gives the villains a certain idea of how wrong they were. If I'm not polite to a villain suddenly, they get very scared. Shinko and the audience laughed, plus, my mother always said that I should be polite. The green-haired hero, not Froppy, answered. Shinko leaned forward a bit since Deku never really talks about his childhood or family. You mentioned your mother, that reminded me that you never really talk about your childhood. How did you grow up? Ground Zero mentioned that you grew up together. Was his temper always like that? Shinko pried, hoping that he would finally tell a good story. She was taken aback when Deku's small smile and positive attitude dropped immediately. He was worse. We were childhood friends actually until his quirk came in and mine didn't. Most people know this, but the reason that I engage in anti-discrimination is 'cause that's how most villains come to be and because I was a unique late bloomer and was at first falsely diagnosed quirkless. Shinko, as well as the whole studio, went quiet, listening intently to the story. My quirk came in when I was 15 on the day of the UA entrance exams because before my body wasn't able to handle the quirk, as you could see with me breaking my bones in the first year's UA sports festival. The doctor said that it was because my arm would have been ripped off if I had tried it any earlier. After all, I was small or had no muscles. That resulted in me being falsely quirkless for 11 years of my life. Many people are very discriminating towards the quirkless, the ones with a weak quirk or villainous quirk. Izuku moved his fingers to emphasize that the quirks were labeled as such and not true, which is bullshit. Ground Zero was no exception. The teachers praised him, and when he beat me up in school, after school, or before school for my dream to become a hero, they put the blame on me to not damage his perfect record. Nothing was done until UA. I always protected the other kids with the weak quirks or villainous quirks since I was a better target, but those also discriminated me as well. That's horrible. Why would people do that? Ground Zero should have known that what he did was bad. Didn't he want to be a hero? Shinko replied after a moment of shocked silence. Oh yes, before our quirks came in we wanted to be the #1 hero duo, but when his quirk came he grew arrogant, turned on me and started to bully me as well as isolate me. In my isolation, I turned to my now deadly analysis skills. Again, nothing was done until I got my quirk and came to UA. I'm done with hiding my past just so that Ground Zero can become the second endeavor. Izuku explained. The interview was led in a different direction, but the news and magazines covered this topic the next day. Bakugou, aka Ground Zero, was on his way to becoming #2 hero when his ratings instantly dropped, and so his status to not even being in the top. A massive scandal happened and the government was forced to become stricter, as well as the schools and police, and the teachers got a secret test to see if they would discriminate someone. Roughly 47% did. It was horrible and they had been fired. The schools that Izuku has gone to were shut down and many people started to less discriminate the quirkless and weak or villainous quirks. It was wonderful and many were thankful for Deku to finally speak the truth since it changed society for the better. Chapter 17. Aizawa's curiosity. Aizawa was bored. He finally had slept a long enough time to be energetic, had done all the paperwork that was given to him, and he had expelled his whole class last year, so he didn't have to teach right now. He decides that just laying around when you aren't tired isn't rational, and so he gets up towards his laptop to see his next school year students. As he looked through their forms and records, he noticed that a quirk registry had been updated recently for a boy named Izuku Midoriya. He remembered the greenette clearly, the entrance exam only being a couple of days ago, and was interested in his quirk. So, he searched the registry up before it was changed and nearly fell off his chair. The registry had been updated after the entrance exam from quirkless to his quirk. He was an extreme case of a late bloomer, being about 11 years. Due to the destructive nature, the quirk was developed only when the user wasn't in the danger of exploding his limbs with a punch. There's gotta be trauma involved for the student, Aizawa thought. Everyone, including himself, believing for 11 years that he was quirkless made him a bullying target. The quirkless were severely discriminated and he couldn't help but wonder if his bad record had anything to do with it. The teachers had a lot of power in that area. As he looked into the school, the name seemed familiar. Aizawa went back to the other students' profiles and found that he was in the same school as Bakugou Katsuki, his anger issues clear as daylight and not even a spot on his record. It was extremely fishy, especially when those two were in the same class since preschool. Now, Aizawa knew how to hack. Being an underground hero kinda required that if you didn't want to die at a location. Aizawa usually didn't use his skills anywhere else, for moral reasons, but now he had to know what was happening, so he hacked into the school and looked at the cameras. Aizawa was disgusted, shocked and angered by the school and what they've done to Midoriya. Neglect, bullying, discrimination, illegal quirk use, physical abuse, verbal abuse and even suicide baiting. Most of it was on Bakugou's record while the teachers willingly ignored it. He saved some of the worst clips and sent them to Nizu, asking for the school to be sued and Bakugou to be expelled from his class, as well as put Midoriya with a quirk counselor and hound dog as a therapist. The boy lived through 11 years of abuse, he needs one. When Izuku was asked to stay after school with Aizawa-sensei after the horrible quirk assessment, he was for sure that he was going to get expelled. It just had to be. Midoriya, when did you first use your quirk? Was the question Aizawa asked the moment they were alone. Izuku also noticed through the day that Bakugou was nowhere to be seen. Did something happen? The entrance exam, SI sir. Izuku answered truthfully, no point in lying or when they discover it would make your situation worse. Okay, you are going to a quirk counselor because you can't break your bones every time you use it. Aizawa states and turns away to lead him to the counselor. Now Izuku was panicking, he couldn't talk about his quirk. All Might said so. I can't, he exclaimed in panic. Aizawa turned around, surprised. But was his simple question, I don't want to be a bigger burden than I already am. All Might says I can't or it would put everyone in danger. Izuku rambled before slapping a hand over his mouth horrified. He shouldn't have said that. How do you know All Might? Aizawa questions intrigued. Izuku stammered, trying to form some sort of lie. Don't try to lie. We are going to the principal. Aizawa stated and took Midoriya's arm, noticing the flinch as if expected to be hit, and dragged him towards Nizu's office, where he sat him down and then himself, quickly explaining the situation. Well, Midoriya, it is your quirk now and no one can tell you who you can say anything to. It's your decision and All Might was a fool for forcing you not to tell anyone. Nizu stated and Izuku looked at him in relief and appreciation. This was his decision and he was sure that Nizu knew the secret. He trusts Aizawa, he has that vibe to him that no other teacher. He noticed that Izuku never learned control and tried to help him. I listened to All Might because he gave me the quirk that was already passed on to him. I'm the 9th user. Due to his injury, he needed a successor in case the villain that did it to him did come back, and when he saw my heart and courage despite being quirkless, he trained me to at least not explode my limbs with his quirk and then gave me the quirk. The first time I used it was in the entrance exam since he gave it to me in the morning. Meeting All Might or not, I would have taken the entrance exam either way. The quirk stockpiles power, and my theory is also the quirks of the previous user as well, but that never happened, so I'm not sure. It stockpiles power, and the longer it is passed on, the stronger the power gets. If I were at All Might's level of skill with the quirk, my power would be greater than he ever was in his prime. That's why I used my head in the quirk assessment test you gave us. I can't tell anyone because everyone around me and myself would be in danger if this comes out, since villains would be after me to experiment on me. As far as I know, only me and All Might excluded know about the quirk. Recovery Girl, Principal Nizu, Detective Tsukauchi, and a 4th person I'm not aware of. Izuku finished explaining, and Nizu looked intrigued at the use my head part, but was otherwise very neutral. On the other hand, Aizawa was staring at him and, dare he say, gaping. Passing a quirk on. That should be impossible. He murmured before pulling himself back together and looking at the dilemma rationally. That certainly is dangerous if the word gets out. We can't let a quirk analyst on the case to help you control the quirk as well. Nizu, do you know who the 4th person is? Aizawa turned to the principal in thought while Izuku took out his quirk analysis for the future to note down any important information, coded in his code, of course. Yes. The 4th person is a retired hero named Gran Torino. He did train All Might and was a teacher here at UA for that sole reason. I was unaware that you haven't visited him yet. I thought the crash course on teaching Toshinori was given helped. I guess not. Principal Nizu explained, sighing at the end. Izuku perked up at the mention of Gran Torino. It was strong to find something on him, but at one point in time, he researched past heroes and found him and a hero named Nana who died during a villain attack. You mean Gran Torino as in the hero with the jet quirk and the hero Nana's partner, who was the 7th one for All User and All Might's mentor? I thought that he died along with Nana. Izuku asked. There wasn't any information about his retirement, but they weren't popular heroes, and he tried to find a lot on solemnly on the fact that he thought that Nana was his grandmother, because she looked so similar to his mother. All Might had even commented once that his smile and attitude was similar to her. He never did ask his mother to find out the truth. Yes, you are correct. What's that on the cover of the notebook you're writing in? Nizu interrupted himself, and Izuku sheepishly showed the cover where it stood, Quirk Analysis for the Future number 14. It's a little hobby of mine that I developed when I was younger and didn't have many friends due to being quirkless at that time. I started analyzing heroes because I thought I could copy some of their moves, but in the end, I just completely moved over to their quirks. They're not good and just me fanboying over quirks, the main reason for my muttering. I've been writing about one for all in here, in code of course. Izuku explained, rubbing his back neck with his hand. Nizu, assumingly, raised an eyebrow and reached his hand out in a silent question if he could have a look. Izuku handed it over to the principal, who started to look through it. Nizu wasn't even halfway through when he started cackling like mad. Izuku, who thought it was because they were so bad, recoiled and shrunk in his seat. Aizawa was already glaring at the principal, thinking the same thing. Midoriya, these are better than most of the professional quirk analysts I've read, Nizu exclaimed. Sure, they had no format and were untidy, but the content was amazing. He couldn't believe that if this hadn't happened he would have never discovered such talent. Oh, he could destroy the world with this. You don't need to worry about an analyst, Aizawa. Midoriya probably just needs someone to bounce ideas off to. I'm sure that once I arrange a meeting with Gran Torino he will have a massive quirk improvement. Nizu exclaimed excitedly. He was sure that once Midoriya could control his quirk better, he would arrange a meeting to discuss potential lessons with him. Such talent. It had been ages since he had a personal student last. Those three talked some more, and Izuku was assured that All Might will be giving a stern talking to and a meeting with Gran Torino will be arranged. Aizawa convinced Izuku to at least go to Hound Gog 1 and see how he likes it. Izuku learned what happened to Bakugou and was relieved that he would not the angry boy again. Way fewer bruises that way. Izuku went to Hound Dog and liked it. His mental health was improving and he bonded with Shinso, who is in 1A after sports festival, coming second, Hatsum and Minoma over the trauma as well as Kaminari, and became close friends with Kirishima, Ashido, Jiro, Momo, after being the only person who noticed that her quirk was extremely strong to control and manage, and Siro. Izuku won the sports festival and took the internship with Hawks to further improve control. Spoiler, there he manifested Black Whip and also learned strong control of it with Hawks. Spoiler indeed, who learned the secret of One for All because of it and instantly, more like at the start of the internship, adopted Izuku as his little brother. He got his provisional license and took the work study with Night Eye, but stood up to him because Hound Dog had helped. The canon fight of Izuku versus Night Eye never happened as Night Eye was impressed and gave him the internship. Toshinori was again given a stern talking to for not even telling the full truth and important details, as well as Night Eye on why you never put down teenagers after Hound Dog noticed the worsening of Izuku's mental health for the work studies. Shinso was nearly kidnapped by the League of Villains at the summer camp, but because Nizu and Izuku had already started their lessons, Niza listened to Izuku's advice and got more teachers for the summer camp. The outcome was better than canon. All Might still retired and showed his true form to the whole world, but at least not as many people were injured as in canon. Bakugou tried getting into other hero schools and managed to do so, but had to change his attitude. Once he became pro with Izuku and met him again in public, his records and videos PF abusing him were found and his license removed. The public hated him. Izuku was at first number 2 hero because Mirio never lost his quirk, became number 1 hero after 3 years in that position. Shinos went underground with Minoma, and the 3 heroes are still the best of friends with Hatsum and would do anything for each other. Izuku was in an interview when the message came that Mei was in the hospital due to a failed experiment. He instantly apologized and excused himself to rush away. The news picked up on that strange behavior and Uraraka explained that he had formed a strong trauma bond with 3 classmates, one from 1A or previous Gen Ed, one from 1B and one from support course. The news figured out that Hatsum was one of them and the other 2 probably underground heroes, but never found out who. Chapter 19 Scars. Eri and Koda were visiting the dorms at the same time and Izuku wasn't surprised how they bonded easily. They both had trauma/loss and were saved by him from a big mean villain. Honestly, it was kinda cute and he didn't want to pull a Mina, but yeah, they are probably gonna end up as a couple when they are older. Eri and Koda were just talking when Koda asked a question. You were saved by Deku, right? Were the scars made by the villain he saved you from? Koda asked nonchalantly and Izuku saw how Eri froze and started to shake. A small yes escaped her before she turned to Izuku. Can I cover up my scars? She asked, and she rarely asks for anything so it must be big. Izuku always tried to encourage her and he wanted to do that with her scars, so maybe he could. Eri-chan, your scars aren't hideous or anything like that. They make you strong and you that you survived and lived on from that. But if you want to, I can get you something to cover them up. I understand the need for them. Izuku exclaimed with a small smile. Koda was watching the interaction interestingly. You have scars, Mr. Deku? Eri asked and Izuku nodded a bit sadly. Koda perked up. How? From who? Can you show us? He questioned Izuku, who just laughed nervously. He took a deep breath and went serious. What I am about to tell you cannot be told anyone else, okay? The greenette looked at the 2 children in front of him, who nodded eagerly. Izuku took a breath again and pulled off his turtleneck, revealing a star hand-shaped scar on his neck and many other scars on his cistee and back. Some of them seemed from knives, burn scars, other just scrapes, and most commonly star hand-shaped scars. The 2 smaller children released a gasp looking over Izuku's upper body. Usually, there were no scars, except the ones in his right arm from his quirk, but now it was littered with scars. Eri reached out a hand and looked up to Izuku for silent permission to touch them, and Izuku nodded. She slowly traced her fingers over some of the knive's scars and then did the same with hers. Did the same thing happen? She asked, and Izuku sighed before putting his turtleneck back on. No, Eri, something else happened? Izuku trailed off thoughtfully. Should he share it? It seemed like he didn't have to answer that. Can you tell us? Koda asked, hopeful. He wanted to know how his favorite person and hero became the person he is today. Okay, but it is going to be a long story. Izuku checked again if they wanted to hear it. Both of the children nodded in okay, so he took a deep breath and started. I was quirkless before coming to UA. That means I never got a quirk when children usually do when they are 4 years old. This resulted in bullying and me being hurt or excluded from other people because I was quirkless. People hated me because I was different and still dreamed to be a hero, which many people thought isn't possible without a quirk. Izuku tried to explain it as best as he could to the two little children so that they would understand. But you can be a hero. You are one. Eri exclaimed, a little upset. Why would they hate someone so kind? Why would they hate her hero? It was before I came to UA and got a quirk, Eri. I only got into UA because I have a quirk now. I was only able to save you with a quirk. So when I was in middle school, the bullying became worse. I was now being hurt for being different and the teachers would never do anything because they also hated me for being quirkless. So I was at first just beaten, then the quirk use came in. Those with painful quirks, or just any teacher's favorites, started to use their quirks to hurt me. This is where all of those scars come from. What about your mom and dad? Eri asked, and Izuku sighed again. My father left when I was diagnosed as quirkless, or before that, I don't remember. My mom became a helicopter parent, still is, and never wanted me to do anything because it was too dangerous since I didn't have a quirk. She always said things like, you want to go to a gym. That's too dangerous for you. And anything in that direction. Izuku explained sadly, and Koda was shocked because his hero for sure was really strong for still not giving up. And Kachin. Did he help you? Eri asked, hopeful that at least one person helped her hero. Izuku sighed loudly and pulled his turtleneck down a bit, to make them both see the star hand-shaped burst scar. He pointed at it. This is from him. Bakugou was the worst and went to new lengths to make my life hell on earth. Izuku explained again as Eri and Koda gasped, not only because the image of their hero being alone in this big world of hate he was in, but also the fact that he didn't call Bakugou Kachin, which meant that he probably hated him and never forgave him for what he did. Mr. Deku, Eri tried to form a sentence but it seemed impossible after that huge reveal. I'm sorry for asking, Koda mumbled, and Izuku smiled sadly and righted his turtleneck. He slowly started to stand up. Anyways, don't tell this to anyone and I should start bringing you back to Mandalay and Mr. Aizawa dash. Izuku started but stopped once he looked at their faces. He squatted down again. Look, I put this behind me and yes, I still have to deal with Bakugou and probably cover the scars up for the rest of my life, but I'm okay with that. Sure, I will never forgive him but I always push through alone, and so will I now. I don't need help. Izuku tried to make them feel better. How far did Bakugou go? Koda asked as he looked Izuku straight in the eyes. Suicide baiting, Izuku replied without missing a beat and in a dead serious voice. Koda gasped, knowing the meaning while Eri just looked confused. What does that mean, Mr. Deku? She asked innocently. Izuku looked down at her and smiled sadly. You will find out when you are older, Eri-chan. Trust me that you would never want to experience, and when you do, that you tell it Mr. Aizawa or me, okay? Izuku didn't want to answer her question and hoped this would satisfy her. She nodded and he led them to the dorm's exit where Mandalay and Aizawa were waiting. Eri wanted to know what the word meant. Was it that bad that Koda called Bakugou a villain when they passed him? She decided to ask her dad, Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa, what does suicide baiting mean? She stammered out and Aizawa froze in his walk while holding her hand, so she also had to stop. How do you know that word, Eri? Aizawa asked slowly. Well, Mr. Deku said that Bakugou said it to him in middle school. He wouldn't tell me the meaning though. Oh, and please don't tell Deku I told you. He said we were supposed to keep it a secret. She explained and Aizawa was horrified. Sure, he knew they had a rivalry, but that it wasn't actually like this. He thought Midoriya was constantly being praised for having such a good quirk, but if it was actually like that. His nervousness and stutter made sense. God, he was such a bad teacher for not noticing this. It is when someone tells you to kill yourself, he explained, and Eri let out a gasp and her hand clenched the shirt in front of her heart. How could he say that to Mr. Deku? After all the scars and bullying. Poor Mr. Deku. Eri freaked out. Aizawa calmed her, and after she went to bed, he made his way back to the student dorms to speak with Midoriya. He hoped that the problem child was still awake so that they could talk about it. Aizawa knocked on the door of the resident problem child, and after a couple of seconds of shuffling, Izuku opened the door. Denki dash, he started before cutting off, actually seeing who it is. Aizawa merely raised an eyebrow and Izuku just sighed and motioned for him to come in. Why were you expecting Kaminari, Midoriya? Aizawa inquired. Izuku just sighed again and flopped on the bed. All the merch that was previously there was gone since no one except Denki, Hitoshi, Mei and Nito entered his room, Eri and Koda too of course, but they knew the real Izuku. The merch was gone, replaced with books of analysis, hacking, coding, some hero books, history and music things. Of course, more of his more proud merch, 1 All Might, 2 Eraserhead, 1 Present Mic, 3 Nana and 1 Gran Torino, were present and spread throughout the room, but it wasn't the All Might shrine that he gave the illusion to be. We both have insomnia and decide to spend the time together instead of alone, Izuku explained while watching Aizawa looking around from the corner of his eyes. Shota just nodded silently. Eri said something concerning. She told me unknowingly what you told her and Koda, and I wanted to hear the story from you instead of asking Eri about it again. Aizawa explained and saw how Midoriya stiffened and his breath hitched before increasing. Hey Midoriya, it's okay. You won't get in trouble, nothing will happen to Bakugou and I will make sure no one else knows about it. Shota explained and saw how Midoriya relaxed a little bit and that his breath evened out more or less. Good, he knew how to calm down someone from a panic attack, but he was sure that with one happening now, Midoriya would completely close up. Shota slowly went over to Izuku and slowly sat down. Now that he was so close to him and with the small nightlight that Midoriya has, he could see some other scars and the massive hand-shaped one on his throat that was never there before. Who did this and when? Shota was concerned now and embraced Izuku, slowly making sure that he was aware of what was happening. The moment the half-hug was complete, Izuku completely leaned into it, touch-starved. Izuku relaxed completely again and with his one free hand lifted his t-shirt. He felt Aizawa's breath hitch when he saw the many scars that he has everywhere. He knew the silent question that his teacher was about to ask. How come I never saw these? Hero makeup concealer. It works wonders and I have a lot of it. Izuku answered and Aizawa sighed. Of course it was. Are you willing to tell me about it? You can exclude things if you like. Aizawa requested. He hoped Izuku was at least aware that it was his choice. Izuku took a deep calming breath before he started telling Aizawa everything. The bullying, abuse, his quirk. Aizawa had proved himself very trustful and Eraserhead was his #1 hero after the All Might fiasco. Yes, you heard right, for Izuku All Might never became #1 again and after the USJ and the camp and the raid, Aizawa or Eraserhead became his #1. In all of those big scenarios Aizawa was there for him, not All Might. Izuku told Aizawa his life story's negative side, and it was more than the positive one by a lot. Once he had finished and dried his tears, of course he cried, his real cry, not the crybaby show he has. Those were silent tears, screaming for help. He was pleasantly surprised about Aizawa's reaction. Do you want me to do anything? Should I make Bakugou pay or something? Lecture All Might? Anything. The man sighed before asking. Izuku nodded before speaking again. Do whatever is appropriate without too much word getting out. I don't honestly care at this point. Maybe I should have recorded this. Izuku mumbled before taking out his phone, since a message came. He read in full shock that Denki was actually outside the door and had recorded the conversation and that he was sorry for recording it and he could delete it and never tell anyone about it if Izuku wanted. Izuku thought about it for a minute. Who did he trust? Mei, Nito, Denki, Hitoshi, Eri, Koda and Aizawa, All Might kinda lost it. He replied with a just send it into our group chat with Mei, Hito and NEI. And explain what happened, Denks before putting the phone away again. Aizawa heard a small nevermind coming from his mouth, wrote it off. If you are sure, I will inform you of the ongoing process about it over the phone and talk it over with Nizu. The rat always has the best ideas. Aizawa explained before realizing that Midoriya probably didn't know who he is. Izuku just chuckled a little. No, the rat has the best tea. Izuku motioned with his fingers to emphasize his point, and Aizawa was a little bit scared. The whole kind Midoriya was a front, and he was acquainted with Nizu. This was beyond problem child level, and Aizawa was scared of what Midoriya can do. Izuku sighed at the silent question evident in his teacher's face. I could destroy Endeavor with just a couple of posted articles, Izuku explained, and just when you say it that way it is impressive, but he liked the little mind games he sometimes used. He was living in the mischief, and honestly, no wonder Mei-chan, Toshi, and Danks called him Loki. He was sometimes the god of mischief. Aizawa was not usually afraid, but the power of this one child is scary, and he was rather lucky that he was trusted that much. God, even Nizu wasn't that scary or cryptic. In the end, Izuku started going to Hound Dog after showing him the audio, and some of the teachers, now knowing the secret of One for All, started to help Izuku with his quirk, so he was improving massively. Bakugou was given a stern talking, anger management and therapy, as well as a big fat mark on his record. If he doesn't improve, he's gone from not only UA but most of the other good schools for Hero ING. All Might had a stern talk with Nizu and had to get a teaching license before ever thinking about teaching again, just like everyone else. Izuku was taken from his tutelage because honestly it didn't bring much and put under Aizawa. The class never really found out, and Izuku was kinda glad. He just wouldn't be able to cope with the pitying glances sent his way every time he walked past someone. Probably would have made him snap. After a small talk with Aizawa, Vlad King, Power Loader, and Present Mike, he was able to allow Mei, Hitoshi, Denki, Nito and himself to come over to any of their dorms at any time and stay there, as long as at least one person from them informs either of the teachers. Honestly, that was a small price to pay for the opportunity to seek comfort in each other at any time of the day and night. Chapter 19, Kaminari Denki had many suspicions, like that Mina is lesbian, Todoroki is gay just to spite his father, and that Nizu is trying to take over the world. He's getting off track. Point is, he had suspicions. One of these was that Bakugou bullies Midoriya. This is totally not biased because he has a crush on the broccoli boy. He's not proud that the only reason he joined the Baku squad is to protect Midoriya from Bakugou by trying to distract the Pomeranian before they fight again. He knows that Bakugou is naturally violent, has to be because of his quirk, but there is just that feeling that something isn't right in their rivalry. Seriously, why doesn't Aizawa do anything? He's a pro-hero, for God's sakes. Denki's suspicion led him to follow Bakugou and Midoriya around a couple of times. Like now. You shitty nerd. You should just die as I told you to. You don't deserve to be at UA. I bet they are all gonna kick you out at the end of the year. Bakugou shouted at Midoriya from around the corner, and Denki had finally enough. He jumped/sprinted around the corner towards the two and punched Bakugou in the face, similar as to how Midoriya did it at the final exams. Fuff you bully. I've had enough of you. Wait till everyone hears about this, you a-hole. He screamed at the shocked Bakugou on the ground, who was holding his cheek and his face showing clear confusion, then realization and anger. Denki quickly grabbed Midoriya and just ran out of the school towards the dorms before Bakugou could recover. Running into his dorm room and shutting the door as well as locking it after Midoriya came in. That's when he noticed the state Midoriya was in. He was kind of dissociating and had this faraway look, so Denki sat him down on his bed carefully before trying to snap him out of it. Midoriya, he asked, and received only a small whimper. Izuku, he tried, and this time you could see a clear reaction. Midoriya started blinking faster and looked around the room before his eyes laid on Denki, and he visibly relaxed. Are you feeling better? Can I touch you? The electric boy asked. Midoriya nodded and after a slight hesitation, nodded a second time. So, Denki moved in slowly and wrapped his arms around Midoriya, who after a few seconds, melted into the touch. Midoriya, Denki started before he got cut off by the greenette. Izuku. Why you can see call me Izuku. The boy spoke into his shirt. Denki gave a hum before replying. Then you can call me Denki, the blonde felt as the other boy nodded slightly before continuing where he left off. Now, Izuku, I know that you probably don't want to talk about it, but I need to know what Baku bitch did to you. Denki felt Izuku stiffen and tense again, ready to defend Bakugou, but he cut him off before he could start. Don't lie, I know that he is bullying you and using his anger from his quirk as an excuse. You also are more jumpy, tense, and on edge more around him. After everything we've experienced, someone was bound to notice, and that someone was me. Denki explained. He waited for an answer, but not a sound came from the boy next to him. Please Izuku, you don't even have to tell me the whole story or other characters playing a role in it. Just tell me what Baku bitch did. Drop the facade, I can't help you if you won't let me. Denki pleaded. He tormented me since I was 4 and everyone always took his side. Why should I believe you? Izuku snapped back, silent tears already streaming down his face. Denki got whiplash from the sudden change in Izuku but quickly got himself together. I helped you, didn't I? Denki replied in a smooth voice. Izuku pulled away from his face from Denki's shirt and looked at his face, searching for something. Slowly Izuku exhaled before nodding and straightening up in Denki's arm, not relaxing, but also less tense than before. He choked a bit on his spit before beginning. Keikachin used to call me mean names W when we were little and he got his Q quirk. Izuku started and Denki listened intently. When it came out that I didn't have one, he got the whole kindergarten, even the teachers, to turn on me and treat me less. It was so easy for him to that since he had such a perfect quirk for heroics. Izuku quoted with his fingers quickly before wrapping them around Denki again. That went on till preschool and grade/lower school where I had no friends. The teachers pulled my G grade constantly down since I obviously cheated, and that's when the small kicks and pushes started. Izuku took a shaky breath, tears streaming down his face and memories flashing before his eyes. In my last year of grade/lower school, someone pushed me off the stairs in front of a teacher, and when she didn't do anything, that's when they started to beat me up and you used their quirk on me. Keikatsuki did the most, the greenette explained, and Denki was livid. How could they? The suicide debates from some started around the second year of middle school when Kastuki wasn't around, or a teacher for that matter. Then with the teacher, and in 3rd grade, even Bakugou gave me one himself. After that, it just got worse with suicide baits, flowers. Izuku chuckled humorless. They had gotten creative by the end of the school year. Denki was shocked before rage filled every fiber being of him. Izuku passed out in Denki's room from exhaustion and the emotional stress when Denki came downstairs to get himself some water from the kitchen. To get to the kitchen, he had to walk through the common room where most of the class was watching a movie. Mina jumped up when she saw him and paused the movie. Hey Cammy. You wanna watch the movie? Since you're a part of the Baku squad, you can sit with us. She exclaimed. The class saw as Kaminari's carefree person such to a furious one. I don't want to be associated with the Baku squad, specifically Bakugou, anymore. Despite the anger he was feeling, his tone was kept carefully blank of any emotion. The whole class was now listening in on the conversation. Why? Mina whined. Bakugou just growled while the rest of the Baku squad just gasped in horror. Bakugou is a bully and an abuser, Kaminari stated simply, and the class gasped again. Bakugou had anger issues, yes, but abuse. To who? What the F***ck dunce face? Bakugou roared angrily. Denki's eyes landed on him and the Pomeranians stopped moving from the sheer hatred seeping of them. You told Izuku to kill himself in middle school thousands of times, just because he was quirkless at the time and wanted to be your friend again, the electric boy exclaimed. The class was shocked, completely silent, and Aizawa froze at the door, shocked by the reveal. You could hear Bakugou saying a light sheet. He showed me the scars that you gave him with your quirk, Denki told the other blonde. Midoriya does not have scars, Ida exclaimed, looking through the lie. Concealer exists. Hero-proof concealer. Denki stated before walking into the kitchen and coming out again with a glass of water. I noticed something wrong and I did something against it while you just wrote it off as some stupid rivalry, just because the almighty All Might suggested that. All Might knows nothing about kids and is blind to abused and bully signs. Denki spoke to the whole class before leaving the common room towards his room with the 2 glasses of water in hand. Chapter 20. Stain. Izuku knew this was a bad idea. which is why he is doing it in the most non-Izuku way. After the Stain encounter in Hosu and him saving Izuku and saying that he is a true hero, Izuku was curious as to why Stain would think that he is a true hero. I mean, he is useless, quirkless Deku, don't think about it. So, Izuku was sending Stain a letter, hoping that he will receive one back. He knew that he couldn't send it directly from UA, so he just rented a P.O. box to receive the letters and send them. He is a genius after all, not that anyone would notice. Dear Mr. Stain, you are probably not gonna read this, but here we go. I'm Izuku Midoriya, hero name, Deku, and I guess I'm writing to you because my curiosity got the best of me. Why did you save me from the Nomu? You were injured and still went through the pain to save me from the Nomu. You could have just let it happen and escaped easily, so why let yourself be caught? Midoriya Kaizome was confused. Yes, he saved the boy from the Nomu and it was because he was a true hero, but he thought that the boy knew that. He seemed to be smart, so it was probably a lack of self-worth. Why does the boy have such low self-esteem? Midoriya, I was quite surprised by the letter you sent me. It is rather unusual for a hero to chat with a criminal. I saved you because you are a true hero, but I'm sure that you know that with your intelligence and just wanted confirmation. So why write to me? Oh, and call me Akaguro, that is my real name after all. Akaguro. This letter forth and back went on for many months. Nobody knew about the letters, but the class and teachers started to notice Izuku becoming more confident in himself faster than ever. He dropped the stutters suddenly, after 3 weeks of writing to Akaguro. Midoriya also seemed to embrace his sharp mind and started training in weapons and martial arts. Izuku had always thought that those were a good idea, but never had the confidence to ask to do it. In conclusion, something was going on with him and the class couldn't figure out what, even when Hound Dog, the school counselor, was happy that Midoriya seemed to be better. He'd seen the signs, but couldn't force the kid. Izuku, what happened so that this behavior appeared? How did you learn to act like a true hero? Kaizome. Izuku thought strong about this and he was sure that he trusted Kaizome. More than most of his classmates even. So, he was going to tell him the truth. Was this a bad idea? Probably. Did he care? Not really. Kaizome, to put it bluntly, I was bullied/abused, mentally, physically, with their quirk or a combination of them, by everyone I have ever met, even All Might, for being quirkless for 11 years before getting a quirk. The only exception is my mom. I wouldn't even put it past my current classmates to bully me if I was still quirkless. Teachers didn't care and even helped sometimes. Principal even gave me unfair punishment for lying. Police thought I was an attention-seeking quirkless brat. Go to the police, kid. Most of them say no when I ask if a quirkless person can become a hero, including All Might. The only ones to ever say yes are Ingenium, Midnight, Miss Joke, Eraserhead and Present Mike. I believe that my life is worth less than anyone else's, Kaizome. You say yourself that I'm smart, so I'm pretty sure that I suffer from depression, PTSD, Bakugou, water, dark spaces, slightly All Might, maybe insomnia, it could also just be nightmares, and large trust issues in anyone except mom and probably you. You are the first person to ever hear this, Kaizome, so I hope that you don't mess this up. Izuku shit. That was the only thought going through Kaizome's head as he read the letter that was just delivered to him. He was not only wrong about Ingenium but All Might as well, which is shocking. The kid had grown on him throughout the months that they had exchanged letters with each other, and hearing about the reason that the kid was the way he was isn't just infuriating, it is also sad that the kid had to go through this because of how society is built. Fakes. All of those heroes that Izuku didn't mention are fakes and deserve to die for their sins. It's truly horrible how your quirk affects your status in life, and Kaizome wished that he had the kid earlier and maybe helped him become a hero on his own nature, without a quirk. It's a wonder how Izuku even got his quirk, but that's a topic for later. Izuku, kid, what you went through is horrible and nobody should go through that, quirkless or not. I know that you are a genius even without a quirk, and if you had the confidence back then, could have passed that stupid entrance exam even without one. At least you are doing better, but I still suggest getting therapy or secretly talking to your school counselor. If the patient wants it, they have to stay completely silent about even having meetings with them, so you should be fine. However, that is just a suggestion, don't follow it if you don't want to. I'm not gonna push you away just because you were quirkless, I don't care about that. Quirkless or not, you are still a true hero in my mind. Also All Might. Really? Wow, I never expected that. Most heroes are fakes. I was looking the wrong way for the true ones. Kaizomi Izuku wanted to cry from happiness. Kaizomi still accepted him and he still thinks he is a true hero despite his quirklessness. That is a complete first. Even Mom said you couldn't. He was clutching the letter and decided that he now trusted Kaizomi more than anyone on earth. He made Izuku stop calling Kachin and just say, Baku. For appearance sake he didn't, since his friends would worry. They always worry like he'll break when they aren't around, just like his mom. It's getting annoying. Well, at least he had one person to completely rely on now, even if they are in prison. That made him wonder. What would have happened if he had met Kaizomi while in middle school? Chapter 21 Kidnapped. It finally happened. Izuku did wonder when the villains were going to target him after Bakugo's kidnapping, not Kachin, never again after middle school. He isn't scared though, Bakugo made sure of that. He is wondering why it took them so long, but he is happy that they did it so unsuspicious and that he had a good excuse to not be seen by anyone for 1 to 2 days. Dabi was interested in the hero student they kidnapped. He wasn't scared, he had just this very familiar hollow, haunted look that he saw when he looks in the mirror. He smirked and turned towards the child in their grasp. Why aren't you scared? The man asked. Izuku smirked inside at Tuya, he knows, and looked up with his blank face. I've had worse, way worse, he explained with a shrug, which was painful considering he was in the same device that Bakugou was in when he was kidnapped, just with some extra strong quirk-canceling cuffs. His answer made all the eyes in the room turn towards him. What could be worse than this? Shigaraki asked, angered by this NPC. Plenty of stuff, Izuku responded, not willing to elaborate. His eyes wandered around the room, trying to search for an escape route but coming up with nothing. Like, what stuff Izuku-kun? Toga asked this time, jumping closer to him. Izuku sighed. He knows he shouldn't tell them, but something inside of him was telling him that they would understand the pain he was constantly in. Suicide baiting from your once best friend, being called worthless and useless all their life, abused physically, mentally and quirk-wise your whole life because of something you couldn't influence at any point in life. All Might telling you that you couldn't be a hero quirkless. Izuku listed, making the villains have some flashbacks at certain things said before looking at him in understanding. Toga unlocked him from the cuffs and hugged him. Who was it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper, but still heard everywhere in the room. Tears silently flowed down Izuku's face. It felt good to open up finally. Be Bakugou. And of everyone else in my middle S school. The green-haired boy stammered out weakly, silently sobbing into Toga's shoulders. He didn't care that he was with villains, they shared some of his pain and understood him better than any therapist or hero student could have, and that's all Izuku needed to completely break down. He was aware that Shigaraki was staring at him in shock because of his last statement. He knew what he was going to ask and he knew what his answer was going to be. Be before you ask, why I still admire All Might, since Aichi took back his statement after I had a Q-quirk. Izuku explained to Shigaraki and he swore that he could hear him growl, you don't deserve this, but that could have been the crying. Somehow the crying session ended up on the old large couch the villains had in their hideout, watching a movie. Yes, the villains were watching a movie. With Izuku. On the couch. Without any restraining. Honestly, everyone would be disappointed if they saw Izuku like that, but he didn't care anymore, not after Bakugou. Finally, someone understood him, truly, and he was planning to stay in contact with them for a long time, even if they were villains. Izuku left the hideout the next day with many new numbers in his phone and a promise to come back. And if Izuku sometimes helped Shigaraki take down a hero he knew was corrupted, well, nobody had to know. Chapter 20. 5 Stain Part 2. Kaizomi wasn't sure how exactly he escaped prison, but he did, and now it was all over the news, so he can bet that Izuku has already seen it and was already getting ready to meet him at the place they had discussed in the letters. He wasn't sure what he would do once he saw the boy or what to do now after he escaped, but his bet is that Izuku already has a plan. Izuku also needs to tell him how that apology letter to Ingenium worked out. Izuku told him that his smaller brother is in the same class as him. Kaizome was able to find some old clothes and something. He didn't want to know what it was. It's better that way. And with how long his hair had grown out, it was very safe to assume that he was just a homeless man. Kaizome, came a meek voice from the start of the alleyway. It sounded just like last time they clashed. Izuku, over here, he called out quietly, looking around to make sure that nobody was listening or following him. Izuku trotted over to him dressed in jeans with a black hoodie where you could also see the white shirt lightly sticking out underneath it. Kaizome had to give it to the boy. He knew how to disappear, which probably comes from the many times he had to do so in order to run away from bullies. As Izuku slowly came up to him, he opened his arms slightly to invite the kid for a hug, who jumped at the opportunity to jump into his arms. Who knew that hugs could feel so good? Kaizome had forgotten when the last time was that someone gave him a hug, hero killer and all that. When the boy separated from him, his face fell into a neutral expression before it evolved into a wicked, if not maniac, grin. Kaizome shuddered quietly and was happy that the boy became a hero, 'cause he would have been a horrifying villain to come across. Do you want to continue your previous profession, Kaizome? Or would you want to stay Alo for now and when the media calm down a bit, then get out and do stuff? Izuku asked innocently, as if he wasn't talking to someone who had nearly killed him. Don't think about it. Not now. Izuku already said that he had forgiven you, so shut it. Perhaps I would like to lay low until the press calms down and then we'll see what I could do, the killer answered sternly, but politely. Good. I was hoping you would choose that since I already have a place where you can stay, rented a job interview waiting for you next week, and some hair dye as well as clothes ready for you. Izuku chirped, scaring Kaizome because how the F had the kid known that he would escape today and choose this option. He has never met Nizu, but he would say that Izuku is scarier than him. The fact that the kid has a higher IQ than Nizu doesn't help at all, so Kaizome nodded and let himself be led to the small apartment not too far away from where they had met up, where they both entered an apartment on the 5th floor to the right of the elevator. Kaizome tripped when he saw that the inside was decorated and furnished already to make it seem like someone lived there for years. Kid, where do you get the money for all this? He couldn't help but ask. Izuku turned towards him and smiled. He swore the room lit up. I have this secret apartment for 4 years now. I bought it from the money that I make as the Hackerdzu. Here is all the stuff I need for hacking and sleep to occasionally lie to my mom about a sleepover at a friend. I have many medkits here and a spare bedroom that you will use with its own bathroom. My room is to the right and yours will be on the left. Izuku paused and pointed with his hand to the couch. This is the living room and the kitchen is behind that with a small space to eat as well. The boy turned around to see Kaizome frozen in shock. Are you okay, Kaizome? He asked innocently and it took the killer a whole minute before he could respond. What? He breathed out, barely even imagining the idea of this innocent being one of the best hackers in the FING world. What the F dash? Izuku shrugged and turned towards his room. Anyways, you should get started with that hair dye and throwing away the clothes you are wearing now, he said before walking into said room and closing the door. Kaizome shook himself out of it after roughly 5 minutes and made his way to the bathroom to do as told. Blonde short hair didn't fit him at all. But, he mused to himself, it could have been way worse than this. Once he was dressed in fresh new clothes, how the hell did the kid know his size? He made his way out of the rather plain room into the living room, before heading to the kitchen to possibly find something in the fridge, 'cause he was hungry after nearly 3 days of no food and only the occasional water. The moment he opened the fridge, a voice appeared behind him, making him jump. You could have just told me that you had no food for 3 days and it would have already been done. However, there are scraps on the top shelf from yesterday. Izuku said in a deadpan tone, officially scaring Kaizome, who is still a killer, mind you, into next week. He is trained. How did he not hear him? Kaizome eventually answered with a nod and took out the leftover food from what had Izuku said was yesterday's evening meal. It was a very simple and easy dish to cook, especially as a midnight snack or for someone living alone. He mused before sitting down and starting to scarfing down the food, not caring that Izuku was still in the room. He was hungry, damn it. Izuku was surprised at how easy it is to keep a mass murdered who escaped from an impossible prison with many people looking after him hidden for so long. It was a wonder, truly, but he knew that it was already due to come to an end once he saw that some of his classmates started to follow him out. He made sure to just go to a store for more stationery and text Kaizum that he was followed, but he had to eventually return to him and do some hacking. Izuku didn't want to risk it doing from UA, and the workload was starting to pile up. So, on a Friday he excused himself and wandered outside towards his apartment, making sure no one followed him. Since it had been his classmates most of the time, he didn't check the roofs, a foolish mistake, really, on his part, considering his homeroom teacher was Eraserhead. Once Izuku was inside his secret apartment, he went to cook a meal for himself to eat later, get some chores done, and then he immediately pulled out a lot of energy drinks and coffee, getting ready for an all-nighter, since he told Nizu that he would stay over by a couple of friends outside of school that he evaded the question of who they were. He had already set up some fake friends/people in case he couldn't lie his way out, but that wasn't thankfully very necessary this time. Hacking was something he truly enjoyed and that he was incredibly good in, apart from his obvious quirk analysis, so it took him only 15 hours to finish most of the more urgent requests and good payments before leaving the longer and less profitable ones. He still had to do them, mind you, for a later date. He walked out of his room to see Kaizum on the couch, reading a book, having come home 2 hours ago from his shift. "What's up, kiddo? How was work?" the man asked. He started to use the word worked for Izuku's hacking, which a bit weird since he is still pretty much a minor, but Izuku didn't mind. It was better that he was never associated with hacking. One of the main reasons he pretended to be struggling a little bit in school with some of the harder topics. Shoyuta didn't know what to think of his problem child now. He saw how the kid evaded his peers with a great deal of skill and then apparently went to an apartment he owned or shared, he wasn't sure, with a strange man that vaguely reminded him of someone, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He watched as his problem child proceeded to expertly hack into very secure files without even a sweat and complete some of his clients' wishes. So, yeah, Shoyuta didn't know what to think anymore. He also took a photo secretly of the man to see if Nizu would recognize him before bolting it back to UA to tell the mammal what he saw. Nizu was surprised when he reported what he had witnessed and what the kid did in his free time, and when Aizawa showed him the photo, he jumped up and went to call the police, saying that it was Stain the hero killer that was there with Izuku. Aizawa went back to observe the kid further and give intel on the situation for the police, and he was surprised to see that only after 15 FNG hours of hacking, Izuku stood up and stretched. What the F- was an appropriate reaction to not only this part of his observation, but also how the kid greeted the killer cheerfully and fully trusting him, something not even Bakugou, Uraraka, or Aizawa himself had. Heck, even All Might didn't have the same amount of trust between the kid and him as the killer and Izuku. It was scary and kind of sad that something a killer did him, Ade Izuku trust him more than a hero. Shoyuta wasn't sure if it was remorse, guilt, or jealousy is what he felt, but he didn't like it one bit. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the problem child to make him explain what the heck was going on with him. He noticed that Izuku had looked up from eating, suddenly very alert, as he rushed out of the room and yelled something to Stain, who instantly rushed to possibly his own room hastily. Izuku felt like a complete and utter idiot when the alarm went off that Nizu had contacted the police, more so when he noticed that it was quite delayed and the police was apparently already on their way. He yelled to Kaizum to get the necessities while he wiped his computers and packed his own stuff quickly. He cursed multiple times under his breath, activating Plan E to make sure that the police would be at least a bit delayed, when he noticed Aizawa-sensei on the opposite building, looking at him. He swore so loud that even Kaizum had to ask if everything was okay. It wasn't, and he said so and just shouted at him to hurry up. Removing fingerprints didn't matter. They already knew that he was involved, and this meant an end to his hero carrier. Oh well, he could still continue as a hacker. They both rushed to the roof of their apartment building, 4 big suitcases with everything needed in their packed. He used a device he created a month ago or so that could shrink objects and enlarge them, much like the quirk of that one girl in Class 1B that he couldn't remember under the stress right now. He shrunk all 4 luggies and put them all as well as the device in a small bag that he secured on his back. Nothing could break or get damaged in there, so he could still do parkour. Izuku knew that Aizawa Eraserhead was rushing in, so he turned to Kaizum and nodded before bolting, the two of them splitting up, so that Eraser had a strong time deciding which one to follow. Eraser, as it seems, decided that his student was more important than the hero killer, and took after Izuku. It was a game of cat and mouse, Izuku being the mouse and Eraserhead being the cat, but eventually Izuku tripped and Eraserhead caught him with his scarf and set him before the hero. The boy sighed as this meant interrogation time, but that means he could stall time while getting himself out of this scarf quicker by distracting Eraser with information. Explain. Aizawa growled at his start student. Izuku looked at him and sighed again before sitting down more comfortably. He looked up into the sky and then back at Aizawa before speaking. Hacker named Zu sent Kaizoma a letter to ask why he saved me from that Nomu, and it spiraled from there. I trust him my life, which I couldn't say about anyone else, yes, including my mother. Izuku explained in a deadly calm tone, shocking Aizawa since that is nothing he is used to from his student, and the fact that he trusted only stain his life and not anybody else, stung quite a bit, not that he would ever admit that to anyone. Why? Asked Shota, almost desperate for a sign that he could still have his wonderful student back, the one who was always determined to do everything right and save anyone he can, with a big smile on his face. What had he done so wrong? There is a notebook laying on the desk in my dorm room that I have looked every way possible. Here is the key. Read it, it will explain everything. Izuku told him, and Aizawa hadn't even noticed that his student had gotten out of his scarf until he took the key from his what used to be his student. Don't do this, Izuku. We could still change this. We could say that Stain forced you. Aizawa tried to convince the boy to rethink the decision he is making by running away, but the boy cut him off. Don't do this, Aizawa-sensei. I know what I would get into for helping Kaizome and becoming a hacker. I always knew the risk and I don't regret it. Goodbye, since you were one of my favorite teachers and I'm sorry that you had to find out like this. With those parting words, Izuku departed and Aizawa couldn't find the strength in him to follow him. And if he had cried the next day reading that notebook Izuku told him about before bringing it to Nizu, well, no one was there to witness it. Chapter 22. Dad, for one, it was a surprise when Hisashi Midoriya, aka All for One, found out that he will have a son. He and Inko did marry and he saw it coming, but it was still a surprise. He focused after that on helping Inko with parenting until Izuku was 3, but after that, he faked a high-position job in America and convinced Inko to let him go. It was strong to leave them behind, but he had to keep Izuku and Inko safe from his many enemies. That did not mean that he didn't watch over them, just to make sure they are all right. Inko had become weird towards Izuku after he was quirkless. All for One noticed that she was more delicate with him, like he was glass. WTF? Woman. Their son wasn't glass. That, however, wasn't All for One's biggest problem. It was the school that Izuku goes to. These were quirkist BSTRDS. He will light the school on fire after Izuku finished his year there and kill all of these F*****curs. All of this only because his son was quirkless. That does not make him useless, he didn't even have any control over the fact that he is. Ignoring that he could have a more powerful one version of his quirk because it was mixed with Inko's and he just has no idea how to activate it, the one person who belongs most of his rage to. Bakugou Fing Katsuki. Izuku's old best friend that turned into his personal bully abuser. He couldn't murder the kid, since people would think that Izuku did it after everything Bakugou has done to him, but he made them poor so that they couldn't afford to go to UA. Later on, when Izuku moved on, he will torture him and then kill him. Bakugou's quirk is not suitable for the Nomus, but he could just let the doctor have some fun with the kid. Maybe he could be useful for something. What All for One needed to work on now was Izuku's confidence, trauma and physical form so that his son could go to UA quirkless and show everyone who said he couldn't the middle finger. He had a feeling Izuku would still be too kind to do so. He asked Kurogyari to bring Izuku to him and send a note to the school saying that Izuku was unwell and couldn't come. He knew that his son was too smart for that school anyway. When Izuku appeared before him, he had put on a small illusion quirk to hide all the medical machinery and the missing half of his head, just to not scare the boy. Izuku still looked at him scared and very to some degree. Who are you? His son asked meekly. God, the stutter needs to go if he wants to be a hero. All for One smiled nevertheless. I asked my friend with a teleportation quirk to bring you here, Izuku. I'm so sorry that I could never visit you or Inko. And to be honest, All for One was sorry. Dad. So you didn't leave me and Mom because I was quirkless? Izuku asked, scared. All for One wanted to slap himself. Of course he would think that. What? No, of course not. I left around when you were 3 because I had gotten a high-position job in America and we needed the money. Your mother kept me updated at the start but had stopped over time, so I had asked another friend to see how you were doing. The father explained sorrowfully. He should have talked to Izuku earlier than his 2nd year of middle school. Izuku lit up after that. His father didn't hate him or pitted him like Mom or his bully's friends did. This is awesome. Are you going to come back? Izuku asked hopefully, but Hisashi shook his head sadly. Unfortunately not, but I can ask my friend to bring you to me every once in a while if you'd like that. I just wasn't sure if you still wanted me in your life after I left for so long and never really talked to you. All for One explained to Izuku, who deflated a bit at first, but then perked up again at the prospect of seeing his father a bit more. Izuku smiled again. This boy was too trusting and he needed to change that, since villains could use it to their advantage. But let's talk about how Inko, the school, and specifically Bakugou are treating you. Hisashi started as he crouched down to Izuku's level, who looked and fearful at talking about those things, but All for One could see how his mind was already making up excuses and lies to cover said people, and Hisashi just wouldn't have that. I already know everything, so you don't need to tell me, but I want you to know and understand that everything they are doing to you is not okay and not your fault. You can become a hero, it will be strong work, but you can do it, I know you can. He stated firmly and confidently. And with that, the dam broke and Izuku threw himself against his father, sobbing because someone finally believed in him after all of these years of torture. They stayed like that for a couple more minutes until Izuku calmed down again and only let out small sniffles every once in a while. He had gotten the crying from Inko, that was for sure. Hisashi mused to himself. Now we have quite a lot of work to do if you still want to pass the entrance exams next year, Hisashi explained, and he couldn't help but be at least a bit proud at the determination flooding into Izuku's eyes. Yeah, it was gonna be though, especially once Izuku found out who he truly is, but they will manage. He still had to burn a school down. He was not surprised to find Izuku talking to his cousin and adoptive brother, Tenko, when he tuned in to make sure everything was okay at the bar. Izuku had simply looked at the screen, smiled, waved and said, "Hey Dad," before turning back around to Tenko, who was just starting at him, shocked. Chapter 23 Ma Midnight. Since the attacks on UA, the teachers had been ordered to patrol in the halls in case anything happens. They had a verbal schedule and everything, but it was never written down, in case Shigaraki tries to steal it. They couldn't risk that. So, late in the afternoon, about 1 hour after class was finished, Midnight or Namuri Kiyama was doing her rounds. She has long since dropped her flirty personality, having been completely tired out from the lessons today. All the wished was to just fall into bed and nap. God, is this what Shoyuta felt like all the time? As she rounded the corner to the hero classes 1A and 1B when she suddenly heard heavy breathing coming from one of the classrooms. Upon further investigation, she found that it came from 1A specifically. No wonder Shoyuta called them problem children. Quickly making her way into the classroom, she all but froze at the sight in front of her. Sitting at his desk, hands painfully gripping the sides of his chair, was Izuku Midoriya, suffering a horribly strong panic attack. The second she realized that Namuri rushed to the small boy and activated her quirk somewhat to make him calm down. As soon as her quirk started taking effect, she stopped it in order to not make the kid fall asleep completely. Midoriya slumped sideways in his seat, right into Namuri's waiting arms. She began to slide his head and push his hair out of the way to calm him down even more. She didn't think about how motherly the gesture was and how Izuku instantly relaxed at it, leaning into it as if it was the first time someone has done that. Namuri didn't know how long it took for Midoriya to calm down, but it felt like forever. In the end, the tears dried and Izuku finally became more aware of his surroundings. Specifically the fact that it was Midnight who found him. Oh God, he is going to be in so much trouble. Hey Midoriya dash. A violent flinch came from the boy. Izuku. Hey, Izuku, it's okay, you're not in trouble, I'm not mad, don't worry, the female heroine reassured the anxious teen, taking note of the flinch at the use of his last name. Izuku looked up to her suspiciously and wary. It hurt to get such a look from such a sweet boy, but Namuri hid it well. Are you sure? Izuku hated that stutter. He wanted to just go to his room and cry. God, why can't he do anything right for once in his pathetic life? Yes, I'm sure, Izuku. Nobody would ever punish you from having a panic attack. Namuri assured the small boy. Her heart ached. Didn't stop other teachers from doing it though. Izuku cut himself off instantly. Curse that mumbling habit of his. Namuri's eyes widened, anger flared in her. CHST. Other teachers have punished him for having a panic attack. The moment she finds out who did it, and she will no doubt, they will have hell to pay for what they did to her, the kid. Izuku, who did this to you? What happened? She inquired. The greenette just shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. That was a weak attempt and both individuals knew it. Izuku cursed himself again for not being careful enough, for letting something stupid as a small comment get to him. Hey Izuku. Calm down, breathe with me. And out. Yeah, that's it, well done. So sorry. Izuku tried to apologize, but Namuri cut him off. There is nothing to be sorry for, kid. Nothing at all. She tapped him lightly on the shoulder with each word in the last sentence to make her point even more clear. Izuku relaxed again. Namuri wrapped Izuku in a hug and they both sunk to the floor after Izuku relaxed again, having gone stiff at the physical contact again. As if he was afraid that Namuri would hit him. Don't think about it, Namuri. All in due time, she told herself. Izuku, kid, I know you don't want to talk about it, but I need to know how this happened. She felt him flinch. Her heart ached even more. Who did this to such a sweet child? I was quirkless, Izuku stammered out, crying again, and Namuri felt tears prickle at her eyes because that explained oh so much. Shoo, Izuku, calm down, it's all right. Take your time, you don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, okay? I know this is a strong topic. The heroine trailed off and Izuku felt like crying from relief again because she was still kind and nice and she still cared. They always told me how worthless I was and how useless I was and . Izuku hiccuped and cried even harder. No, nobody believed that I could be a heat hero. Not even in Inko or All Might. The #1 hero did what? When Namuri gets her hands on him, she will kill him in the cruelest and most painful way possible, and oh, now Namuri was crying now. Her heart ached so much and her grip on Izuku got a bit tighter as he buried his head into her shoulder. She released some of her quirk again to calm him down but quickly shut it off as before. Inko, where had she heard that name before? Inko F-. Izuku's mother. F-. She treats me like I'm G-glass beat because I don't have a queer quirk, and even now that I have one so destructive . Namuri was surprised how much venom was put into that word, but continued to rub circles on Izuku's back. She's even worse, just like Uraraka and the whole SEAL class. Oh, she was about to rip them a new one. How dare they . And Aizawa sensei doesn't care because I'll always be problem child and Bakugo is always better than me. Izuku all but screamed. He was shaking and crying and Namuri just held him closer, protective anger flaring inside of her. How dare they hurt her precious son student? Bakugo always uses his cute quirk on me and nobody cares to stop him and it's always me who's in the wrong and I hate it. Izuku's sadness turned into burning red anger as he shouted all the wrong that has been done on him. Namuri would rip Aizawa and Nizu a new one for that. Not to forget All Might, of course. And nobody can leave me the F alone when I want to be. It's like I'm effing glass and will break the minute I'm out of their sight. I hate it. I hate it so much. Izuku broke down crying again. Namuri started rocking him until he stopped shaking so much, exhaustion finally taking over. Izuku, it's okay, I've got you now. I'll fix this. Namuri reassured her son student. And Izuku let himself believe in the words of an adult for once. When Izuku woke up in an unknown location, panic settled in him at first because he thought that the villains might have kidnapped him, but then the memories came back and he had to choke back a sob when he saw the face of Midnight. "Good morning, kid. You're excused from school today so you can relax, okay? You're in my apartment because I do not think that you're safe at home," the heroine explained. Sitting down at the edge of the couch Izuku now realized he was lying on. Relief flooded Izuku's veins. He had trusted Midnight and she kept that trust. He was glad. So glad. Thank you Midnight, Izuku coughed. His throat felt really dry. Nemuri smiled and handed him a glass of water. "There you go. You can call me Nemuri if you like." Midnight, Nemuri smiled at him warmly. She wasn't dressed in her costume anymore, but instead, she wore a large block hoodie with some simple blue jeans. Her hair was pulled up in a high ponytail and left to naturally curl at the end of it. "Do you want me to explain to you what I was up to while you were passed out?" she asked the green-haired child, who nodded, while still sipping on his water. Nemuri smiled fondly at him and scooched a bit closer. "So, firstly I logged of hall patrol and appointed Shoyuta cause he deserves it dash." Izuku's eyes widened at that. "Then I brought you back to my place where I went to sleep first, of course. After I woke up I began to make calls. The first call was to Nizu to tell him that you weren't going to come to school today, and then to Detective Tsukauchi." Izuku rose a questioning eyebrow. Nemuri smiled a grin promising pain. Izuku flinched away at first before he noticed that it wasn't directed at him. Nemuri instantly let it vanish at the flinch. "So, with Tsukauchi's help, I put your mother under investigation for neglect as well as your previous school and dare I say, UA, specifically Shoyuta, Nizu, Yagi and Class 1A for abusive behavior. I promise you, kid, they won't get away with it." She slowly reached out and hugged Izuku again. Yes, this might destroy the friendship she had with Shoyuta and maybe Hisashi, but the kid's worth it. She doesn't really want to be friends with Shoyuta anyways if this is how he behaves. While the press won't ever hear a peep about this, the above and underground hero society will or swear to God Nemuri will make sure it will. Nemuri shook her head and continued after letting Izuku process everything. "So, yeah, while that's all been going on you will be homeschooled via me and will live here. This is standard protocol and something you will learn next year. In abuse cases always separate the abusers from the abused. And well, I've taken some time off work cause I have some paid holidays stored up over the years so yay. You're stuck with me." Nemuri joked, startling a laugh out of Izuku. "Unfortunately we will have to buy you some new clothes and still go to the police station so that you can give your statement, but you know Tsukauchi's quirk, so it'll be easy. We can do that either today, tomorrow or next week, however you want. It's up to you, okay? Nobody will force you," Nemuri gently explained. Izuku smiled like the sun. "Let's do this today," he exclaimed. Nemuri felt really proud of her son student. Nemuri snapped the pencil in her hand when she found out about the suicide baiting and all the beatings Izuku had to go through. Izuku's mother lost custody of Izuku not too long after that and Nemuri happily signed the adoption papers for Izuku. Izuku's classmates were let off with a warning. And a large lecture about what is abusive behavior and what is not. Shoyuta had to retake his exams for his teaching license and while he wasn't happy with Nemuri, he still understood why she did it. Hisashi remained a neutral party in the whole conflict. All Might had to get a teaching license before he could even think about teaching again. Nizu was just forced to deal with a lot of discrimination lawsuits and would have to tighten the school rules. Aldra was left in ashes, literally or figuratively. You'll never know. Izuku ended up being moved to Class 1B while Shinso took his place in 1A. Minoma had been a bit skeptical at first of Izuku, but quickly warmed up to him. Bakugo was put into therapy and counseling and would not participate in any hero activities until given the clear. Everything was finally looking better for Izuku Kiyama, hero name, Dikairu. He changed it a bit since therapy actually helps. Chapter 24 Miruko. This time, when the polls were put up after the sports festival, Class 2A was not surprised that Midoriya had the highest amount of requests. In fact, most of Class 2A, apart from the people who wanted to be underground heroes, they didn't participate this year, courtesy of Midoriya giving Nizu advice during lessons, had at least 100 votes, which was a drastic contrast to the scores in their first year of UA. The moment everyone had gotten their lists, they all turned to Midoriya. They had discovered a week before the second sports festival how good that boy was with analysis, and therefore he had become the class main analyst. No, not Bakugo. Izuku still flinched at the attention. While he had increased his confidence over the year, it still wasn't the best. The green-haired boy sighed and began to call out his classmates' seat numbers randomly. Whoever was called would go up to him and give Izuku his list, which the boy would look through and circle the best options for the person. Then the next person would go up and so on. This continued throughout lunch and also when the class returned to the dorms. At the end of the day, Izuku was exhausted and didn't bother to do himself. Imagine his shock when he saw that Miruko had sent him a request the next day. Izuku was currently waiting at the station with his friends for his train to arrive. While Miruko does not have her own agency building, because she tends to travel a lot and alone, she would stay for the duration of the internship in one place. Izuku was really excited, even if a bit nervous. Because, of course, he had picked Miruko. She could not only help him with his shoot style but also with his confidence. She was the perfect option, not to mention she is the number 5 hero. He quietly ignored Endeavor's request. Izuku had done plenty of research on her, especially her personality and her way of handling things, so that he was prepared for everything she threw at him. He knew that it was practically impossible to be prepared for everything, but he did for everything he could think of, and that is what intimidated him so much. Miruko was a mix of Tsuyu, Bakugou, and himself. Brash as Bakugou, especially because she doesn't like teamwork, speaks her mind like Tsuyu, but her drive is like Izuku's. That last part had calmed him down majorly because he can understand how she keeps fighting through the pain not for her life, but for the life of others. So, he was balancing between excitement and nervousness. When his train arrived, Izuku bid his friends goodbye and wished them luck on their internships, making his way onto the train. It was going to be a decently long ride, so he had some time to kill. He Miruko the moment he stepped out of the station, standing on a rooftop. After Kapagu's advice, his eyes always went there first. The moment Miruko noticed her student for the week, she waved for him to come to the rooftop. Izuku did so by going into a secluded alleyway and using his quirk to jump up. After Stain, he used alleyways more often. Once Izuku was standing opposite Miruko, the rabbit hero grinned and jumped away. "Catch me if you can," she yelled, and Izuku was instantly chasing her through the city. Rumi Usajiyama had noticed how the green bean of a student had improved drastically since the first-year sports festival. She had also noticed how he relied on kicks and using his feet, probably because his arms were injured one too many times. She wasn't exactly sure what had possessed her to send him a request, but she figured it was the fact that he had pushed through the pain when he was literally stabbed with an ice shard while fighting Todoroki in the matches. This and the numerous incidents that apparently always involved him, like the main character in a shoujo. She had noticed how his first instinct was to look at the rooftops, then the alleys, and then the main street. After the Stain thing, the alleys were understandable, but the roofs? For that, she couldn't find an answer. She could, but she just didn't want to think about the possibility that he knew. Rumi had also noticed how tense and anxious he always was, like on the verge of a panic attack, so she had suggested a catch game. It had done wonders to his anxiety apparently. By the end of the game, Izuku was breathing. He had in fact not managed to catch the hero, but he had a large smile on his face, and while he still scanned his surroundings like a hawk, the boy was relaxed. A win-win if Rumi ever saw one. The internship week was awesome in Izuku's opinion. They had done a couple of missions and even more rescues and villain catching, but Izuku had never felt so free in his life. Free from his worry, his mind, his anxiety, his depression, the burdens on his shoulder, the past, his mother's and classmates' overbearing nature. Yeah, that feeling is gone again. It was the last day of the internships and Izuku was supposed to go tomorrow morning back to UA. Rumi had to admit that she was gonna miss the kid and his kind nature. He had placed his life many times before others and she respected him for it. Even if his obvious anxiety and overthinking lead him to be more of a people-pleaser and suffering in silence type. Hold on. Rumi's eyes widened in horror as she pieced everything together. The flinching when a voice was raised, a hand in his direction, that had stung a bit the first time she had gone for a high five, an explosion or loud noise of any kind. always thinking that people hated him for no reason, apologizing too much. Holy shit. Her eyes rushed over to where the kid was sitting on the sofa in her living room in his civilian clothes, writing in his notebook. She had tried to read it once, but it was in a code that she couldn't decipher, probably Nizu's work, and for good reason. She could sometimes hear his mumbling with her super hearing, and it was terrifying, not the point. Izuku was always tense except when right after hopping around the city and when they were alone. That last point didn't happen until the 4th day of the internship, and he was still a little bit tense. Rumi wanted to facepalm so strong. For someone who has increased eyesight, she can sometimes be really blind sometimes. Hey Midoriya, she addressed the boy because come on, she always speaks what's on her mind. The green-haired boy flinched, not expecting to be addressed, but turned to her anyways. Were you abused? And ouch, Rumi can recognize that for such a sensitive topic, that might not have been the best way to address it. This time Izuku flinched again, strong. Izuku couldn't think of anything to say. What should he do? Was it abuse? No, heroes don't abuse people. But endeavor. Does that mean that Bakugo? You know, kid, you don't have to justify anything, right? It was your abuser's choice to do whatever they did to you, and you can never be blamed for that. Rumi tried to get the boy to open up. They both had forged a strong, healthy connection with each other, and she did consider the kid one of her friends, if not best friends now. Nobody needed to know that Hawks was the only one before that. She just needed to know who it was and what they had done. I just wants to talk, I promise. Izuku was still pretty unsure, but he had felt the connection, the healthiness of it. Was that how friendships were supposed to be? He wouldn't know, all of his friendships were based on the fact that he break himself, so that people have to watch him 24/I. What do I say? The boy stuttered out. They had gotten it under control during the internship, but it seems like it's making a comeback. She moved from the kitchen, where she had been nibbling on a carrot, to the couch and flopped herself next to her friend. Look, I'm not good at this sheet, but it's obvious that you were and you don't have to talk. I know someone who also had bottled up everything and it did them good to vent. It doesn't have to be one person, it doesn't have to be me, and you don't have to vent if you don't want to, but it's an option that was proven to have helped. Rumi explained to the shaking boy. Izuku just nodded. Venting sounded good. He wouldn't be interrupted, right? No, kid, you won't be interrupted. Izuku shrieked. He hadn't meant to mumble that part out. But it was nice to have some reassurance. But who would he vent to? Bakugou is out of the question, as is his mom and All Might. Ida, he wouldn't understand. Todoroki also wouldn't, as sad as that makes him. Uraraka. No, she already treats him like glass, so who? Izuku, you okay there, bunny boy? Rumi had a concerned look on her face. He warmed at the nickname. That was the only positive one he had been ever given. It was nice. Rumi was an amazing person, and wait. Why doesn't he vent to Rumi? She had showed him care, they were best friends, and she doesn't treat him differently even though she knows what he had been through and done since UA. Hichi really liked that idea, actually. I'm not okay, actually, he finally answered. So let me get this straight. You were a late bloomer who was falsely diagnosed quirkless and had believed that until the entrance exam. Your ex-childhood best friend started to abuse you the moment he heard about it and got all your previous schools on it, who also then abused you. You still wanted to be a hero, but even your mother, who treated you like glass, All Might and Eraserhead, your teacher, who didn't know that you were a late bloomer, having not looked at the files given to him, had said that you couldn't. On top of that, your quirk was just protecting you until you had the muscle mass to control it, but when it appeared you started to break your bones in order to save people. Therefore, all your supposedly friends just became friends with you to make sure that you wouldn't break them anymore, just like everyone else in your class, who had admitted it when you had spied on them out of paranoia. Rumi was speechless. The kid had such an awful life, and she was apparently the first friend he had ever made. Izuku just nodded along. Having summed everything up for him, he sees that it does sound. But it's truly a wonder he had been so ignorant of it. Well, best friend, I'm adopting you so you don't have to deal with at least some of them anymore. Wait, what? You heard me, bunny boy. I'm adopting you so we can be even better best friends. Just imagine the freedom and chaos we will create together. Rumi was gesturing in the air, as if to show the imagined chaos to Izuku, and Izuku liked it. He liked the idea of not wondering what lie to use, that he doesn't get the pity of his mother or his friends or anyone. Scratch that, he loved that idea. Please. I'd love that. And he was crying again, but it doesn't matter, because when Rumi, his best friend, had hugged him, it felt like everything was going to be just fine. Also, I'm going to kick that Bakugo's butt dash, what? I know you heard me just fine, I did, I'm just saying it 'cause I'm shocked, get used to it. When you are too kind to kick someone's butt, I'll do it for you, fair enough. Just make sure he will be able to recover in at most 3 days, given that UA has recovery girl, that is a lot of time. Did I tell you when she threatened to refuse to heal me so that I would learn how to use my quirk? You know what, she deserves it. The next morning both the hero and the hero in training had a race towards UA. Rumi won, but will deny with every being of her body that Izuku was close to beating her. Once they had put Izuku's hero suit away, both of them made their way to the dorms, where most of the class was already back from their internships and were loudly conversing with each other. When they entered, all eyes flew to them instantly and Rumi winced. She noticed how Izuku hid behind her slightly to shield himself from the glances. This can't be good for your anxiety, Rumi muttered to the green-haired boy. He only smiled sheepishly and nodded. There you are, Deku. I was worried that you were hurt again and with recovery girl. Uraraka rushed towards them, completely ignoring Rumi, who was standing in front of Izuku. Wow, so disrespectful for a hero in training. She wouldn't be Miruko if she didn't speak her mind. Deku, how the F did a shitty nerd like you end up with an internship with FING Miruko? Bakugou shouted, having seen the hero. Izuku hadn't told anyone who he had chosen, knowing his friends would try to talk him out of it because of how loud and brash the hero was. Rumi grinned dangerously. Oh, so you're Bakugou, huh? She sneered. Bakugou was clearly taken aback by the venom in her voice, but she couldn't care less. Before anyone could react, she darted forward and kicked the angry boy in the ball, strong. Said boy yelled and collapses. Before Kirishima, the every helpful and loyal dog picked him up and walked him out of the dorms, probably to recovery girl. The silence was broken by Izuku giggles, who broke out in a full laugh, Rumi eventually following. The class was staring in shock as both of the laughing heroes leaned on each other, still laughing. That was so satisfying to watch, Rumi. Izuku chalked out between his laughter. Rumi just nodded, still laughing. The giggle, you tell me. Unfortunately he collapsed so fast, I wish I could have kicked him a bit more. The number 5 hero continued chuckling. That last sentence seemed to have snapped Ida out of it. He rushed to the duo. This is unprofessional and shameful. How dare you attack a student? And you Midoriya, I thought better of you. How dare you laugh dash? He started waving his hand up and down like a robot. Rumi sobered up immediately. And who the F are you to tell me what to do? Who shoved that stick up your butt so strong? Me and Izuku can laugh all we want, plus that a-hole deserved it. Now hush, before I call your brother and tell him to get you under control for verbally attacking a pro hero. Miruko scolded Ida, who stepped away in shock. That was the number 5 hero. All right. Izuku also sobered up a bit but was clearly trying to hide a smile. He was too afraid to stand up to Ida, so he often just let it wash over him like in middle school, but now with Rumi here, he didn't have to. It was awesome. Thanks Umi, I owe you one. He turned to his best friend. Nah, don't worry about it. What are best friends for? Beating the shit out of bullies, apparently. Ha, I knew there was a reason I liked you. No other reason. I'm hurt. No you aren't. You're right, I'm not. Rumi just let out a laugh and ruffled his hair. Anyways, bunny boy, I'll have to go now and have a word with the teachers before with Tsukauchi regarding the papers. She looked around the shocked room of students. I would suggest you run before they crowd you. Don't let yourself be pushed around anymore, okay? She smiled at her best friend. Izuku laughed. I won't, don't worry. Be safe, bunny girl. Rumi rolled her eyes. Copycat. That's Monoma. Plus if you call me bunny boy, then I might as well call you bunny girl. It's only fair. You and your logic, the hero rolled her eyes. Anyways, I'll text you later. Of course, and with that Rumi exited the dorms again, hunting for All Might, Eraserhead, Recovery Girl, and Nizu. She had some things to say to them. In the end, Izuku was placed in the care of Miruko and with her as his best friend and sister, as well as Kigo Fox. At his side, he grew into an amazing hero with charisma, strength, and a kind heart. Rumi had introduced them not long after the incident at the dorms. Kigo had also sent Bakugou to the infirmary. All Might had laid off Izuku until his 3rd year, but it was enough for him to grow a spine and in the end, he had become independent. Bakugo went into anger management and had been suspended for a bit after trying to attack Izuku after the dorm incident. Izuku was thankful Aizawa finally did something and had told the man so. He received an apology in return for being so ignorant. Izuku forgave him in his 3rd year as well. Izuku's 3rd internship had been with Hawks, of course. The class had come off Izuku's back a bit, but it was still a bit of a tense relationship between him and them, especially after he had revealed he'd heard them when they talked about being his friend only so that he wouldn't break himself anymore. Bakugo had blown up when he had heard that, because, in his words, at least have the ball to tell Deku you don't like him, ya extras. It had stung that even Bakugo had found that deep move. Izuku had changed his hero name to Dikairu because it was similar enough to his original hero name to just play it off as an spelling error. Nobody had questioned him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome our new number 1 hero, Dikairu. Chapter 25 Hound Dog Izuku would be the first to tell you that he has issues. It's pretty clear that flinching and cowering all the time is not normal, not that his UA teachers or friend students think so because nobody even tried to talk to him about that or ask if he's okay. So yeah, Izuku knows that it isn't healthy or normal for that matter, not that he could talk to anyone about it. Stop lying, you quirkless brat. Izuku, just because Katsuki has a quirk and you don't do not mean you can tell us lies about him. Leave me alone, you quirkless mistake. You surely must be lying, young man dash. I do not think it is that extreme, stop being overdramatic. Izuku, baby, Katsuki-kun would never do that. Young Midoriya, perhaps you should try and talk to young Bakugou. I'll see that there will be more opportunities for it in class. Izuku shuddered as he remembered the number of times people told him that he was lying. He won't talk about how the one from All Might and his mom hurt the most. There was one person, though, that Izuku remembered reaching out to him. Hound Dog, the school's counselor. While Izuku thinks that the man is simply doing his job, he was still the only person, animal, to reach out to him. Flashback: Izuku was heading towards the dorms, passing the counselor's office since he had to take a detour when the door to said office opened and Hound Dog stepped out. The hero was firstly stumped at seeing Izuku here since not many people take this route when walking out of the school, but it was ideal nonetheless. Midoriya, just the person I wanted to see, woof. Do you have a minute? The dog. Woof. Izuku, always happy to listen and help, said yes, of course, turning around to face the hero properly. Hound Dog smiled. Actually, it was pretty strong to make out what exactly the hero was doing, and Izuku didn't want to assume or anything, but he was pretty sure it was meant to be a smile. Thank you, woof. I had noticed some concerning behavior during our brief interaction, and I would like you to know that my door is always open, and if not, I'd be happy to provide an outside therapist. There is no shame, woofed, in getting help, as your mental health is just as important as your physical one dash. Izuku wasn't sure that he even looked after his physical health, but never mind that. And you have every right to get help from a licensed professional, woof. Hound Dog finished. Oh, sure, that's dash. Izuku sighed, closing his eye for a brief moment and shoulders slumping, before looking back up to the hero. Thank you. Of course, woof. Have a nice rest of the day, Midoriya. Hound Dog responded, not even mentioning or reacting to the stuttering. Izuku smiled at the man again before reciprocating the statement and then making his way back to the dorms. That was roughly 3 months ago. Now, Izuku was nervous. He had barely gotten any sleep, not that that was anything new. Insomnia was truly a beach, and spent nearly the whole night researching the same topic again and again, for the 4th time since UA therapy. But he had finally decided to come and see Hound Dog. He had decided to get help. He had a quirk now, he was worthy of it. Taking a deep breath to collect himself, Izuku raised his hand and knocked at the office. He knew that Hound Dog was free for the rest of the day through observation, so nobody would know that he was here, and Izuku will make sure that it stays that way. He would tell the hero not to mention anything to anyone until he had been given Izuku's permission. The boy knew that he could do that. The door opened slowly and carefully, but not overly cautious, just enough so that it wouldn't be startling. In the now open doorway stood the counselor, looking down at Izuku curiously. Midoriya, poof. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. The hero stated after a moment where Izuku didn't say or move, except for fidgeting with his hands. The hero in training gladly followed the instructions, happy to not do anything himself. Izuku sat on the couch and started fidgeting with the hem of his uniform jacket, still looking down at his fingers. Hound Dog observed him for a moment before sitting down in the chair opposite Izuku and bringing out a notepad with a pen and a fidget cube from a box next to him. Keeping the notepad and pen for himself, he offered the fidget cube to Izuku, who took it eagerly and started fidgeting with it, slowly relaxing. It has been a while since I have seen you, Midoriya, woof. I'm glad that you choose to come to me, but if you feel uncomfortable tell me anytime and I will find you a therapist outside of UA. He waited until Izuku nodded. Anyways, how are you, woof? Izuku relaxed. That was a normal question, an everyday question. He could deal with that one. He ignored the fact that he always lied when asked. Oh, I'm fine. They're a little tired from today's hero training. The green-haired boy explained enthusiastically, but obviously tired, since he didn't have the same energy as usual. I'm glad to hear so. Is there a specific reason why you wanted to see me today? Woof, or would you like me to tell you what I have observed before through our small interactions that concern me? You also have the option to keep things lighthearted or just sit in the quiet and relax. Woof, whatever you want, the choice is up to you. The hero tried to ease into the topic and give the boy as many options as possible so that he didn't feel trapped or forced. Izuku sighed, shoulders slumping in the relief of simple choices, all his to make. He was curious about what the hero picked up from their interactions, but he also wanted to just keep things lighthearted to avoid the whole thing. That wasn't the point, however, of why he came here in the first place. Would you mind telling me on what you have observed? The boy stuttered out, a bit afraid. The hero just nodded, accepting the answer before starting to talk. Well, woof, I see signs of severe anxiety, some form of depression as well an inferiority complex and trust issues. You also seem to keep your emotions bottled up a lot and hide behind a very convincing smile. This suggests abuse and neglect by who I cannot tell, woof. Do you feel like I'm on the right track here, or is there anything else you'd like to add or maybe remove? Woof, do not feel the need to answer though. You don't have to. Izuku thought about it. The hero was right in his observations and the late-night research did say something similar. Could he trust this counselor? Could he trust an adult? You can't tell anyone about this or even that you have meeting with me, without my permission, the boy stated nervously. Maybe he could trust this adult, the first adult to reach out to him and mean it. Of course, Hound Dog nodded. Izuku took a deep breath, calming down a bit. I was quirkless for before that's the UA entrance exam. It was getting harder to breathe for Izuku. Tears welled up before spilling over his cheeks. His breathing became more rapidly, desperately trying to catch some more oxygen, fingers shaking so much that the fidget cube fell out. Izuku started to curl in on himself, to make himself smaller so that he wouldn't be a bigger target than he already is. Hound Dog saw the panic attack and slowly rushed over to the boy, to not startle him and help. He telegraphed his moves, making sure that Izuku could see them. Every step was loud and clear to be heard so that the boy wouldn't be startled. Izuku, you are in my office, you are having a panic attack, woof. Can I touch you? The hero gently asked the boy. Izuku briefly looked up, before stuttering out a small yes between his hiccups and heavy breathing. Hound Dog immediately put one hand on Izuku's back, slowly starting to rub circles and one on the crossed arms that were strongly pressed into Izuku's. The hero then pulled the student into his isi, hugging the boy to ground him. Woof, can you tell me 5 things you can see, Izuku? That's the wall, Izuku replied after a while. The current carpet, is a table dash. The boy paused again to think. Your effer and the painting? That's great, well done woof. Can you tell me 4 things you can feel? We will the Tsukauchi, my heartbeat, your effer and. The boy coughed a bit, one for all. Good, well done woof. Can you tell me 3 things you can hear? The hero did not know what that last thing was, but he will ask the student about it later. You, my heartbeat, your heartbeat and dash. The boy paused listening, the electricity in the building. Well done woof. Can you tell me 2 things you can smell? A lavender and burned w'd. Can you name 1 thing you can taste? BLD. Izuku replied, now fully calmed down but clearly exhausted. The hero paused at the mention of BLD but decided to approach it calmly. Do you want me to let go of you? You can say no, that's okay woof. No please. Of course woof. You mentioned BLD, are you okay? Or do you want me to get the first aid kit or recovery girl? You can stay silent if you want, woof. Hound Dog asked, before feeling that Izuku flinched at the mention of recovery girl. He will file that away for later. I'm fine, I bit my cheek, Izuku responded, biting his cheek again. Hound Dog smiled, relieved. Do you want to sit in silence, have mindless chatter, start the serious conversations again, or just go back to the dorms, woof? Can we just stay silent for a while? Of course, woof. With that, the room fell into a comfortable silence for Izuku to calm down even more, the touch of the hero grounding and safe. He couldn't remember the last time something was safe. While Izuku calmed down more, Hound Dog or Inui thought about what the boy had said. As a counselor, he always stayed updated on suicide rates, and the quirkless once were on an all-time high nowadays, especially for children under the age of he couldn't imagine what the boy had gone through. It was also possible that the Bakugou kid had something to do with the trauma Izuku experienced, so he will have to ask the staff to keep an eye on Bakugou and report any behavior towards Izuku. He would have to ask Izuku about it for permission to do that. When Izuku was ready to talk again, he pulled away slightly from the hero, just so that it was comfortable to talk. The touch was grounding, and it's been a long time since he was hugged by anyone, so he will treasure it. I think I'm ready to tell you, the boy quietly spoke, voice barely above a whisper, and only Inui's wolf. The ears helped him to hear the boy clearly. Not that he would tell Izuku that, since he should be as comfortable as he could be for this talk. Take your time, Izu-woof, and tell only what you are ready to tell me, the hero reassured the student. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath before diving into the disaster that is his life. So, at first I didn't notice the difference in people's behavior when they were told, or I told them that I was quirkless. He took a deep breath, but it got more and more obvious and vicious, the older I got. Izuku let out a bitter laugh. I was naive and told everyone I wanted to be a hero even though I was quirkless, so running and hiding from bullies and teachers were done every minute I was at school. He lowered his head, looking at his hands. I still have scars from all the times I was left to bleed out on the floor of a classroom. Inui had to do calming exercises in order not to growl and bark the next words because he was so upset that it happened to the pup, just because of something he couldn't control. Just woof, because you woof didn't woof have a quirk, woof, does not mean woof, that you woof deserve basic woof human decency, woof. Everything that you are woof feeling woof is valid, and woof, you have every right to woof feel that woof, pup Izuku. The hero grit out as calmly as he could with the boiling anger against the abusers. That is exactly how the rest of the session went. For both of them, Izuku telling Hound Dog what happened and Inui trying to calm down and reassuring Izuku that it was trauma and he was safe in the office and didn't need to hide his true self in there. Inui also tried to calm his anger down, but by the end of the session, Izuku could tell that the hero wanted to punch everyone who did him wrong, especially Bakugou, in the face. Izuku appreciated the fact that someone finally cared enough to have that kind of reaction. As this is, woof, the end of today's session, woof. I would like to, woof, ask you, woof, Izuku to woof bark dash, come to me, woof, at least, woof, 3 woof times a week, woof. If you woof, are okay with it, woof, of course, woof bark dash. The hero explained, anger making him hardly understandable. Strangely enough, Izuku didn't feel fear or the need to run away. He felt protected. So of course the Green Bean agreed to see the dog hero 3 times a week after school if the hero didn't tell anyone about it until Izuku was ready. Inui would never tell the boy it, but he would do anything for the Green Bean even if it meant getting killed. The amount Izuku had to go through to be happy makes it totally worth it. Time skip. The sessions have been going on for roughly a year now, and while it was strong to make progress at first with Bakugo being in the class, Inui convinced Izuku to let him take care of that pretty early, around 3 months in. So now Aizawa, a teacher proudly teaching all 19 students in 2A, has been invited and currently sat in Hound Dog's office with Izuku, ready to hear what the counselor had to say. Bakugo was removed from the hero course and placed in the general course due to his anger issues and other unknown reason. Mineta has received the same punishment for his perverted behavior and has been replaced with Shinso, which was a nice surprise for the one-day-old 2A class. When all was explained to the homeroom teacher, there was a loud bang that had echoed through the school building that nobody really knew the cause of. It is said to have been a vengeful ghost that has been biding their time for the right moment to strike, but nobody in UA has ever confirmed, or denied for that matter, the statement. Todoroki still makes theories on what happened that mysterious day in UA. Yes, it was featured on BuzzFeed Unsolved. Nobody could really explain how Aldra Middle School burned down either. The fire department suspected that it was a gas that leaked out and exploded with the help of one of the students' quirks, but nobody had the time to confirm it when the school had been shut down due to the strong discrimination, abuse, and bullying happening there and none of the teachers or principal doing anything about it. That had been quite a scandal when the #1 hero Dikairu revealed that he had been one of the abuse victims of the school.